Oh man, it's time fired up in here, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. I'm ready to play some games. I don't know about you. It's freezing here in Tennessee. Holy mackerel, a little frosty, frosty, for sure. Now, I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday, but man, do we have some fun playing some Astroneer. We got the mega server back up and running. I had a little technical wizardry I had to work there to make it work. But we got up and running, runs better than ever. We had a bunch of peeps come in and join us. That was day one of our 24-hour, 7 days a week Astroneer server. You guys are welcome to come in and use it. All my Teamwork Tycoons, welcome to come in and show some love. Look at the hype flying around over there. Look at that hype. Going on. Thanks everybody for coming in. I'm super excited playing some more Astroneer today. Of course, we're going to be doing battles all day long. We got 3 more days left of the Shadow Side event with Stream Raiders. So we're going to be doing as many battles as we can fit in today. And of course, I'll go into battle mode later where I keep the battles going even beyond my normal stream because I go above and beyond for all my Stream Raiders peeps out there. As well as going to play a really fun game later on. It is called Blood of Steel. Looks pretty cool. I don't know that much about it other than I learned a little bit about it. Seems very interesting. You never know. It might be your next game to play during the holidays when you're trying to avoid your relatives. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta talk to somebody real quick here. All right. I gotta send a message right here. I can hear them outside. Right now, the city is cutting my trees in the back. See, I tell you, everybody, I'm always doing like 50 things at one time. The city is cutting the trees in the back of my yard, and they're going to bring a big old tractor through the middle of my yard, so I might have these tractor tracks in my yard. We'll find out. But they're going to come back there and cut my tree while I'm in the middle of streaming. So if they cut the power, everybody, you know what happened to me. If I suddenly disappear, they hit the power line back there or something crazy. But a whole bunch of my neighbor's tree is getting all into our power lines and blocking our safety light and everything. So they're out here working on that. So if you hear a lot of beep, 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 beep in the background, I can hear them going by. I'm up on the second story of my house, and oh man, they're making some noise out there, but luckily I have the awesome Blue Yeti, which basically has a cone of hearing you in the front. I forget what they call it. But it's like a mode you can set it on. It only hears in front of that particular direction of the mic instead of unidirection, which would be all directions. It's only showing in the front direction. So it usually should only capture me. It's also noise canceling. So all the stuff that's going on in the background, if I'm running like an air conditioner or big gigantic trucks are going by outside, you're not going to hear all of that. And that's why I love my Blue Yeti. So big love to them for sponsoring the channel as well. Rocking the Twitch hoodie today, a partner who I really love. Also with my Stream Element shirt today. I felt like showing my partner some love for no reason whatsoever. Some of you know me too well. All right, let's get into it, everybody. I feel like we should dive right in. Now, thanks, Nikki, for being here. It says, hello, Kismet. And Chad, how's everybody's morning going? Mine's going pretty good. I got up early. I talked to the people. They were coming out to assess my yard. We got that going, and I'm ready to play some games. Let's get into it. All right, now Nikki wants a drive-by. There's a drive-by the Kismet Love Train. There goes my buddy Norbert showing you some love there, Nikki. Thank you so much for coming in, redeeming that. One of the things I really like, I love all those redemptions and stuff, and I like to go above and beyond, create all sorts of animations and cool stuff. So much more coming down the road, everybody. If I could just get to it, if I could just, stop having to fix my ceiling fans in my bathroom and cutting trees in the backyard and, all the things that I have to do all day long just to get by, just to get some stuff done, then I could play more games. I can play more games and have more fun. Let's go ahead and get going here on our battles here, and let's go ahead and get our first one started up. There we go. We're going to get our Centurion out. We're getting close on our Centurion, level 27. I've already got some max levels, trying to max all the rest of these ones out, so I kind of rotate between like 2 or 3 of them at a time. so I can go ahead and try to get those to max. And then once I max one, then I'll start using another one. I like trying using the different classes to see what their pluses and minuses are. I'm the same way when I play MMOs like World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2 or Star Wars The Old Republic or whatever. I'll play every single class so I can understand what the pluses and minuses and the basic rotations of how you do your skills and all that kind of stuff. And that's what you need to be as a leader. You need to have a good understanding of all the classes so that you can say, well, hey, you need to stand here, you need to watch out here, and you need to watch out when you're pulling aggro and all that kind of stuff. Those game mechanics are very vital when you're doing the 40-man hardest content in the entire game, for sure, to understand those pluses and minuses. So that's why I typically play every class. And the same thing with Stream Raiders here. I like to know what the pluses and minuses of each classes are. Now, you can come join us for free, by the way, everybody. You come join us right there in the chat. You're going to find a link. You go ahead and click that link. It's going to go ahead and take you up to their website where you can go ahead and play it for free on mobile or on desktop. And you go ahead and find me, your captain, Kismet. You can find me in there. You can search for me in there. Add me as your captain. You can have a bunch of captains going at the same time, by the way. And you want to put down as many units as you possibly can. You put down one every 5 minutes. And so if you get 6 units in there, you're going to get that MVP status, number 1. And I'm going to shout you out here on stream. But also, number 2, you're going to get a lot of kills and a lot of assists, which gets you lots of loot, which allows you to get more and more improved units where you get your epics, you can get your legendaries, and you keep upgrading and upgrading those. And of course, the more we do battles, the more loot you guys get, the more tiers and higher tiers you guys get up to. I think I'm on tier 40 something, 42 right now. Yeah, working on tier 42. We're crushing it. We're trying to go for that blue chest. That blue chest gets you a whole bunch of skins. Has a 15% chance of getting you a skin in the channel, which is pretty cool. So again, we're going to be doing those all day long, so settle in. We're going to have some fun. Now, right here, we've got Astroneer. Now, we're going to get on the 24-hour mega servers. We're going to say join game. And it's going to say join host. And what it does, it goes along, and then it kind of sets itself up. And once it sets itself up, here in a minute. Now, I don't turn the server off anymore. I just leave the server on. It's on 24/7. If you want to join us, you can go ahead and go right onto my Discord there and go ahead and read the rules. And once you read the rules, then you're able to go ahead and jump onto the server. There we go. Okay, now since I left, I'm suffocating. Since I left last time, I can see somebody was having lots of fun. They've added multiple centrifuges here. They've been having lots of fun with our canisters. They got the canisters all done. Look at this. Nice. And so I was really having some fun. You can see we got different vehicles that we had created. Our tractors here. We got 60,000 60,000 research going. Wow, wow, wow. And they've obviously unlocked a lot of stuff. This looks like resin right here. Yeah, they got resin in there. We've got, looks like quartz there. Lots of good stuff going on. Now, I'm playing in 4K. My cursor's kind of weird. My cursor's not centered. There's something weird with my cursor. Yeah, my cursor is not centered. It's off to the side. Yeah, it's not in front of me. Okay, that's too weird. Oh, I gotta log back out again. That's too weird, everybody. I can't help when my cursor's weird like that. Maybe if I just do this, it'll fix my cursor. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now it fixed my cursor. That was awkward. It was like my cursor was stuck to the side, so when I was moving, it was rotating my character at the same time. I wasn't even holding the button down. It was like stuck in that rotation mode. All right, we got quartz, we got glass. Fantastic job there. We've got zinc on there. We've got copper. We've got tungsten. A lot of laterite we can convert there. A lot of aluminum. Very nice. Now, laterite is aluminum. And then over here, it looks like we got tons of ammonium. So all the stuff that we collected last time, we were good. Don't see any lithium. Oh, there's some iron right there. Ah, someone's firing up the iron. Got a bunch of plastic going. Very nice. Here's our sulfurite. Some more of that. We definitely want to get this going. Looks like they dismantled all of my what do they do with the building? Where'd the building go? They took all the building off. All right, well, I'm going to rearrange the stuff, bro. They took all the 3D building off of my platform here, but that's okay. My server, I can override everything. Okay, I put my building back. So I know I'm going to build a bunch of stuff today. And this actually was here. And then we'll go ahead and see if we can find where our other one is over here. All right. Oh, I see. They added another. They moved the forges down instead of making a new table. All right, that's okay. I'll fix that later. Very, very cool. All right, so there we go. So we're going to go ahead and reorganize a bunch of this. Now, here's the thing. At this point, you don't really need all of these mediums. These mediums are now going to become cumbersome, especially when you have 60,000 research. So what we really want to do is start to grind up this stuff and then trade it out for materials that we need later on. And so here we've got our large canister. That needs nanocarbon alloy. I'm not going to be doing that anytime soon. We'll take our time. We don't need to rush. Don't need to rush it. Now, again, if you want to come join me, you can't come join me on the server. We're going to have some fun unlocking tons and tons of stuff today and playing through. And then later on, we're going to play a really fun game called Blood of Steel. Medium shredder. That's going to be iron. Let's go see what our other shredder is. See, they moved everything around, so I cannot remember anything. There we go. Tungsten carbonide and iron. I think we can do that. Let's go ahead and get our large shredder. I'd rather just go to the large shredder than to use the small one. That's just me. And now I'm going to get rid of a lot of these mediums. You're like, well, Kismet, you just made all those mediums. True, but you don't want to hold on to stuff and become too set on one stuff in this game. You should progress. As it progresses, you should progress. Oh, someone made some nice medium soil canisters. Awesome. Let's get those in there. Let's get those in there so we can make lots and lots of stuff. There you go. Fantastic idea there. Okay, and we're going to need some tungsten carbonide over here. So let's get that going. Right over here. So we're going to need tungsten and carbon. That's pretty easy. I got a bunch of tungsten somewhere. We got to hunt it down, though. That's always the hardest thing, is trying to find the stuff that you had from before, if there's any left. And again, this was hard when someone else comes in and rearranges your base. And because the same thing happens to me in 7 Days to Die. When I let someone else manage the base, I can't find anything because I have a certain style of organizing. That's how it goes, though. That's how it is in any game. It's not a big deal. You can go ahead and just adjust it. So when I come in, I'm going to do it the way I like it. That's just the way it's going to go. All right, so glass there. We got glass here. And let's go ahead and free up some of these tables because they're really not being fully utilized. We got some resin there. We're going to use a lot of that, I can tell you that. Quartz, not so much. So we'll go ahead and put that in the back there. Now, as you can see, we can really reduce a lot of this right here, right? This becomes really cumbersome after a while, and then you want to use your canisters to eliminate the need of all these small ones because they start to build up, as you can see. And instead of using it for that, you could be using those tables for something better, like actually making materials. And you'll see me go in and build a whole bunch of that stuff today as well. But let's go ahead and work toward our large shredder. So 2 tungsten carbonide and 2 iron. Now, you went and got some iron, whoever that was. Thank you so much for that. That was some good job there. And oh, we're looking for our tungsten. That's what it was. Where is our tungsten? We don't have tungsten. We can always go grab some more. No biggie. I say we go grab some. I don't see any. You guys see some, you let me know in the chat. Hey, Mr. Non-You, how you doing? Thanks for coming in with that lurker love. Always appreciate it. I'm trying to get this stuff all together. Oh, I just thought of something. You know what? This actually is a good idea. Hold on a second. We're going to do something. We're going to try something different. We're going to put this here. Not there. We'll put our resin here. And I'm going to set these to... Actually, let's do it over here. We'll set it to output. We'll zoom in. And then we'll move it around here. We don't want to put it on the table or it'll get going. And then we'll put that back as an input. Oh, yeah, it's just going to grab it. It's just going to grab it and put it in there. It'd be nice to put it on the side here and then block it from grabbing it. But it's just going to grab it and throw it in there anyway. And so this way you can see what this is. I find that sometimes when you're looking at it, see how this one right here looks exactly like that one over there? So you don't know whether this is actually zinc or copper. The only way to really know is to look at the symbols on the side and memorize the symbols. I haven't really memorized the symbols, everybody. I can barely remember what I'm doing, let alone try to memorize every single one of those. If you want to memorize it, hey, more power to you. At least it shows you that, look, this one is different from that one, and that one's different from that one. But one of the things that I like to do that makes it really easy to tell what it is to take all these out like so. And then kind of consolidate these together. And then have them all run out. Right? So have them go the opposite direction. These are on enable input right now. And have them run out. And then what you want to do is if you take it up, what's going to happen? It's going to start doing that, right? It's going to start grabbing it. So we're going to go ahead and tell it to grab that all back in again. Other way, bro. There we go. And what we're going to do is we're going to turn it in such a way that we can see it, right? We want to see the what actually that thing is. Oh, hold on. I feel like I want to run it this way, forward. There we go. And then we'll turn it so we'll have it in a row. So when you're looking for it, right, instead of looking at the top, you can look at the bottom. That's pretty obvious what those are, right? So a great little Kismet tip for you if you are trying to organize your stuff and see what's in each and every one of those. I'm more of a visual person because I'm an artist. So I like to see the actual item. Like this. Oh, that's going the wrong way. Yeah, it's going the wrong way. Hold on. Let's put all these in. Got to spin that around. There we go. All right. Now, the cool thing is also, is you're like, oh, I need some of that. You can pick it up and then put it with your 3D printing, so it's a lot easier to get that going. Now, what I would do is instead of having them this way, I would actually turn them in long ways because it's just easier to reference them all by turning them that way. And that's what we'll do. We'll readjust all of this stuff as well. One of my favorite things to do is to work the base. That's typically my kind of role in the group, is to work the base. Something I really enjoy. And how to continuously... Oh, there's my... look, see, I found the tungsten, not by its style, but by the look of the item right there. Now, here's the problem. If I pick this up, it's going to do that. But that's okay. That's okay. I can always tell it to go back in again in a minute. I'd love to be able to tell it to go out and then turn off, right? Have an on-off button on top of have an output and an input. That would be my feedback to Astroneer. And this way I can go ahead and sell it output so I can see the item so I know what it is. And then I can turn it off so it doesn't run it out if I don't want to. And you could have it just default that it does, on and on, or is on like it is now. But also have the ability to turn it off if I should want to. And that's really, really useful. All right, now look at this giant mess we've got over here. We got a big old mess. But we need some of this tungsten, so we're going to go ahead and bring it over here. Like that. Now, what else do we need? We need some carbon. So I'm going to go ahead and run some of that out, and then I'm going to take that out of there. And then I'm going to go ahead and find some carbon. I don't remember seeing any in here. I think all the carbon got used up as well. I was running a crazy ton of carbon out to run. Look, there's another centrifuge out here. There's 3 centrifuges. All right, well, let's get those centrifuges together. Organize it. So, yeah, no carbon. Where did our carbon go? Good question. This bet's here somewhere. But it's hiding. Yeah, see, there's always carbon somewhere because carbon is one of those things that you use a lot of. You use a lot of carbon. So there we go. All right, we'll get that tungsten carbonide fired up. And then we need 2 iron. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn it this way again. A great way to get the iron out of these things is to set it to output and then just shift left click and then it just goes into your backpack. Just like that. All right, there we go. All right. Now again, when I get to this stage, I'm like, gosh, I'm getting overwhelmed with loot. I want to get rid of it. Let's go ahead, make that large shredder. And then we're really going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun over here. Let's get this out of the way though. Over here. Okay, how else can we fix this up a little bit better? So we can keep this running. Well, one of the things that I would do is start to look at the size of your platforms here. We're starting to get into iron now. And when we get into iron, we can actually use some of the very large platforms, which are actually under large here. The very large platforms, they also have some other ones. Oh, we already unlocked it. He already unlocked it right there. The extra large platform Cs with 2 resins and iron. So he unlocked it, but doesn't look like we made any. So we'll get on to that too. We'll get some of those built. Now, how can we get those built? Well, first we'll go ahead and put our iron over here. We'll tell that to run out. We'll tell this to make the very large ones. Now you're like, well, Kismet, that's going to overlap because look at this big blue thing. It's going to overlap. Well, actually, it always does it packaged, right? So it's in a package so you can move it nice and easy. So you want to go ahead and run it like that. Oh, it's not running it out because there's nothing in between it and the thing. So I got to take this out like this, and it should grab that iron. Weird that it's not. Okay, how about I get you started? Yeah, it's weirdly not grabbing the iron. Normally, when it goes on to something like a medium here, it'll typically go in there. That's weird. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. You got to use a medium apparently because it wasn't working on the table. Very odd. Very odd that doesn't happen. But then again, I don't make the games. I just play them, everybody. All right, let's go. Let's go. We need a couple resin. We got resin right over here. We're just going to make this nice and easy. Just feed that right over to there. And here we go with our first ginormous table. Now, I'm going to set this on loop and say, go to town. Now, here's what I could do to make this work a bit better. I can first make this gigantic table. Then, once I make this gigantic table, I can take the actual resources and put them both onto that gigantic table and then have it make a whole bunch more of gigantic tables. And that's a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun to let that rock. Okay, so we got our shredder over here. So let's get that going. We're going to put that just kind of in the back here. We go ahead and let our shredder start. And we're also going to start using our auto arm, which is really fun to use. Oop, I got to really lock these tables. I gotta get into the habit of locking those tables. They added the function where it doesn't auto lock anymore. You have to manually lock the tables. You have to go in there and hit F, and it just takes some. It takes some remembering that's what I'm trying to do. Also, by the way, if they are unlocked, you can literally just pick them up and pull them, and it breaks the things, which actually is more convenient in that way, right there. Okay. Now with our shredder, we're gonna need something else, and that is our ship, our little trade ship. Now, there's an XO request. This is something different. These are for cosmetics here. What we need is a trade platform. We need iron, tungsten, and compound. We got those, and that's already unlocked. Somebody already unlocked it. I don't know where it is. I guess it's somewhere. I guess someone already unlocked it, was at working toward that, and then got real tired, had to go sleep or something. I don't know. But we'll go ahead and get that trade platform fired up here. That's going to be on our medium printer as well. So let's go ahead and use a medium printer over here. And we're going to get that trade platform fired up as well. There we go. Compound, tungsten, and iron. So we're going to snag an iron from over here. Put that over here. Now, again, this is why it's so vital to get your tungsten going on. Because you're going to need that. What was the other thing? Compound. I can't remember nothing, everybody. Even if it was 2 seconds ago, I can't remember. It's like when I go to the store. See, when you go to the store as a man, here's what happens. Your wife or girlfriend will tell you 3 or 4 things to get at the store. By the time you left the house, you've already forgotten one thing. You get in the car, you're about halfway there, you forgot the other thing. You get to the store and you got the one thing left. Me, I don't even remember the one thing. That's why my wife doesn't send me to the store, everybody. That's because I forget. I have to write everything down. Thus is the problem with getting older. And also with sleep apnea, I don't sleep very well. I feel like I get about 30 minutes of sleep every night for the last 6 years, everybody. So I just have to do what I have to do. My other option is lay down and die, and I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm going to get up and do the best I can. And, you know, if people are like, I can't believe you can't remember. Hey, bro, I can only do what I can do, right? There's some things that are beyond your control. The tractor I used yesterday is still parked still parked it. Yeah. Well, most people don't mess with stuff. They'll latch onto their vehicle or whatnot. I didn't unlock anything. I went exploring and gathering. That's okay if you guys unlock stuff. That's what the server's all about. It's all about working together as a team. Feel free to unlock whatever you want to unlock and get to it. This is a different style of playthrough than when I'm playing solo, right? When we're playing together, you know, you're like, hey, Kismet, I'm going to go work on this. I'm like, oh, awesome. And then someone's like, hey, I'm going to go work on that. I'm like, awesome. And I'm like, okay, I'll work on the base. I'll keep the base going. We'll keep all of our research going to the benefit of everybody, right? That's how I like to play games, to the benefit of everyone, not just me. I don't need to get the nice stuff. I give away the vehicles to other people. I give away all the nice stuff to other people. And that's because it's more valuable that they have that item because they're going to get a better use out of it. Look at that. Pop that thing out. they're going to get better use out of it. It's kind of like with weapons and things like that, like in 7 Days to Die. If I get an auger or something like that, it's not necessarily best for me to have it because I'm not the one going and collecting the resources. So it's better if I give it to somebody who's going and collecting the resources, or give a weapon to the person who's going out and, you know, like you got a really nice weapon. Well, I don't need to keep it for me. I give it to somebody who's going out and fighting the mobs and doing all of that. It's much better use of that item than to just have it in my inventory because I'm the leader. Right? I've seen people do that. That's, bro, that's not being a leader. That's called being selfish. A leader will pick the right things for the right job for the right time. That's what a leader does. A leader goes, hey, this person says they want to do this. Let's let them shine, right? My job is to make everybody else more awesome. That's what I like to do. All right, let's get this trade platform fired up back here too. There we go. Very nice. And we're going to use our first kind of instance of using the auto arms. Auto arms are very fun. They do require a lot of power. Oops, it's already unlocked. Aluminum and graphite. So we're going to go ahead and organize our little thing here. And we're going to use our aluminum graphite to fire up an auto arm here. We'll find my smalls. There's my smalls over there. We'll go ahead and turn these. I don't know why they're turned that way. That's a weird way to have them, but we'll turn them this way. There we go. And again, we'll go ahead and do our auto arm. Now, this is a whole bunch of automation. If you haven't played the game in a while, they have added a massive amount of stuff to Astroneer. I highly recommend another playthrough. Feel free to come and join us. By the way, if you are on Xbox and you have Xbox Game Pass, you got Astroneer as part of your Game Pass. You can play crossplay on Xbox and PC, so you can come in and join me on the Mega Server. It runs 24/7. Feel free to come on in, grab whatever you want, help us upgrade the base, or go to different places and set up bases there and extract all the units and bring it back and everything. We try to work together as a group. If you want to go off and do your own thing, I guess you could on the server because it is a community server. But we much prefer if everybody works together, because if someone goes and collects a ton of materials and you go grab that materials and go make your base somewhere else, it kind of feels a little chintzy, a little, anti-group, because a lot of people worked really hard to try to build up the base and work together. That's just my opinion on that. I don't like to do that. I don't like to say, oh, well, hey, thanks for collecting all the materials, bye, and then go take off with it. That's not cool, bro. I use the materials for the betterment of everybody in the group. That's just the style of play I do. And I find that's my favorite thing. If you look at what we did here, it's only like 3 hours worth of work here, but it's a whole lot of people working together. So it's massively accelerated on what we were able to accomplish. Okay, so let's go ahead and grind up our first thing here, because that's always fun. So that's going to grind that up. It's going to put it into scrap, right? We're going to make our thing here. That's what we're doing. Graphite and aluminum. I don't have any graphite, but I'm sure I could make some right here. I hate making it in here, but instead of me going hunting it down right now, we'll just make some in there. Like that. Okay, so that grinded that down. And as you can see, and by the way, I'm playing this in 4K right now, and it looks beautiful. Right here, it's making some scrap in the front there. So we can go ahead and reduce our clutter, not only at our base, but really around the whole entire world. So as we use like these solid fuel thrusters, we can grind those up. We find kind of random tables and things like that that are laying around. We can go ahead and put those in our trash pile over here too. And this is fun to go around also. You can put this on your larger vehicles and just go around and just grind stuff up while you're driving around. Just clean up the entire world. Maybe that should be our big goal here on the server. Is to go to every single part of the world, at least the surface part of this planet, and clean out all of the trash. That would be a fun one. And you can see we go ahead and add the debris and stuff. Now, certain debris, you can go ahead, the smaller debris, you can go ahead and break down into a little basket, and then you can take that basket and grind that up. Now, let's get that auto arm going. We got our graphite over here. There we go. And I just put it on my backpack, and then aluminum. And again, when I need some aluminum, because I've have this running out, I know exactly where it is. I can just shift left click on it. It goes in my inventory. It's just like I grab that one thing, and one thing. Now, later on, I will have it where it just has a ton of aluminum, a ton of graphite in a big stand. And that stand will allow me then just to auto make 500 of those if I wanted to. A whole lot of them. There we go. All right, so we'll get our auto arm going on. And this is the kind of first step in your automation. There we go. And then our auto arm here, what it's going to do is going to sit over here, and it's going to, let me unpack that, and it's going to look in this direction. Now, one of the things I want to do is I want to disable it actually going to the right side. How can I disable it going there? Well, I can just put something there. I can put something there that blocks its ability to have an output on that side. So it only has an output on this side. And so then I want to go in and tell my auto arm, the green side is the input and the blue side is the output. And I want to tell it to only grab scrap, just in case I'm running by and it tries to grab something out of my backpack, or it tries to grab something that's on here that's not the thing that I want. You can limit it to just what you want. You can also limit it to actually picking up things that are packaged and all sorts of stuff. You can have it do really some amazing stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and tell it to turn on. Now what it's going to do is pick that up, and it's going to place it in the thing automatically. So it's going to do that job for me. Now, what I don't want it to do is I don't want it to end up on this side either. So I'm going to go ahead and block it by doing that, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and tell it to go ahead and grind that up. And now I've set up a process of it doing part of it automatically. Wasn't quite enough. Wasn't quite enough. Let's do another one. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that super cool, bro? I think that's super neat. That's just me. Now, what do I need right this moment? Well, I don't really know what I need. I could probably do some compound or some resin or some organic, but you can do that in the centrifuge, so that's a waste of time. Don't do that. Clay, centrifuge, quartz centrifuge, graphite, maybe, but I could also do that centrifuge or go find that, especially on Glacio, great place for graphite. Ammonium, same thing. Caldor. That's where you get your ammonium. Laterite, you get that on Venetia. I haven't even been to these planets yet in this playthrough. I can tell you exactly where they are because I've played through this game many, many times. It has a huge replayability. Matchlite, which is iron. Wolframite, which is tungsten. Hematite, which I think is... oh, God, went out of my head. And sulfurite, which is... hematite is lead, I think it is, or zinc. And then sulfurite is... aluminum, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head. I have trouble remembering my name. Titanite, obviously titanium, and then lithium, and then back to compound. So the number one thing right now that I don't have is titanium. So that I could actually gather titanium without having to go to the planet by simply grinding this stuff up and then telling it to trade for that titanium. Like this. And so we're going to keep on grinding this stuff up because we no longer need all these mediums. These mediums can be eliminated. Now, another thing I can also do is tell it to prioritize going to here by putting that on there. If I take this off, now that that's prioritized with that, it actually won't go here anymore. It'll go over there. Watch this. I'll show you. We'll see it in action. See that? Even though the table is turned in such a way that it should prioritize the right one, it always prioritizes the medium storage over the actual table itself. So a great way to also have that go where you want it to go. Now I'm going to literally eliminate all of this. I'm going to eliminate all of this stuff, and I'm also going to eliminate all of these tables as well because we no longer need them. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use these larger tables here. Right? And so the first thing I want to do is I want to make a large table that makes large tables. And that's basically what this is going to do. So let's go ahead and put this in here just so we can hold more of these resources. And we're going to literally burn up all of this resource right here. Now we're going to tell this, all right, I want to make this. I want you to loop this as much as you can if you have iron and resin. And we have our iron and resin right here. We'll say run that out, run that out. And now it should go and start to build those. And it will build as many of those as it can. And thus, what I'm going to do is have soon, I'll have plenty of large tables to replace everything that I've got with the next thing. And don't get too attached to stuff. Just move your way forward as you progress through the game and keep grinding it up. Believe me, in the long run, you're going to be much happier you got rid of all this stuff than to have to micromanage it all the time. You definitely want to reduce that stuff so you don't micromanage it. And this is what I call stage 2. Now, normally this takes a lot longer to get to this stage because what you're doing is you're playing by yourself. And when you're playing by yourself, you're doing a lot more collecting of basic materials and that kind of stuff. But since my team did such an amazing job of collecting all of that loot, we're now at that kind of middle stage now, or really kind of beginning, just going into middle stage where we no longer need all of these medium storages. So we'll just keep putting it in there. We'll keep having it, grind that down, keep feeding that in there. And I could actually add another shredder to make it go even faster, which I might do. Actually, that's a good idea. Now, also over here, we'll look and see if we have any research. There's currently no research, so maybe we'll go ahead and double up on our things here. Let's go over here and see what we need. Compound tungsten. Oh wait, no, that's not it. We need our shredder. There we go. Iron, 2 iron compound, 2 iron. We'll put an iron there and an iron there. We'll grab a tungsten from over here. No, not tungsten. Compound. Tungsten carbonite. Oh, I need tungsten carbonite. That back over there. And then this is tungsten carbonite here, so I need some carbon, which we saw is here somewhere, right here. And then we'll tell it to do tungsten carbonite. Now, eventually, I like to make it where I have a base where basically it can do every single element. So I actually start to have a place for those elements. Instead of just having them like this, but they're actually by the thing where they need to be, right? So if I need some tungsten carbonite, I've got my tungsten and my carbon right next to the tungsten carbonite. So it makes it a lot easier in the long run. All right, and there's our tungsten carbonite. And then there's another large shredder. Now, I could do the really big shredder as well, which is over here. You can find it. Actually, I think it's a medium on that large one. Sometimes the large thing is under a medium thing. You know what I mean? I think it might be here, because it's got to use the big table. And again, I can't find anything since they moved everything around. I can't find a darn thing. There it is. Okay, large shredder. That uses 2 tungsten carbonite and 2 steel. You know what? Let's do it. We got 5,000. Let's go ahead and do that. We've got to make steel, though. That's going to be some work. But for right now, we'll just use the 2 smaller ones, but we'll unlock that one for later on. All right, let's keep this going. Now, my goal is to fill this up, right? And when this is filled up, then I'm going to go ahead and send it to go get me some titanium. And very, very soon, it's going to be done. All right, there we go. It's got that first one done. And so we got ourselves another big table. I love how everything in this game gets bigger and bigger and bigger and more massive. It's a lot of fun. All right, there's another shredder over there. Now, this right here, we definitely need to fix the way that this is going. So let's go ahead and cut this off of here. Actually, I really need to get in the habit of being able to just pick it up and move it and just let it auto disconnect, because it's an old habit of mine to... we're going to have to do something like that, maybe. It's an old habit of mine to have to disconnect it first before you move it. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to disconnect it before you move it. You can just pick it up and move it now if it's unlocked. So now we'll lock these back again. Those are all locked into place. Very nice. Let's get to work. All right, we're going to grind some stuff up today. All of our hard work from yesterday, we're going to grind it all up. Now, we need ourselves another auto arm over here. So we need some graphite and aluminum. So we got some graphite right there. And we got aluminum from over here. And again, remember, this community server is for you guys as well. Feel free to come and join me. You can join me on Xbox or PC. If you haven't played Astroneer before, I highly recommend it. Incredibly fantastic game. All right, so while we're waiting for that stuff to run, let's go ahead and do our first battle of the day. Let's go. We're going to do battles all day long. I've been doing 12 hours, 13 hours of battles up in this stream. Lots of battles, everybody. Let's do it. Oh, I feel like we got this one. Look at those epic peeps on the board. Look at those rogues running across the top there. Go get them. Radkeys rocking the awesome-looking wizard there. Very cool. Very cool. All right, open the captain's chest. What do we got? Boom. Jimbo and Subi getting some extra love. And Jimbo coming in. Overall MVP with the 9 assists. Fantastic job. Now, again, we're going toward this loyalty chest right here. You got 15% chance of getting a skin. I hope you guys get some today. We're going to fire you guys right over there. I don't get it, by the way, just you guys. I don't think I don't get it. I don't get the gold, and I don't get this because mine is automatically an epic every time. But that's okay. I can use my epic for you guys to get some epic loot. That's how I like to do. I feel like we'll go Path of Least Resistance, low side. Yeah, low side, then mystery, then this one, then gold, and then boss. That's a whole lot of loot right there. That's a whole lot of battles and a whole lot of loot. Let's try to get all that loot for you guys. I'm going to go ahead and use my little flying rogue there, who's an epic level. Again, you can follow, you can come join us. Everybody in the chat's playing. You might as well come join us. You can follow us right there using that link in the chat. All right, so we made ourselves a nice, another auto arm here. And you can probably guess what I'm going to do with that, right? I'm going to go ahead and take this auto arm right over here. I'm going to go ahead and aim it in this direction. We're going to go ahead and try to find an extra one of these. We'll just grab one out of here. There we go. We'll turn that on. And then as this one works here, it'll grab it and then feed it to the other side, and then that one will feed it up into the thing. Now we can also grab some, wow, we got rid of about 90% of those, everybody. Got rid of a lot of, whoa, this thing's cranking. Put that right up there. Let's get some more of these over here. You'll see it kind of snap in. See how it snaps in there? We'll also tell it to prioritize that side on that one. I love grinding this stuff up. I love making it, and I love grinding it up. I guess that's the human condition, isn't it? It's like you love to build and you love to destroy. But then also, I know that by grinding this stuff up, it also makes it so I can make more stuff down the road. There we go. All right, how we looking? All right, trade platform ready. Go get me some titanium. Off you go. It goes up to the space station. It trades out the scrap and then brings me back what I need. Meanwhile, while we're waiting, we can keep this going. Because this auto arm is going to stop. Because the auto arm doesn't go anywhere to go. Because I have some junk there blocking it. So it doesn't have anywhere to feed that into. Now we're going to keep this going. Now we also have some debris here. We go ahead and get rid of that. Grind that stuff up. Let's get some more loot over here. All while making these gigantic things over here. Clean this up nice. There we go. Another gigantic table. We'll put that right over there. Let's see. We could probably run this back in again here. Run these all back in. And not enough room for this stuff. So here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and trade this out with this. We'll take this out. Go ahead and put these off to the side for now. There we go. Just to kind of get those out of the way. And then over here. Now here's the thing. You don't really need to keep a bunch of tethers and stuff. You're going to find a bunch of that stuff as you're going along. Tethers and whatnot. Just grind that stuff up. It's just it's a waste of time to hold on to it. So I grind all that up. If you need that material, you can go ahead and oh, I got the light on. You can go ahead and make it again in the moment in which you need it. It's kind of like having stuff in a storage shed. I had stuff in a storage shed, and I had it in there so long that the actual stuff in the storage shed became worth less than the amount I paid to store the item. Store the items. So I could have just rebought all the items with the money that I spent storing it. And thus I learned the hard way the disadvantage of keeping random stuff that you don't really need in the long run in your life. So make sure to clear out all that extra stuff in your life and also in your game at the same time. All right, looking good. Now, the first thing I want to do is we'll go back here and revamp our power a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and replace all of this stuff back here. There we go. All this stuff back here with our larger tables. Allow us to get these all consolidated here. Come here, you. Put that in there. And over here, same thing. We'll go ahead and we'll swap out this solar for this thing there. And we got another solar. Off that. Again, I find keeping random stuff is my biggest fail in any game. When I'm keeping random loot just laying around, sitting around, when I have 5 boxes of stone, when I never use that stone at all, that's a huge waste of your resources. You could be selling them to like a trader. You could be converting them like this and then getting more loot from it. You could be doing that instead. Now let's go ahead and move this over to our forge over here. And this is going to go ahead and fire up that titanium. It gives us a little bit of titanium. We don't even have to run out and get it. Right? We just play this way. Right? You don't even have to go to any other planets. Though going to other planets and doing titanium is going to give you a lot more titanium than doing this. This actually takes a long time to get this done. But look at that. There we go. We got another one. Off we go. All right. And then same thing here. All the little stuff. I love that they added a game mechanic just for this reason. Just so that you could go in and remove all this excess stuff. Which I think is pretty cool. I guess I could have it feed this stuff in there for me, too. Now that I think about it. And some of these, depending on the size of the shredder, you can do multiple of these at the same time. It's like a whole production line of stuff. And I could probably use an auto arm to feed that into the thing. I'm not really sure if you can or not. I have never tried it. And I don't feel like I do enough to make that worth my time of setting that all up. I don't think it's actually worthy of my time. But let's go back over here and get our power going again. We're going to actually just siphon off a lot of this power. I don't like putting solar like that. I like putting solar flat. Let's take these off of here now. Let's go ahead and keep our solar nice and flat. Wind doesn't matter. Wind doesn't matter. Wind you can keep up here like that. But solar you definitely want to keep flat so it has a nice kind of when it comes up and when it goes down. Now me, I would probably readjust this so the solar's not being blocked by this item here at the end. I would go ahead and turn it in such a way where the sun comes up and the sun sets, right? So where's the sun at right now? Sun is directly there. So sun most likely comes up this way. Right? If we look at our feet, we can see which direction it's going, right? Right down here, we can see it's coming up, kind of going a little southeast and coming down along that southeast perimeter. So the better way to turn this would be to turn it that way. Is basically what I'm saying. All that stuff I just said basically means that's what I wanted to do. Turn it like that so it's not being obstructed. Now I'd also go ahead and put it out here along the side. In this direction, and that's only because that's the way the sun's coming up and setting. And so now look at our batteries. See, our batteries are going down. We attach this. Watch our batteries go back up again. See, that's a good indicator that that you are getting enough power for that. All right, there we go. And we'll put this, we'll put those down there. I don't think we're really going to use those in the short term. But all the rest of the stuff here now has become junk. This stuff all needs to be scrapped. So let's go ahead and work on, speaking of, working on our larger items. So we need 2 tungsten carbonides. So we need some carbon in there. Let's get that in. Have it make one of those. We need a bit more tungsten, wherever we put that. Or not, yeah, tungsten. Where do we put our tungsten? Good question. Good question. Titanium there. Remove some of that off of there so it keeps going on that titanium. So there's 1 tungsten carbonide. Do we use all our tungsten up? I don't think so. I think it's sitting here. Yeah, right here. There we go. And then another carbon. And again, later on, you can automate this. You can put it on the large tables. You can get it all working together. Hey, Star Plays, what's up? So again, LOC, feel free to come on in and join me, bro. If you got the time today, I'd be happy to have you come in and have a good time. Working on our base. We're about to get to the larger vehicles. That's going to be really fun. And whatnot. Kind of feel like I want to rotate this just a little bit this way, though. Just to try to give myself a little bit more room. There we go. We'll lock that in right there. Now, see what happened? We lost power. And the reason why we lost power is because our solar and wind kicked off. And that's kind of a bummer. And we don't have enough battery power, battery backup power, to keep our base going. But the second that kicks back on again, then we'll be fine. In the meantime, we could go ahead and work on all of our other stuff over here, like our giant tables. But I love to get to this giant table stage. Because you're just replacing just a crazy ton of tables with much more efficient stuff. And then we've got more wind power over here. This can be consolidated over there. Very nice. I like to have one central area where I have all my power. Because otherwise, sometimes your actual power gets disconnected because you disconnect a table or a line or whatever. I like it to be consolidated into one spot. Like that. All right, there we go. And we'll take all these out. Remember, we don't have to take those off again. We just lift them up, move them away, and it will go ahead and unconnect it automatically. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, I like to have the arrow pointed in the direction that I'm probably going to most use it. In this case, it's going to go this way. And we'll drop it right by there. And you're like, well, Kismet, what's this all about? This is a thing holding up a beacon up there so people can find their way back to the base. That's what that's all about. All right, so we'll go ahead and do this, and then we'll go ahead and feed that in there. And guess what we can do right here? We can go ahead and consolidate all of our research. Now, I actually stopped doing research at our main base after a while. What I will do is I'll go to a place like Aatrox, where instead of it being worth 500, when you put one of those things in there, it's worth 5,000. And so you can very quickly get like 20, 30, 40,000 research going on very, very quickly. Kind of feel like I want to take this out, though. I think this is really obstructing my base now. So, bye-bye. We'll just leave that up there. That's fine. Let it float. Because of science, everybody. It's science. That's how it stays up there. Because of reasons. Because of science reasons. All right, we'll go ahead and flatten this out as well. Again, I try to pull it right by where the base is and use that as a leveling. But what eventually is going to happen is you're going to hit a point where it starts to go up or it starts to go down and doesn't match the terrain. That's because the world is round, everybody. And so as it curves, your thing, as it curves this way, your thing's going to keep going straight. Right? And you can go with the thing, but I feel like the thing they need to do is add foundations. They need to add like plates where I can put it down and then just make that as my actual foundation of my base instead of having to use the ground, which is basically what I'm using. I'm using dirt as the foundations of my base. That would be an awesome update. Count me in for that one, for sure. Okay, so we got that going. So again, we want to go ahead and utilize this area over here as probably our scrap area eventually. We're going to put all of our scrap stuff kind of off to the side there. Grab ourselves another one here. And then we'll go ahead and actually use this large table as our ability to scrap all of our stuff. If you notice that I kind of centralize stuff, this side does this and that side does that, I find that works a lot better than cramming it all together into one spot. Then it makes it real difficult to do anything because everything's all up on top of each other. I don't like that at all. All right, let's grind this last one up. Oh, right here. Get in there. You can do it, bro. Get in the thing. Oh, it's I disconnected the power. That's gonna be difficult if it doesn't have any power. All right, too far. Hey, there's another research chamber there too. I was looking for that. All right. There we go. All right, now it's working. It helps if you got some power. All right, there we go. Let that grind up. Let's see. All that's looking good. Let that run out for now. Let's go ahead and grab this. We're going to move that from that, and then this is going to go right here. Now, again, the reason why I have this extender here is to leave room on the base. And one of the things I always find that happens is I get up against where I've actually made a thing to go down into the thing, and my base can continue expands toward it. So we're going to try to back the base up a little bit this way so it's not right up on that all the time. Because if you're coming in and out of there and you're trying to bring resources in and out of there, it does block you, especially when you get into the larger vehicles as well. So we're going to let that run. Now we're going to go ahead and take this and recombine that over on that side. Having the jetpack right now would be amazing. And so we'll take our auto arms off of there. Nope. There, maybe we won't. Thank you for the follow. Electro coming in, showing that follow along. Along with Ebola, I think that is. Thank you so much for coming in, showing some love here in the stream. Thank you for being part of the Teamwork Tycoons. Appreciate it. Now, that's what we do up here. We love to do teamwork and work together. If you like playing some Astroneer, you can come join me here on the Mega server. You can go ahead and find out that information on how to read the rules, and then click that green check mark. And then you can find the Kismet server info on my Discord in there. And you're welcome to come and join me. We're having some fun here building up our scrap empire right over here. And so now, look, here we can put two of these together like this. Now, I wouldn't actually put it like that. Here's what I would do. I would go ahead and put this at the end like this. And then I put this one in such a way that it can grab both of those. It actually goes the other way, by the way. It's currently this way because it is. But I know that's the way because it's green and the blue is the output. So green input, blue output. And then we go ahead and do that, and then we go ahead and bring our, well, we can actually bring our titanium off of there first. Put that on our forge. Oh, all this needs to be reworked. All this needs some work. Big time. All right, let's get our, come on, why can I not click the thing? Get the thing off of there. There we go. The reason why I take that off of there, it's just easier for me to set it there than it is to actually set it up on the furnace itself. It's just one of those things, right? And this game is pretty precise, but I find a lot of time I misclick. And that's because I have a super sensitive mouse, too. My mouse cranked up sensitivity-wise. Put that on there while we're at it. And one of my favorite things to do later is when you get the jetpack, is to jetpack things around. Especially your large containers and stuff like that. Okay, so there we go. So this is the better option right here, which is for it to grab it and then feed it over to there. Now, I don't need two arms for it anymore. I only need the one. But I do need to block these ones right here so it doesn't put those onto there. I only want them to either be here or end up over there. So I'm going to go ahead and try to take this large platform, put it on there. Oh, what a bummer. Can't use it on that one, right? Because we're going to need the really large one to get that unlocked. And to do that, we need to, whoa, look at all these over here. We need to go ahead and get ourselves some more tungsten carbonide. So we needed two of that. Now we're going to do a little bit tougher stuff, which is our steel here. Now, steel's going to need iron, argon, and carbon. So to do that, we need to go get gases. We need to start working on our gases as well. And that's a good thing to get fired up. They did add gas canisters, as well as the ability for your dirt canisters here, your soil canisters, also hold fluids like hydrazine. So a really cool addition there as well. So we definitely want to get our item going first. So we got to get our... so one thing has to be done before other things, right? In this case, our atmosphere condenser needs to get going before we can go ahead and build that larger shredder and build that larger material. So everything has a kind of a precursor to it, right? A thing that you're researching, and then you get to the next thing, and so on and so forth. But let's go ahead and keep this going over here. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of clean this up a little bit. And that's kind of ultimately where I want to end up now, is working toward our ability to go ahead and disconnect all of that. Speaking of disconnect, let's go ahead and disconnect this thing. I really dislike these things most of the time, but let's go ahead and just put it there for now. Again, my goal also is to make sure that people can come in and out of the base and they don't get blocked by any of the tables or whatnot. So I'm going to go ahead and put this one like this and try to just nuzzle it up as close to the base as I can. Maybe something like that. Now watch out when you do it, though, because it can bump it and then go flying into outer space, which you don't want it to do. I mean, it literally would go over the top of a mountain, and you'll never see it again unless you go chase it down. But I'm going to put that right there, and that's going to be my primary conversion spot. And that's going to allow me to take all of these centrifuges and consolidate them together. Isn't that great? I love that kind of progression in the game. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then we can also take these two soil canisters, and we go ahead and put those on there. Now, the only problem with what I'm doing right here is that sometimes it has trouble swapping the canister. So if I put the canister here, it will have trouble going. Now, I can say dispensing soil. There we go. And dispensing soil there, and see if it starts to swap. And that's what you want it to do. You want it to swap the canisters back and forth as it fills it up. Oh, and this one's already off and running. Let's actually tell it to stop. What it's going to do is make some compound from that. And I can make a bunch of stuff. But this is too many on the same one because it has no room to output the item unless you have something to output it to. Now, over here, I've got some empty canisters now. So I can go in. What I would do first is I would take this off like this. Take this off. Take this off. Take one of these. Put it in here so it knows what this should be. I call it priming them. And then put that on there. And then put this back on there. And then that'll automatically go in there. And there we go. Plenty of compound. And there we go. All right, so that's all set up. Looking good. So what do we need to do next? Well, we need to get rid of all this stuff that's just lazing around back here. Look at all this. Look at all this stuff we're going to grind up later. We're going to grind all that up. All that stuff. So what else do I need in my production? Well, first thing I want to do, again, is to extend this area right here so people can get by there. Now, I don't typically use the extenders very much, but I do like this function of the extenders to leave yourself some room. I'm going to kind of turn that, say a little bit like that. Now, it's really cool to use the arches that they have, too. They have these big arches that you can use kind of as entrances and exits of your base. Unlock that, move that out of the way. And then we'll just grab this one here. And we'll say something like that. And don't worry, we'll make a lot of that stuff, more of that stuff later on. But we just want to have enough room here where we can kind of drive in between there. That's what I like to do. That's how I like to build my base. Again, it's your base. You build it however you want. In my case, I like to do that. See, then we'll have room to come through here and bring the resources in and out. You can run through there. You can drive your larger vehicles through there. And we'll adjust for it as we get to the larger and larger vehicles. We'll adjust that kind of entry and exit way. And I used to make everything just jammed up on top of each other, which a lot of people do. That's kind of like starter way of playing the game. It does build up over time. While we're running that, let's get another one over here. Actually, I can just I just use this other one. Why don't I just do that? Hold on, let's just throw that back out of the way. I think it's real fun to just throw stuff like it's trash after a while. Just throw it over there, trash. You know, all that hard work it took you to make that thing, and then now it's just complete trash. All right, let's make sure we lock these, because these you don't want to go flying, because this has a lot of stuff on it. Let's say right there. There we go, and then we'll lock that. Now, what's the next part of my thing? Well, it's creating resources or collecting resources, and then it's converting those resources into items, right? Like, say we do this one right here. That one's going to go ahead and convert it from titanium into the raw titanium here, titanite into titanium, and that's definitely what we want it to do. And so we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and grab this medium over here for right now. We'll tell it to prioritize that medium right there. How are we looking over here on our scrapping? Let's turn that back on. There we go. All right, we got a little bit here. We have just enough. We don't have quite that last one, but we'll go ahead and tell that to go get us some more titanium. So that's working while we're doing something else. Now, again, this is when I start really upping my forges. I strongly suggest to have your forges actually in the center. Now, 2 forges in the center is good enough for now. We can always add more later on. We can have a whole row of them. We have them as far as the eye can see off into the horizon if we wanted to. It's really up to us, right? It's whatever we want to do. Now, again, this is our multiplayer server. It is server number 1. You're welcome to come and join us if you do have it for PC, or if you have it on Xbox. If you have Xbox Game Pass, you're able to do it right now. You're able to come and join me. All right. So the other thing that we want to make over here is going to be another one of these items, another one of these thingies, forges. Right there. They call it smelting furnace. That's what I was trying to remember what they call it. Smelting furnace. All right, there we go. Put that in there. What do we need? Another resin. We got a couple over here. There we go. All right. Melting furnace. Go. Now, while that's doing that, I want this to do some work over here, but not compound. Compound's one of those things that, you know, you probably end up with a lot of that. There we go. We'll let that grab a bunch of compound. Set that over there. Clean up that extra compound we had laying around. This is zinc. There we go. Set that over there. Okay, we got that going. Now, we also need some more of these medium resource canisters. So we're going to get that going. I don't like using these small tables. These small tables, after a while, are just useless. Now, see, this is my starting platform. This starting platform here cannot be gotten rid of. You cannot get rid of it. I think you could actually reset it on the landing pad to go back to its default positions. But what it does, though, is it will take out your auctionator, which you don't want to happen. I know a really great way of recycling this. And again, you can see I can take it, put it over here, and put it in the recycler. We'll put this one here, and we'll grab this other one, which is just the one that was found laying around. Okay, so if I take this one, put it on there, it grinds that one up. The starter platform can't do it. So I have a really great way of recycling that, and it's called put it down in there, and then cover it up. Make a hole. Oh, there's some resin right there. Put it in the hole, cover it up, and it never existed. That's how I get rid of it. Now, normally I would like to get rid of it. Now, I think I'm going to try that later on. I'm going to go in and actually reset that after I get the auctionator, and then have all of that stuff just go back into its packaged form, which seems like a fun thing to do. I don't know. I've never tried that before. It'd be kind of a fun thing to try. Okay, more smelting furnace action. Now, I need this again to make a bunch of these medium canisters. So I need glass and plastic. So we're going to go ahead and rotate these. These are turned the wrong way, if it's going to let me. There we go. Rotate it that way and rotate this that way. Just for temporary. And then we've got some plastic over here, so we'll go ahead and replace this with that plastic. And then we're going to need some glass, which I think this one is glass. Yeah, and I'm just going to kind of manually feed a few of these over to there. Yeah, that's why I stay so zoomed out. Just makes it easier. There we go. And then tell it to make some more canisters. All right, there we go. Go. Now, I also can do the same thing over here. And I can also tell it to loop. But it'd be nice to be able to start those both at the same time. And what we can do is we can get this really cool thing. One of my favorite things in the game now. It's called a button repeater. So we'll go ahead and unlock that. And all we need is a little bit of zinc to get that fired up. So we'll have it do a couple of those. There we go. And then we'll have it do the button repeater. Right here. We need a bit of zinc. Now, I know we have a lot of zinc laying around somewhere. Just got to find it. Probably this one. There it is. All right. There we go. I don't know where that other zinc went. It went somewhere. All right, button repeater. Boom. Now, what button repeaters do, again, they added a lot of automation to the game. Button repeaters allow you to very specifically tell stuff to turn on and off, which is pretty cool. So you go ahead and just target here. Oh, move it out just a little bit more. So say I'm going to target the ground here. I'm going to hit F to create a segment, and then I'm going to target just this one here, right there. And then I'm going to create another branch of this and just target our other small here. Now, if it has enough resources to repeat, I can go ahead and just leave it on repeat if I want. I'm going to turn it off repeat just to show you how cool this thing is. And what we're going to do is go ahead and get some more glass. Put that over here. And so we can have it basically make both of these things again. There we go. Both of those at the same time just by doing the button repeater. And you can do 2, 5, 10, 100, 5,000, whatever you want to do. 5,000 might make your machine come down to its knees, but hey, there you go. There you go. All right, what else we got going here? We got that going. We got our forges going. We got a bit more canisters going. Now, the type of stuff that I always like to create... oh, I made another one of those medium things. I meant to make one of these. Oh, it's okay. I'll use that later anyway. We'll go ahead and put this over here. And what I want to do is typically have a crazy ton of resin. As you can see, I'm always using lots of resin. So let's go ahead and fire up some resin on that one. We'll put just that one on loop. Though I could do all of these. And you know what? Nah, screw it. Let's do all of them. Oh, won't let me change it. That one's broken. Oh, there's resin underneath there. Ah. Put it down before I can put the thing back. There we go. No, it won't let me change it. Weird. Oh, that one's broken. That one's broken. It only let me do compound. That's weird. Well, that was going in the trash up. I don't know why it won't let me change it. Let me put it over here. Its own thing and see if I can get it to work. Maybe that's why it was off to the side. It was glitched out. Again, I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. Yeah, I'm able to change it. I can turn that on. I can turn this, but I can't change it off a compound. No compound in there. Well, maybe I'll let it run out some... Yeah, see, it's weird I can't start it without pressing this button. Yeah, that's what I call trash. When something starts acting funny like that, I'll just scrap it and make another one if I need another one. I don't really need another one now anyway. But if I did, I would make another one. That over there. Okay, so we got that going. We got our soil canister up there. Soil canister there too. Keep those switching back and forth. Let's see how it does. Oh, it's already full. It's already full just that fast, everybody. That's scary. That is scary fast. Okay, more resin. All right, so again, we'll go ahead and prime this with some resin. We'll take these off for a second. Just so they don't put all of that in there. We'll put that there. It'll start grabbing all that out of there. I'm going to go ahead and put this one right here now. That one works there. Not the table. It's definitely a thing. Now, see, I've left this blank spot. It gives it an area to put stuff and take stuff in and out of there. I feel like it's always good to have a little area like that for it to work. All right, there's that resin. We got that going. Okay, now we got tons of resources back here doing tons of different things. The next thing that I like to have in row is all of my 3D printing. All right, so I want my 3D printing to be over here where I can go ahead and manage that. So let's go ahead and grab our very large table over here. And we'll go ahead and just put it at a little angle over here, which is really nice. So I like to put it, again, all in line like so. Now, I'm going to go ahead and micromanage this a bit here. So we're going to go ahead and tell it, okay, if you're going to make this big item, make that actually over here. There we go. Make that item over there. Because otherwise, if I make it over on the edge here, it might roll down the thing, and then I have to go chase it down there. We're going to do that battle in just a moment, by the way, everybody. Don't think I had forgotten. I heard it go off. I'm just trying to finish what I'm doing here. Let me grab all these resources that have fallen on the ground. All right, we'll put this nice and close. Put that like that. Lock that into place. And we're looking good. Now, I'm going to actually set this so it's not doing anything, so it's not in my way there. And then we'll go ahead and bring our mediums over. We'll bring our smalls over as well. And this will just be for all of our 3D printing. Right over there. All right, very nice. And when you pick up your printers and stuff like that, the stuff's going to drop, which is a bummer, but it's okay. It's okay. You can just pick it up, put it where it needs to go in the moment. Oh. In the moment. There we go. Put that over there. Now, eventually, I'll get rid of all these mediums, but I keep a few of them in this kind of transition stage so I can use them for running more materials out and organizing stuff. There we go. That's good enough. Okay, so we got that going. Where's our other medium? There was another one over here. Yeah, there you are. Okay, speaking of organizing. Come on. I'm trying to switch it out with this one in the back. I'll just take the one out then. Normally you can click on it. It will switch it from the one that you have active and put that one down. The one, it'll bring the other one forward. And there we go. Okay, so now we got dual mediums and dual smalls and a large that we can work with. And we'll put these back just kind of over here for right now, even though I'm not really going to use those in the long run. We've got some more canisters here. Okay, now we're looking good. Oh, this is looking sexy. Okay, so now behind here, we want to start putting all of our resources temporarily so that we can organize them and utilize them when we need them. And I do like to leave a little bit of a gap. It's kind of like you run along, grab the resources from back here, and then you feed them into the stuff up here. That's how I like to do it. Again, remember, this is all subjective. This is all whatever you like to do. Could be how you do it, right? Me, I like to do this, and I also like to have it pretty far away. So again, you could drive your vehicle right in between there if you so desire. You can also go in and move this back while it's connected to find that kind of maximum distance, and then lock it into position. And then now I'll take all of this and consolidate it into one spot. See that, how it starts to run it out? So you want to make sure you turn these to run in before you do that. Otherwise, they're all going to end up all over the place. But eventually, I'll have them running out so I can see what they are. There's also another really cool thing where you can store all of these as well. But we're just going to go ahead and consolidate this into one nice little clean spot. Like that. You can even clean this up even more. But I'm going to go ahead and just eliminate all of these. And those will all go in the bigger shredder eventually. It's locked. Kismet, why are you putting them there? They're all going to be in your way. Well, it's because they're about halfway where I want them to be. And then back here. All right, so we got one there, and then we go ahead and grab this other one that we have over here. Bring that forward. Like this, same kind of thing. Again, leaving room between all of our stuff. So we get around nicely. Again, you don't have to jam your base together. I feel like I see people do that all the time. They just kind of just jam all their stuff right on top of each other. Happens in Satisfactory. Happens just about every game. Everybody will start jamming all their stuff as close as possible. You have no room for you to do it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and finish the rest of this while we go ahead and run this battle. Battle time. Let's go. All right, nice job, everybody. Open captain's chest. Boom. Jimbo and Icy getting some love. And Subi with 13 kills coming in overall MVP. One more step toward our loyalty chest and boss there. Go and put my unit down. Come and join us, streamraiders.com. Find the link right there in the chat. Okay, now I'm kind of migrating all of this loot over to this side. That resource back. You know, all this hard work making all of these tables, obsolete. Obsolete. All right. Now, if you stack them up like this, they have a tendency to be real noisy and annoying over there. And then eventually they get all da-da-da-da-da, and they go flying all over the place. So watch out for that. But sometimes they settle. Like, I feel like they've done a little bit better job with it now. They settle a bit more when you do stack them up. And they kind of settle out. See, like that. So they did improve that for sure. Okay, look at this. Lots of big 3D printing. Lots of forging there and centrifuging. Looking nice. And then we're going to go ahead and put our resources just back here to keep it busy. Now we got some empties. We're going to put our empties up here in the front. We got a medium over here that could probably be grinded up. We got some more trash back here. This is all trash. Unlock that now. Now this is not necessarily trash. This is something I could use later, so we'll keep that over there. And all the rest of this over into the trash dump. But look how many tables we had before and how many tables we're using now. And how awesome that is progression-wise in the game, right? You're really streamlining all the stuff that you're doing. Which I find very fun. Oh, that's full. All right. You're like, Kevin, that's too much resin. Oh, you've never played this game before, then. If you think that's too much resin, you know that you can never have too much resin. And right at this stage, I just go full resin. I just like go to town on that resin. There we go. All right, we'll let that run. We're going to, we got some titanium over here we could be forging up. There we go. We got a little canister here. We can go ahead and use that over there. Bring these babies over here to be scrapped later. Again, a garbage pile of these suckers now. And this way it is when you get iron. When you get iron from Glacier, or wherever you get iron from, there's actually several planets that allow you to get it. That's when the game really kicks in. Because you can really do this big stuff. Alright, I feel like we probably could use another table for that. And we could use a bunch more tables for other things. So we're going to go ahead and flip this back on again. We're going to say, alright, large platform C's. Go ahead and make a loop of that. Go. And off it goes. Now, the problem is it's using some of the thing right here for the shredder. So I'm going to go ahead and go like that. And now it's going to get it going on. Now, somewhere, which is hard to see right now, somewhere my iron is sitting here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this like this. We'll zoom way in. I'm going to turn these in opposite directions. We obviously know what that one is. That's easy. Some of these are real easy because they're like color-coded or whatnot. But me, I like to turn them like this in opposite directions and then run them out. If I'm looking for that particular thing, I can just go ahead and grab out that particular thing when I need it. Same thing over here. I'll just grab it and put it in my backpack in this stage. And in the later stage, I'll go do it. Now look at that. It's trying to consolidate the aluminum together. But let's go ahead and turn this back off. And the reason why we want to do that is because we want to lift these up and turn them. And if we do the wrong thing, see, it's going to do that. All right, so we want that to pick that up. Put that in there. Get them all oriented first, then run them out. And then I find that's much easier visually. You can also, again, memorize all of those symbols. I don't bother. I'm not going to remember. I have memory problems. But that's going to make it nice to see. Okay, there's my copper. Oh, there's my ammonium. Oh, there's my glass. There's my stuff. I like to see the actual physical item because that makes it a lot easier for me to know what that thing is as opposed to trying to guess. Because all of the ones at the top here, all of these kind of holograms at the top are look the same. I want to be able just to look at it visually and know it instantly on my end. Now, another thing we want to do is to go in and take that out, and we're going to forge this up right over here. Now, if I pull this off here, all this other stuff is going to start doing that. And that's okay. That's fine. I can always have it go back in again. But I want to forge all this up. So I'm going to go ahead and turn these on. And both of these are going to forge all that sulfurite up in to aluminum, and then we can put that all back in there later on. Or in here later on. Got that going. All right, what other trash do we got? We got some trash here. We got this. We can go ahead and take out of there. We've got some other stuff that we can deal with. Titanium here. All right, organizing. The key to any base is keeping it organized. And progressing as the game progresses. Okay, now that's something I could go ahead and grind down right now. Let's get that going. What else could I be grinding down? Do I really need this right now? Probably not. Let's get rid of that. What else we got over here we could grind down? It doesn't look like anything else. Okay, how about this medium storage? Yeah, let's get rid of that too. Alright, now we're talking. Now, another thing we could do over here, because this is producing a ton of zinc, is go ahead and take the zinc, prime this for zinc, and then take this off, and then have it just grab it all. And that's going to keep it from stopping, which is super useful. And any of these that are empty now, I'll just go ahead and get rid of. And if I need them, I can always make more resin and utilize them later. Right now, we just want to kind of clean house on our base. Get it all nice and organized. There's another one of these. Okay, another one of these, ready to rock. And where do we want to use this one? I'd say we'll use it way in the back here. We need to move this vehicle out of here. Again, always want to think about your vehicle paths. How does a vehicle get around? Right? Vehicle can drive right through here. Vehicle can get around this way. Vehicle could go down there if it wants to. It can go through here. That tether's kind of in the way though, but it can still go all the way through the base. Go ahead and turn around here. If I end up going down this way, how do I get back up again? Well, I've got a ramp over there on that side. So I go ahead and turn around. And again, if you're the base builder, you should be thinking about this. Not just, you know, your convenience, but the convenience of the people who are coming in and out of your base. I can also try to go over stuff like that. I can, you know, push things out of my way. But I can also get in between here as well. That's what I'm always thinking about. Now, obviously, the larger vehicles are not going to get through there. But your smaller vehicles will be able to get around wherever you want them to go. I'm going to go ahead and take this vehicle and just kind of park it up here at the top. There we go. Let that sit there for a bit. And then go ahead and flatten this out a little bit over here. Extend that back. Like so. Now, you might notice that I'm also less worried about these tethers and whatnot. These tethers actually will be a hindrance in the long run. But again, leaving lots of room. There we go. So we can move back and forth. I could probably get rid of some of those tethers as well. Okay, more resources in the back. Okay, well, what do we got here? We've got a little bit of zinc, a little bit of stuff here that we can go ahead and feed into different canisters. So we can go ahead and go like this and set these canisters over here. And say I wanted to feed those into something, it would automatically grab in there. Like if I wanted to grab the glass. But the second I pick up this glass, that's going to be a problem. It'd be nice if you could turn those off. Or you could have them set to output, but also have them off. So So that's going to grab that, and now we're good. But here's the problem right here. Now I have to go and turn every single one of these. There's always a plus and minus to everything that you do, everybody. But you can turn those all like that and put that back. Or you can just memorize all the symbols, and then you don't have to run them out like me. All right, we got zinc over there as well. What else we got? We got a whole bunch of other materials here. Put that over there. I'm going to grab this titanium, put that over there. Now, right now, titanium is the scarcest thing that I have. We're going to put that right over there. There we go. All right, so what do we got? We got resin, we've got titanium, and we've got ceramic. So where's our ceramic? Good question, good question. Let's run around, look for it. Let's go ahead and run these all back in again. This is ceramic right there, which tells me there's some ceramic around somewhere. That's glass. See, now it's hard for me to tell. Which one is my ceramic? Where is it? Is this one? No, that's glass. See, it's hard for me to tell because the ceramic and the glass look very similar to each other. And that's why that's pretty tough to see it when it's running in. Again, that would be one of my suggestions, is to make it so you can run it out, but have it turned it off. And then as you pull it out of there, all the other ones won't run into the thing. A good thing to add in the long run. Okay, so that's good there. And we can go ahead and deal with those other resources later. We've got another canister here, a nice empty canister we can use later. Let's put those in the middle. Now, wherever my kind of working area is where I set my empties, right? Or empties or stuff that I'm looking for, like that. I typically will set it out here. Now, this one right here, you can see that it is full. I have way too many of these small canisters in here now. And so, bye-bye, small canister. Okay. And we're also out of this, so we go ahead and put that in there. And off it goes. Pretty cool. I like to have at least as many extra canisters here as there is centrifuges here. It's a tendency to work really well. Remove segment. That's what I'm trying to do. Pick up, remove segment. Remember how to do that. Let's move this back over here. Mess around with that later. Okay, we're shaping up over here. Looking good, looking good. What do we got back here? We've got, looks like some medium storages. Right there. We've got some solid fuel thrusters. We can just go ahead and keep over here by our landing pad. We've got some organic. Now, I'll stop using this landing pad over here and just use this one. And that's because I can put it exactly where I want it to go. And if this one is blocked, the bubble that's over the top of your base typically will not be there because it's actually blocked. And it looks like it's actually on right now, which is funny. Take that off of there so it doesn't look like it's on. So basically, I'll just let that one sit there. And this way it gives me more control over where I'm landing and where I'm putting my resources and whatnot using the landing pad. And that's why you'll see me do that. Again, I like to talk about why I'm doing stuff, not just what I'm doing, but why I'm doing stuff as I go along on the stream. I feel like understanding the concepts of why is more important than anything else. Okay, so we got that going. Now what we need is we need an area where we can just do a lot of conversions of our higher end resources with our chemistry labs. So our chemistry labs, I'm going to go ahead and start putting them actually in the second row, right back here. So, hey, thank you for the follow. M Bunny's coming in, showing some love. Also, Serban, Electro, and Ebolo earlier. Thank you so much. And if I already called you out, I'll call you out again because, hey, it's my stream. I can do whatever I want. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Can you use the repeater button on the storage cannons? You can. Actually, there's a really great technique I'll show you later when we're using automation. where we're using our platforms to turn the canisters on and off by using the button repeater, by actually activating the entire table. That we can actually do. We can actually turn all of them off and all of them on just easily by using the button repeater. And thank you for foreshadowing what I'm going to be doing here in just a minute. But first, we're going to go ahead and put our chemistry station in. Now, the chemistry station, by default, it actually starts on rubber. Rubber is the very first item. Nanocarbon alloy is the highest item. Rubber is the very first item. So what goes along with rubber? Organic and resin. And you're like, but now I know what's up. That's why you were making so much resin. You know it, bro. Right over here. So now we've got some resin, but we need organic. Do we have any organic? I would say no. I would say we're probably completely out. Now over here we've got another medium canister, but I don't necessarily want to use it for the resin. We want to use it for some organic. Now we got a bit of a problem because we have a bunch of extra resources on here, and we can go ahead and use our medium if we want. Just say, you know what, I'm just going to throw it on the medium. But what I would rather do is have one that was way better than the medium. Instead of continuing to use those, we want to start using our silos. Now our silos are pretty epic right here. These medium silos, they hold a lot more. So we're going to unlock that. That's in our small printer. And then we're going to walk over here and we're going to say, okay, we want to make some silos. You're like, wait a minute, Kismet. Did you think it so far ahead that you went and scrapped all that stuff so that you could come back and actually make some silos this basically an hour and 45 minutes later? Yep. That's how far I think ahead, everybody. That's exactly why I got that titanium, is so I could replace these smaller ones, the medium ones, now with the silos. And watch how big the silos are compared to the mediums. That's a lot. That's a lot. All right, I would rather prefer to use that than to use those mediums over here. So let's go ahead and just feed this into here temporarily. And I can also transfer this to the other thing. I actually want to turn this off. Turn that off. Let's turn this off before I forget too. There we go. I can actually transfer this later into a canister, but for right now, we're just going to go ahead and let these things do their thing. There we go. And you'll see me start to use a lot of these, and you can even stack those basically 8 and 8, so you have 16 of those stacked on one thing for when you're making your using your 3D printer over there, and you'll see me do that later on as well. But we got to get a bunch of stuff unlocked first. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some organic. So let's go ahead and set this. We're going to go ahead and tell this to be organic now. We're going to go ahead and tell it to fire that up. And actually, you know what? Just go ahead and repeat that as well. Over here, organic. Turn that on, repeat, and fire it up. Now, I could use the thing that turns it on and off and all of that. But right now, it's just good enough for it to run that. And then it's going to keep swapping it until this canister gets full. Now, since it's the only resource that's going to show up, and this canister right now is set to enable input, it's going to automatically grab the first thing it can, which in this case is organic. And so that's just going to run and run and run until it fills up with more organic than it can handle. Now I can go ahead and say, okay, cool, I can go ahead and use this over here for my smelting, but that resin doesn't smelt into anything. Oh, wait, hold on. I can go ahead and use this over here for my 3D printing. Now we're getting somewhere. How about we make another one? Let's go. Actually, let's keep making as many as we possibly can. Now, here's another great trick. You can also run out some resin or run the resin in. In this case, I'm going to do both. So I'm going to go ahead and replace one of these with this, and I'm going to run some out. And what it's going to do is it's going to fill that up. But then it's going to start filling this up. Like that. And then I'm going to pull it off of there temporarily. I'm going to pull this off of here. Then I'm going to do a little trickery here. I'm going to go like that. And I'm going to tell it to go the other way. And tell it to drain all that in. So basically what I did is I emptied some of this out onto this. And then I'm now clearing off these mediums automatically. It's doing all the work for me. Which I love it to do. I love it to do all the work for me. Why do I got to do all the work? Right? Automate that work, everybody. And the same thing over here. We go put that on there, and that will grab that off and fill that up. And then once that's filled, all right, we're good. We've now kind of cleaned up those mediums. We now have some more mediums we can go ahead and grind up over here. We also have a smaller table here. Really, it's kind called a large platform, but it ain't that large. These are large. These are extra large. Like extra large fries. All right, let's get it going. Okay, now this is actually stopped because we got to take our titanium off of here so it can feed that stuff forward. There we go. Pull that off of there. Let that forge up that titanium. So I didn't have to go and get the titanium. I just scrapped a bunch of extra stuff I had around my base. Very valid way of playing the game. Not necessary, really, to scrap it all. You can just go collect all the resources and do it that way. But I enjoy it. I feel like it's a lot of fun. All right, so now we got another one of those, and I'll probably put that right behind this one. Very nice. Okay, now this last one over here is what I call the feed area, where I'll feed stuff in there. Now what I need is I need some iron right now, and I can't really tell which one's iron. This one's zinc, that one's that. Now a great thing to do, by the way, another thing to do to help yourself with all of these resources is to put all of the like metals together. So I'm going to put all the metals over here together. So now I got all the metals together, right? I got compound here. That's like a basic thing. We got resin. Put those together. And kind of consolidate items based on what they are. What kind of element they are, right? And we've got glass there. Oops. Did not want to do that. I do that all the time. That's why they added a lock feature. I thought I locked that one. Apparently not. That's okay. We'll just connect it again. There we go. We'll lock this one back here, too. I really got to get used to the lock feature. Okay. Put that glass back there. Extra resin back here. It's kind of like my extra stuff back there. So I put all that. This is more compound. So I have my main compound up there, and this is like double, right? I have a compound and a compound, and I have a glass and a glass, and a resin and a resin. So we'll put that back there. Oh, look at this. More laterite that could be converted. Let's get that laterite in here. Laterite doesn't do you any good other than unlocking research, staying in its raw form. So it's better to convert all that stuff together. So what is the stuff I'm looking for the most right now? Well, the things I'm looking for the most are my metals. We get that going. This is ammonium over here. This is not a metal, but that's something I could use later on. This is our raw resource, which is quartz, which becomes glass. You use both quartz and glass. Quartz is used for beacons, and then also unlocking research areas, and then glass is used for just about a bunch of other stuff, including a thing we need to unlock for oxygen as well. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat. Good morning, Grimshard. How you doing? Thanks for being there. Hey, Sabin, what's up? Is this all you doing the base and building, or others are involved as well? Others are involved. This is all, we did this in like 3 hours yesterday. Of course, I did it, I've been going about 2 hours today, and I've kind of done the big things and all of that. We did this basically like 5 hours worth of gameplay, which is pretty amazing. That tells you the power of how amazing the teamwork is in games, but also in everything else you do in your life. The power of doing something like the other day, I was out doing the leaves in the front yard. Well, me, my twins, my twin girls who are 12, and then the wife, we went out there and the kids used the little blowers. I have 2 of them, and they blow the leaves across, and I raked them, and then the wife's out there raking. We raked them all up into a pile, and it took us 15 minutes. Now, if I'd done it by myself, it would have took about an hour, hour and a half. But because we all worked together, it literally took us all 15 minutes. We got it done. We're like, hey, great job, everybody. And that was it. That was it. I just did the front yard, by the way. I didn't do the backyard. So that would have took a lot longer. But it was quick and easy. And the same thing when it comes to games. Same thing when you go into work. When you know how it is, and you guys put a 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about, how it is to work with people who don't work well with others, right? Who drag the team down. The same thing is when you're in a guild and you're going to run a raid or whatever. If you got that one person who is the person who's just negative all the time, who doesn't work well, who keeps standing in the fire, to keep standing in the acid, they don't know their skill rotations. All that stuff adds up to frustration for the entire group. And it's tough to work with people like that. I don't like to work with people who are negative. I don't care if you're the best player in the world. You could be the best player in the world. I have a strict no a-hole people. I almost said the bad word. No a-hole people. If you want to be an a-hole, you go do that by yourself. I don't want to be involved in any of that. I'm too old for that to hope that people become decent people, right? Bro, I don't got time for that kind of people, and neither do you, everybody. Don't suck up your time, justifying why those people are being disrespectful or rude or whatever. They should know not to do that. Once they pass like 20 years old or even 25, 30 years old, they shouldn't have an excuse to say, hey, I can do whatever I want. I can be an a-hole all day long. You sure can, but you're not going to do it around me because I don't want to be involved in it. You go be an a-hole all day long by yourself. But if you want to join me on the server and whatnot, you got to have at least that basic respect for other people. What I call a level 1 human being, right? There's level 0 who only cares about themselves and they only want to do what they want to do, which is okay. But they're also very rude and they have zero empathy for other people. They're disrespectful and all of that. That's a level zero human being. That's the lowest level you can be as a human being. And then you level up a little bit in life where you have empathy for others. You care about the results of what other people are doing. You care whether they live or die or not. To even just the most basic level. You don't have to try to save the entire world, but you could have at least the most basic empathy for other people, where you don't go and like destroy their stuff, right? Like if someone came in and just like destroyed all this stuff, they'd be permabanned forever. I wouldn't even bother with them. They'd be gone forever. And they'd also be banned from my channel because I warned them, I told them ahead of time, and they made the conscious choice to be an a-hole. That's something you really need to keep in mind, that they're making the conscious choice to be rude and disrespectful to you. And that tells you that if they are, they don't care about you. And that's my kind of gauge. Does this person care about me? No? Well, I don't care what they have to say then. Why do I care about what they have to say if they don't care about me? And that's a real thing to watch out for in life. People sometimes just want to use you. Right? Happens a lot to females too. Very heavy. Like people treat females like they're trophies, right? Like they're a trophy you put up on the shelf. They're living human beings with thoughts and emotions and feelings, people. Treat them with respect, right? And you go, well, girl gamers and all that stuff. Hey, I've had some of the best female gamers of all time in my guild. They are going to be way better at a whole bunch of games than I'll ever be in my entire life. So show them some love out there, everybody. Treat them with respect. I don't think that is going to do any good by being disrespectful to people. Now, again, it's your life choices, but every now and again, I get a little kids talk in here, tell you my point of view, and then leave it to you to make your choices. I'm not here to make your choices for you. You make your own choices. For sure. All right, we got lots of stuff backlogging in here. We can't even forge anything. We got so much backlogging. Let's see. We got any room in our aluminum over here? Let's go see. Yeah, we got a little bit of room there. We go ahead and pull that aluminum kind of manually over there just to get this fired back up again. What's this? Oh, that's iron. Oh, hey, I'm looking for iron. How convenient. That's the very thing I'm looking for. Let's run that out. Yay! All right, go make some more tables. See, that's the thing I was looking for that whole time. See, when I stopped looking for it, that's how I found it. When you look for it, then you can't find it anymore. All right, we'll put that zinc back up there. So we need to put more aluminum here. This has got a couple more we can fit in there. Now, one of the things about it's nice that when it's full is when the item is full, it actually sits at the top, and you can actually see what it is. That's very useful. Zinc, tungsten, aluminum, more aluminum there. We actually have a double aluminum here. So when we have a double aluminum, just like everything else, we have extra. I'll wait for that to forge up. Now, another thing we could use is these right over here, so that we have more room for it to forge it up and to run it out and run it in. But also what you can do is you can just tell it to stop dispensing that laterite and let it catch up a little bit, right? For sure. And we'll get that resin out of there. Put that back here. Yeah, these are all the extra resources that we have in the back here. All right, this is just extra stuff that we found. We can put it in a canister. We keep it out of our way. So it's not just all laying around in our way. Now, speaking of, while we're over here, let's go ahead and make some more of these items. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just tell it to make these silos whenever it can automatically. And so I'm just going to start feeding not the zinc, but I'll put the zinc up there too. I'm just going to start feeding the titanium right in there. And as I get more and more titanium on there, it'll go ahead and automatically kick in. There's some titanium there. And you can see we've lost power because our wind and power have kicked off. That's okay. It'll start back up eventually. There we go. That'll start up. What do we got here? Tungsten carbonide, tungsten carbonide. I'm going to use that later. Picking up. There it goes. And then I can go ahead and move some of this titanium over here. And it's going to keep making me some silos. And it's going to convert all that aluminum. Now, again, you're going to find that quite often you're just going to need more and more of whatever it is, right? I need more aluminum. I need more of whatever. But I really need more canisters because that's the thing you constantly want to build up. And eventually you'll have a canister that holds a bunch of these. You have one canister that can hold 400 versus the amount that these can hold, which is 32, right? So 400 versus 32. That's a huge, huge difference. And that's what we're working toward. We're working to get our nanocarbon alloy. That's kind of our biggest resource that we can gather. And then, of course, that makes all the highest level items in the game. We'll keep working toward that. Now, so now we got this going. Now, back here, again, we're going to go ahead and work on the rubber. And we're going to go ahead and make some of this. So right here, we've got our chemistry lab. And we've got our resin, which it needs. See, it needs resin and organic. Well, hey, we made a bunch of organic over here. Let's grab that. Let's bring that over. Go ahead and put this back here for now. Put that on there. Run that out. Run that out. That's going to run that out as much as you want. But there's a little bit of a problem here. We're going to go ahead and take all of this off of here too. Because what we want to do is we want to actually have this where it makes the items, and then it goes ahead and grabs the finished item and puts that away for us, right? We want to actually put it away into a storage container that goes along with this. So in this case, it's going to be my first two materials, which is rubber and then also plastic, right? So what I want to do is I want to make myself some more of those, right? I want to make another chemistry lab. So we'll go ahead and go chemistry lab. What do we need? Tungsten, glass, and ceramic. Okay, that seems easy. So back here, we'll go, okay, where's some tungsten at? Do we even have that much tungsten? Good question. Right here, tungsten. So I'm going to pull the tungsten off so it doesn't fill up the entire thing full of it. Right there. And feed that up in there. Now, here's another thing I can do is I say, you know what? Okay, this is empty now. Let's just go ahead and feed all this tungsten straight in there. So when I need it later, it'll just be stacked there. And now I have two empties. Okay? Don't need it in there anymore. So you constantly do a lot of that stuff. So tungsten. So what else? And we're going to make a lot of chemistry labs. So we're going to need a lot of glass and a lot of ceramic. So I noticed over here also that I have a bunch of ceramic. So let's go ahead and grab this ceramic from over here. Move that back over here. And again, my thing turned off due to power, but don't worry. We'll work on that later. And then we'll put this up in here. We'll put this up in here. We'll put that resin in there. And there we go. Now, what else do we need? Glass. That's pretty easy. We know we have a bunch of that way in the back here. And we'll go ahead, bring that forward. And you can see I'm starting to mix and match a bunch of various resources onto there. So I can just keep this perpetual thing going. And so now we're just going to set this off, everybody. All right, go ahead and make chemistry labs on loop. Go ahead and make our medium silos on loop. Right? Go ahead and make our canisters on loop. Where are you? There we go. Medium resource canister as well. All right, go to it. Need some plastic. Do I have any more plastic left? I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt it. All right, there it goes. Now look at all this stuff that dropped on the ground here. Why did that drop on the ground? That's because it had no place to go back to because I put way too much glass on there. So I'm going to have to grab that glass back. We're going to try to clean up our mess here a little bit. Now, if you notice, I stay zoomed out a lot. I do try to zoom in when I'm doing anything that is kind of detail-oriented. But most of the time, I will just stay zoomed out when I'm actually playing the game. It just makes it easier for me to see what I'm doing. All right, same thing, medium canisters. All right, there we go. Anytime we have enough resources for a medium canister, go ahead and fire that up. Anytime we have enough titanium for stuff, go ahead and make the silos. Anytime we have enough for making these big, ginormous things here, enough power and enough resources, it's just going to fire it up. So let's go ahead and take our titanium here and tell it to go do its thing. There we go. We'll put our extra resources off to the side here. Now this one we can probably get rid of. Again, you can see I'm slowly migrating away from these small containers and grinding those up in exchange for titanium. Again, I go to the planet and get the titanium much quicker and faster, for sure. But in this case, we're going to keep this going. Now we're going to turn these off and turn that off. Okay, there we go. And then we can go ahead and put these into here. Like that. And then we put that on there and I'll get those last couple. Okay, nice. Now, actually, this we want to run over here and then run it out. So it goes in and makes a bunch of carbon. And we have some carbon somewhere. Did we use it up? I don't know. I can't remember. But let's just go ahead and put it right here. And, or actually, hold on. Before we put it there, we're going to have it smelt one of these out. There we go. Put that in there. And then put that on there. Oh, tell it to go the other way. There we go. And now it's going to just put all that carbon in there as well. Look at that, another big giant table. Ah, big old silo. So instead of using this one back here, let's go ahead and take this out. Put that there as a nice overflow, right? So we fill up the canister. It'll keep going. It'll go onto the medium silo, and then that fills up. And then we can take the canister off and put another canister on and draw that out of there, and so on and so forth and so on. Now, I also need to make a lot of carbon, as always, and constantly doing carbon. So I'm actually going to set this organic to, again, back to loop. Right over there. But I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to be turning this on and off a lot. Let's go ahead and just automate this. Make it a little bit easier for us to do. Now, I could connect it to the table itself, which would turn everything on and off. Sometimes you want that, and sometimes you don't. In this case, I don't. I want to just have the ability to put that there and control this one. And control this one, because I want to turn these off from time to time so I can then take the resource and change the resources to something else. But they are set to repeat, and right now they're both set to organic. And so I can start both of them at the same time, just like that. Now, I am eventually going to run out of dirt over here, and that's okay. I can always go get some more. What else we got going over here? Another chemistry lab. We've got some medium resource containers. I'm going to do both at the same time, which are going to knock each other around. One's actually a medium silo, and the other one's a medium resource container. Okay, now this is going to go over here, and then we're going to go ahead and say, okay, what's this going to make back here? Well, we already got rubber, so now we need plastic. So we need carbon, and we need compound. Now, we just happen to have a bunch of compound back behind here somewhere. We had one that was full right here. So we'll put that compound in there, like so. Now we need to find our carbon. Carbon's typically square. And we'll go ahead and look here. This is quartz. Let's put that up in there. This is glass. We'll put that back there. And we had some carbon, but I believe we used that carbon up. And we're going to need to make more carbon to get that going. But luckily over here, it's doing the job that I needed to do by making a bunch of that. Now, I need to make sure my canister is going input so that it pulls all of this out of here so that my centrifuges can continue to run and continue to make that organic. All right, that's all looking good. Now we made some carbon over here that we need right now. Wow, how convenient. Kids was thinking like 200 IQ ahead. I know, right? All right, now see, these right here are perfectly set because they only use 2 items. And because they only use 2 items, they don't use gas, then you don't have to feed the gas in as well. Don't worry, I know about the battle, everybody. We're going to do a battle here in a second. Just trying to finish my point here. We only need to feed those basic items into these things, right? So this is the perfect combo. The only problem is the output of these items, right? So they're going to output rubber and they're going to output that, but we want to grab that and we want to feed that backwards into other containers, which are going to hold the finished item, right? And we're going to make a lot of rubber and a lot of plastic there so we can use it for making stuff, okay? Now back here we have this nice little area. Now, we could use this area right here, and we could grab it from there. But you can also utilize your other tables you have sitting around. If you have any small tables and whatnot, you can go ahead and utilize those as well. Now, there's one that is kind of a special place in my heart that I like to use is these kind of ones right here, which are the medium T platforms, which only take 2 resins, so it's pretty easy. So let's go over here, and let's go ahead and change this over. And I'm going to tell it to not do that large storage and become something else. There we go, like that, just to get out of there. We'll put that over there. Look at how many big tables we got. Nice. We're just going to keep making all the stuff. See, the raw resources is not your most important thing. The most important thing is what you make from those raw resources. All right, we're over here, and I forgot what I was making. Oh, medium T platform. Here we go. Now, these are my favorites for multiple reasons. But we'll go ahead and get that going. Oh, it's a power problem. You're going to have this a lot in the very beginning. Power problem. We need lithium is what we need right now to solve this particular problem. And we're going to take care of that in a minute. But speaking of that, let's go ahead and grab this over here while we're waiting for our power to kick back in again. And we're going to prime our vehicle over here. Now, we don't need these mediums anymore, do we? Nope. Put that right over there. And then we go ahead and put this in here. Oh, I put it inside there, which I was going to do here in a minute. So we put these in here, and we can go collect a bunch of resources and put those on there. But there's actually even a more awesome way, and actually we just saw it a second ago over here, and that is to make our other item here. And I use these in the beginning because they're super cheap. Large storage, there we go. We'll fire that up. Look how long that's taken. Come on, wind. Kick in, wind. Either my wind or when the sun comes up, my solar kick in. But most likely the wind's going to kick in first. And see, we should have had a backlog of all the energy because we were probably making more energy than we were using. And then we had a backlog of it. We could have been keeping going. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and do this battle. Let's fire it up. Let's see. Well, it's very good. Great job, everyone. Yeah, they're crushing it. Again, remember, you can come join me. You can play on Xbox or on PC via Steam or Xbox if you have Game Pass. Remember, Astroneer is free or part of your Game Pass. You can come and join us. If you're not sure on how to join us, everybody, you can go ahead and find that out right there on my Discord. You go ahead and click that link in the Discord. And it will take you, or click that link in the chat. It'll take you to the Discord. Look for the rules section. Click on the rules section in my Discord. You read those rules. You say, Kismet, I'm down with those rules, bro. I like working as a team. I like being awesome. Then you go ahead and click that little green check mark at the bottom. That'll give you access to the server info. You can go ahead and click on the server info and come and join us. Make sure to always be respectful of other people. If you're not, then you're insta-banned. Don't do that. I don't like banning people for any reason. I don't like to fire people. I don't like to ban people. I always get like backed into a corner where I have no choice but to let people go or to ban people or whatnot through their actions. Not my fault. I don't want to do it. I don't want to be involved in it at all. I don't want to be involved in any drama. I don't want to be involved because it just drains my energy to be involved in all of that stuff. I've learned at my age that I don't want to be involved in any of that. Some people like love drama because they have like a boring life. They don't have enough stuff going on in their life, and they want to be involved in that drama because they think it makes their life more exciting. When meanwhile, everyone around them, it's just sucking their energy out. Just draining them of energy. All right, let's go ahead and give you guys some love. Sabin, Subi, Reaper, that's Reaper, and Jimbo coming in overall MVP. Congrats on that extra loot, everybody. Very nice. All right, we're just a couple steps away from that blue chest. We're going to try to rock that. Now, make sure to come and join us now, everybody. You got to get into a few battles ahead of time so you have the chance of getting that blue chest. Don't just do the blue one because you have to play some previous ones to get a chance to get that one. If I'm remembering the game mechanics right. I think that is right. That is correct. Okay, let's get back to it over here. Let's go ahead and switch back. My cursor thing's throwing me off. There we go. All right, so now we have, I'm going to turn my sound back on. Now we have this right here, which is our large storage. Now later on we'll get one that's even better. But for right now we're going to go ahead and use this one because these are the resources we've got. And so we can put this on here just like we did with the other stuff. We can now, instead of just 2 of those, okay, let's just put it on there. Sometimes it's real awkward. Oh, wait, no, we can't put it on there. That's right. Hold on. No. We can't put it on there. This is a medium. I forgot. I'm so used to the large ones. The mediums do not have a line down the middle of them. up there that you can see. There should be a line down the middle that aligns to the bottom of this. Now, it's kind of hard to see underneath this. I guess we could just kind of put it up there. But it's got to be eye-shaped, right? It's got to be eye-shaped like our tables. If you don't know what I mean, I'll go ahead and go over here and show you what I mean. Like this. See how it's got the red part in the center? It's got to have that for this to snap there. If it doesn't have it, it won't snap it up there. But also good for using for our canisters as well, right? So now we got more room. Instead of just having 2 of them there, we've now doubled it up. We have 4 of them there. And then later on, we have ones that have like 8 of them on each one, which is pretty awesome. So all we can do right now is do this on the medium. That's right. I totally forgot about the little I-beam thing. And there we go. So now we got 3 of them in there. That's a lot. That's a good amount, just considering right at the beginning. You're like, Kismet, no, you're not going to put a auctionator in there? Nope. Don't even have it unlocked unless someone unlocked it. I don't unlock it ever until like the end of the game. I really don't. Yeah, someone unlocked it. Yeah, see, somebody unlocked the auctionator. I would not spend the research on auctionator, even though we have like 60,000 right now. I would not spend the research on the auctionator because I use vehicles as an auctionator. I use the small vehicles, the tractors, and then eventually mediums and larges. Most of the time now, because I've played through the game so many times, I actually skip the medium. And I go right to the large vehicle because I'm going to gather all the resources that allow me to do that large vehicle here in just a moment after we get all this squared away. All right. So right now, what do we need? Well, we need iron and we need titanium. But before we need that, we need power. Power should be your priority always. Only very rarely do I prioritize something more than power. Right? Now, we have plenty of power. Right now, I'm producing excess power. The problem is I'm not storing that power, right? Oh, look at this. Whoop, whoop. Go get me some more titanium, bro. I'm not storing that power. And the fact that I'm not storing that power comes back to bite me later when I need that power at nighttime when I don't have my solar to help me out. Look at this empty resource container. Yes, please. What do we got over here? Let's run some more of this laterite out. Here's what we're going to do. Watch. We'll run a little bit of this laterite. Then we'll stop. Oh, wait. I got some right there. That aluminum there. And then I'll prime that. Actually, I'll put this back over here so all that'll go in there. I'll turn that on. And that's going to do that for days. It's going to literally just convert all of that into there. Later on, we get the large canisters where we'll put 400 iron down, and it will, or 400 raw iron, and then it will make 400 processed ignits, right? That's going to be awesome. Wait till we get to that stage. All right, back to my little table here. I got a little distracted from. This is called the T platform. We had lots of fun with this last time, and I'll show you how I use the T platform. We're going to go ahead and just set it right here in front of our resources, right? So this is going to tell us exactly what should be sitting right here. So we'll say resin and organic, right? That's what we want to do. Now we got organic and resin here. Now we want this to run out, so it goes into there. And the same thing here. Want this to run out, so it goes into there. Easy. Same thing on the other side. Run out, run out. And so now both of those are ready to create that particular resource. But the reason why I made the T platform is the T platform here does a few things for me. First, it reminds me what resources go in this particular position. It also is going to allow me to put gas down there and remind me of what gas goes along with this one, as well as it will allow me to put down a button repeater like this right over here. Now, I don't need any gases for that particular one there, but I'm going to go ahead and make a button repeater that's going to allow me to more easily control what it's doing over there. So let's go and make another one of those. Now, again, look how much easier it is when you get into this stage. I just switch to what I want, and then it makes what I want because it's got all the resources kind of stacked up on those silos back there. There's another medium T platform. Now, I can go ahead and put that on my backpack. Button repeater, I can put that on my backpack. And just run over here and then pull it out of my backpack when I get here. So there we go. So I like to put it on the end there. That works pretty great. And then same thing on this side. We'll go ahead and do that. And then we'll run back over here and we'll go ahead and try to make another. Oh, we don't have enough zinc. Oh, well, I know exactly how to fix that problem, right? We go over here, which we've run a bunch of glass out. I should probably run some of that out first. And then we find our zinc. Where's our zinc at? Oh, it's right there. Okay. All right, that's good enough. Run that zinc out. And then we're going to have a backlog of it up on there. Now, again, remember, this just scales up and scales up and scales up to a point where we just have literally hundreds of resources sitting there before we can make anything that we want to make. All right. Put that over there. I'll put it back the other way. Put this one back the other way, and I'll just set them off to the side. Now, back to over here we go. I'm going to turn this just like this. Then I'm going to go ahead and snag this compound, and I'm going to snag that carbon from up there because it's just convenient. And then do that. All right, cool. Now we need another button repeater. Let's go over here and fire one up. I love the little noise it makes, too. Okay, so now I have complete control over what's going on with my canisters and my items. So if I want to go ahead and have complete control not only of the one thing, which is our chemical thing here, chemistry station. God, my brain stopped there. Our chemistry lab, but we also want to have control over the canisters themselves so that the canisters, and we can go ahead and just do this as well. We can just chain off of that. And then we can go ahead and say, that's good enough. All right. And then we can turn this on or off, depending on however we want, right? So we can set this to input or output, right? Like I just turned that on, right? And these are already on. But if I want to turn them the other way, I can say, you know what? I changed my mind. Go the other way. But notice that this is not kicking in. The reason why I find that that doesn't work is because you want to branch these individually. So we pick these up, remove that, and then we'll branch them individually like that. Now we can see that this one is on because it's got the green light. Let's zoom in. You can see there's a green light on the end of it, and then this one is off. So now we got a little bit of a problem of they're not in sync anymore. So let's go ahead and turn that. Now look, they're in opposite sync directions. See, this one's working, but this one's not. So let's take that back off, remove that segment, take this off, right over here. And then this one is currently on. So let's turn that to off, right? Let's see what its state is. Right now its state is currently off. And then we go ahead and change this to its disable output. There we go. Now we're going to put a pin here. And then I'm going to click out, left click, remove that segment, and then make another segment individually to both of those. Now again, look at the difference in that. Even though this says disable output, this disable. I'll go ahead and pick this up, put that there, run that back in, run that in, run that in. Sometimes you have to like fix it, right? So it knows in what direction it's going. Like this right here is rubber. That's a finished material. Take that out, put that there. Take this out. It doesn't really know its direction. So remember, I don't make the games. I just play the games. So sometimes you're going to have this problem. But the whole goal of this is to have these all in sync. So you can turn them all off or all on at the same time. It's what we did in our last playthrough, where we could actually turn all the iron off and turn the converter off so it's not running the stuff out constantly. Then we can go ahead and take the iron off and replace it with a different iron and do that. Now, the easiest way to do this, of course, is to actually take all of these out like this and remove these segments, remove that segments. Whoop, did not want to pick that up. Lock that. Pick this segment up. There we go. And actually try to branch this off and control the whole entire thing. It's going to do everything that's on there at once. So we want to make sure that this is set to disable output, that this is set to loop and for it to make the thing. We want this to be set to loop and to make the thing. We want this to set to disable output. And now when I turn this off, everything reverses. See that? Wasn't that cool? I thought that was like the coolest thing, bro. Watch this. Now I can turn it all back on again. Isn't that neat? That's so amazing. I love the automation. Now, what that tells you in this particular case is that you only really need one button. Because you've already set it up and you set the things so they turn off and on in sync and in such a way that helps you in the long run. So I don't really need this button here. Now, later on, I'll be using gases and things like that where I will need multiple buttons for multiple things. But this is probably the easiest way to set that up for rubber and for plastic. Now, we have some extra pieces that we have laying around over here that we definitely want to use. This auto arm right here. So we're going to get this auto arm. By the way, I'm playing in 4K right now. You can only see it in 2K because I don't have a 4K card. I'm hoping my buddies at Elgato, who I love dearly, send me a 4K card. Hopefully. We'll see. They sent me an HD60 Pro, which is one of the greatest capture cards I've ever used. It's one of those like set it and forget it kind of cards, right? That's what you want, everybody. Don't go for the cheap stuff and you're always fuddling with drivers and fuddling with all that junk. Forget that. Forget that. Go get yourself some epic stuff from Elgato and you'll be set, ready to rock. Okay, now another use of these tables I can use is for it to grab from up here and then feed it to behind. Now, if I put this right there, it'll grab whatever it sees up here and then start feeding it backwards, which is not what I want it to do. I want it to actually grab the rubber. Now, I'm going to put an extra thing of rubber right there. And then I'm going to actually put an extra thing of plastic right here, which basically tells me what the heck I'm making there, right? So if you don't have any, gas to use, put the actual final product of what you're making in that thing, so you don't have to guess and look inside there anymore. And see, I'm a visual person, so I like it to be set up visually, so I can glance at it and say, oh, okay, that's what's going on with that one, right? That's the way I like it set up. Put a 1 in the chat if you're more of a visual person. Now, if you're more of a logical person and you want to learn all the symbols for everything, hey, more power to you as well. I'm kind of a good balance between the two. There we go. This is why I left some friends, because they wanted more respect than they were given. Yeah, you got to do that sometimes. You got to say, sorry, bro. It can't be one-sided. It can't be a one-sided friendship, right? They just want to give. They want you to give, and they want to take. Right? There's a lot of that in the world, right? You can call that Discord right now, too. They just want to use you and use your community for their benefit, but they don't want to give you anything back. They're going to give you $10 worth of nitro for you being a creator, whether you're a small creator or a large creator or whatever. That's their mentality now. And I don't want to be involved in any of that, bro. They don't know it, though. See, there's a great quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson, famous scientist. If you don't know who that is, I don't know where you've been living, bro. But it's to know enough to think you're right, but not know enough to know that you're wrong, right? That's how I feel about that right now. It's like, it's so cringy. It's such a bad thing to do. But, you know, sometimes people, they don't want to look like they made a mistake. They're not old enough. They didn't progress enough as a human being to just say, you know what? Okay, we made a mistake. Let's go ahead and fix this mistake. We're good, right? People won't do that because it's their job on the line or it's their ego on the line or whatever. Me, I make mistakes all the time. If I'm wrong, you guys go ahead and call me out. I won't always listen depending on how much you care about me. But I will definitely take feedback because that's what I do. I take feedback because that's how you grow as a human being. That's how you level up in real life is you take feedback. Now, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I can tell you, I've listened to nothing but feedback for 30 years. This needs to be 1% more yellow. This needs to be up a little bit. I need my logo 5 times bigger. I need to cover the entire page. Sometimes people, even though it's a cringy thing to do to, not know what the heck you're doing, some people don't know. They just know what they want, and they don't know that that's a terrible design and that's going to look terrible in the final thing. And so I'll guide them in that direction. I'll say, you probably want to lean a little bit more this way because of whatever. But if they say that's the way they want it and they're paying for it, they're going to get exactly what they asked for. But I do like to keep people from going off the rails. I'll give them some feedback for sure. Always respectful with people. You say, hey, I really feel like this is wrong. I feel like you're probably better off if you went this direction or that direction. And then you've said your piece. It's now all on them. It's for them to make the good choice or not. Now, I don't have to worry about it anymore. I just go on about my day. I have other things to do than worry about the choices that other people are making. You know what I mean? You got all the other stuff in your life. The list, 100, 200, 500, or 1,000 list of things that you want to get to like me. I don't want to sit there and put other people's problems on my shoulders because I've already got enough on there. There you go. Yeah, I got ADHD, so the visual learning is not my forte, but I can hands-on is the best for me. So seeing the objective helps totally. Oh, yeah. If you see the final objective, you should always start from the end and work your way backwards. It's really, really helpful. All right, so we'll go ahead and use another T stand back here. Now, this one I'm actually going to put sideways so I can put this onto that. So let's go ahead and undo this. Like this. Or actually, I'll put this one this way, and I'll put the other one the other way. And it's something we kind of tinkered with last time, but we didn't really get into this deep into it. But we're going to really get into it and have some fun. All right, there we go. Now, I need another one of these, another rubber here, so I can go ahead and put that in here. So it constrains it just to rubber there, because I don't want it to actually run something that's not supposed to go over to here. So we'll go ahead and tie that power that way. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to grab the rubber from here as it's making it and then feed it back here. Now, I'm going to need a canister for it to hold, and I probably have an empty one over here. I do. And so now I need a third one. So I need one to go here, which will remind me what I'm making. You don't have to do all of that, by the way. That's just how I like to do it. And then I need one over here to constrain it to just grab the rubber, and then I need a place for it to go to. In this case, it's going to go into this canister. So I've primed this canister to be the rubber canister. And so I'm going to go ahead and put it right there. And this is hitting that canister, so I know it's going to work. Turn the auto arm on. And now I've completely automated the process. So now what it's going to do, and let's watch the front of it first. We'll watch it through the entire process. So notice that it takes the resources, puts it up there. It makes the item, in this case rubber. Then it grabs that rubber, and then it runs it into the resource back here. And we'll watch it do it. And then it stopped. Oh, I ran out of power. Sometimes the game loves to troll you. So I ran out of power because I don't have any solar or wind, so I have to wait for the solar and wind. Don't worry, eventually in this game, you know, in the beginning you'll struggle with your power, you'll struggle with it going on and off, but later on you'll get so much power that you never have to worry about it again. You'll get lots and lots of RTGs, and you can use them for your vehicles, you can use them for your base, you can use them for all of that. And I could just beeline to that right now, but we'll kind of do it as we go along, and I feel like that's a lot more fun, for sure. Have you ever played TerraTech? The crafting in this game reminds me of what they tried for that game. I have not played that game. In fact, I never even heard of that game. But here's an awesome thing you could do. Here, pop onto my Discord over here. Right over here. Pop onto the Discord and put that into my game suggestions. There's actually a game suggestion. And make sure you read the rules first. Read the rules on the server, hit that green check mark, and then you can go into the section that says suggest a game and put it in there. And I will put it on my list of things to check out. Thank you so much. I love great suggestions. In fact, I'll give you 1,000 kids caps on your name to all the people in the channel right now. So they love you right now for that great suggestion. I love suggestions. I don't mind people come in and say, Kismet, you should try this, try that. Okay. Oh, there it went. All right, hold on. Let's look again. Now that we got some power. There it goes. Okay, so it grabbed it. It's going to put it into there, and it's going to keep making as many as it possibly can and keep feeding it back there. Now, one of the things you want to watch out for, obviously, is that it doesn't start filling up behind it. It doesn't start putting those all over on the ground there where you don't really want them to go. All right, over here, what do we need to do? We need to keep going back to these canisters as well. Let's get these canisters back up and running. I need a lot of them. See, I look more visually at that little blue shape than I look at the name of it over there. All right, we need some more plastic. Well, hey, guess what? We just happen to have some right over here. Which is funny that I need plastic to make the thing that makes the plastic, right? I always find that kind of inception thing is kind of funny. All right, so there we go. And there's another piece of plastic there. And you can probably guess what we're going to do back here, right? We're probably going to guess what are we going to do back here. Now, why do I have this off to the side here? Well, one, because this way I could reuse this later if I rearrange it and whatnot. I feel like it's better to use the T-platforms and do that. But also what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add some lighting to my base this time. And that's going to actually be some lights. And I'm going to go ahead and light this whole entire area up later on using those T-platforms as well. So pretty fun. Pretty fun. And we also need some more T-platforms. So let's make another one of those over here. And we'll grab our canister here, which we're going to need here in a minute. over there. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and take our plastic. We got one in the back here. Put that into there to prime that. And put that right there. Okay, and then we got an extra plastic over here. We're going to grab that, throw that down on the ground for right now. And we're going to go over here, and now we're going to go ahead and also make another auto arm. There we go. Graphite and aluminum. All right, so we need some aluminum on there. We got plenty of that, don't we? We got plenty of aluminum, that's for sure. All right, let's stack some aluminum in there in case we need to make some auto arms. All right, that's a good amount. Pull that off of there. Crank that to there, and that aluminum will now go into there. And the other thing is graphite. Now, graphite's one of those things you definitely want. Look at all those giant tables I have just sitting on the side there. Graphite's one of those things you definitely want to build up a lot of because it will come back to bite you later when you... let's turn that organic off. When you need it. Now, in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and have it make me some graphite to make me one little graphite there. Now, this is also empty. We're going to have to deal with that in a minute. Got tons of organic here that I could be running over here. Let's see, aluminum. What's this? This is titanium. Get that going there. Definitely need another canister. You know what? I'm going to use this canister over here. Do that one first. So I need 2 graphite. Can we get another graphite out of this? Maybe. Just barely. Alright, we'll get another graphite out of that. Now, I could go collect graphite. There's some up in the mountains and whatnot. But I'm going to go ahead and do this instead. That auto arm going on. And then what do we got back here? Where did our carbon go? Kind of feel like it's over there. See some carbon there. That's glass. See, it's really easy to get things confused as to what the heck is what with what. Now, this one's empty. There's our carbon right there. So let me go ahead and... oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me turn this off. Just going to grab it all back in again. Grab this extra plastic out of here. And put that back in. And now I can just grab some carbon from over here. Alright, and that's out now. So that ran out. Alright, more plastic back here. And then finish up our automation. So it's really easy. So when it starts to accidentally run, and you're like, oh god, it's running out all over the place. That's what's great about having this little trigger to switch that the opposite direction. Now see this over here? Look what it's doing. It's running it back in there because that has run out now. So you don't want to do that. You don't want that to be run out. And that's why I usually will turn it off before it runs out. And then I'll run a bunch of carbon into there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to set this one to input. We're going to get this one to go ahead and run that out back into there as much as it can. Now, I can't really do it right now because all of these are kind of stuck. But as it goes, I can go ahead and take this out and run it back in there. Now, it's also blocked right now. If I take that off, there we go. See, that'll unblock that. I can put that into that side. And then it will go ahead and do that. See, you don't want it to get blocked at the top either. Okay, now, the other thing we want to do is turn this back off again. Like that. Ah, see, that one's empty too. And that one's empty too. Those are all empty. So again, see that problem with the way it goes input and output? You're going to run into those problems a lot. And that's why you want to have it completely stop. And that's why I want these to turn off. Instead of switching to input, where they're inputting and they're going into all of that stuff, it'd be better if I could just physically turn them off, even though they're set to output, but turn them off when they actually go to switch. That would be super useful. All right, so over here, what we want to do is we want to make some more of this organic into compound. I'm going to run a few of those and then I'm going to stop. I'm going to take this titanium and feed it over this way. And again, there's 100 different ways of doing the same thing that I'm doing, everybody. It's like using Photoshop. There's 100 ways of doing the same thing. It's really up to you. There you go. Future topic, I find that non-graphic people do not understand what resolution is. Like it may look nice on a business card, but the graphic will not look again on a billboard. Well, client-wise, I mean, oh yeah, clients have no idea about resolution. They'll give you something that's this big, and they'll want it to be on a poster. And you'll go, that's not going to work out, bro. That's not going to work out because of the very problem of resolution. Where if the item is too small, then what will happen is it will not blow up that well to that size, because it'll start to pixelate. Because when you use it in a computer, it has to fill in all the points, all the areas in which it doesn't have any information, and that's exactly what it will do. It'll just get really pixelated big time. And I've been explaining that for the last 20 years, everybody, as to why stuff does not come out right. That's why I do stuff in Illustrator, because when you do like a logo, like my Kismet logo, like you see my little tip of the hat, that guy right there, he's done a program called Illustrator. It's a vector program. I can make it that size. I can make it the size of my entire stream. I can make it the size of an entire building if I wanted to, and it would be crystal sharp no matter what. All depends on the outputter and not on the original image itself. That's the difference between pixel and vector art. Illustrator would be vector art, and Photoshop would be a pixel art. That's why when you take a photo of something and it's this big and you try to blow it up and you try to print it out, you're like, it looks terrible, right? That's why that is. Always make it to the maximum item. So if you're going to make a billboard, a poster, and a flyer, you make the billboard first. And then you got the billboard. And then you can scale it down to the other things. But scaling it up is never a good idea. Always scaling down, not scaling up. All right, so now we got a problem here again with the running this out. We need to make sure that this is running into there, and it's kind of stopped, right? It stopped because of our power. But the second this kicks back in again, it'll just continue to feed in there. It's already got 5 of 32. It'll continuously feed into that thing. We really need to solve this power problem, too, that we keep having. We'll work on that today as well. But let's get back to here on our plastic, because we want our plastic and our rubber to be converting over here and running back behind. We got that. Let's get our table off of our backpack here. It's going to be fun running those lights later. That's going to be fun. And then we'll do this right here. And run that around that way. And then same thing here again. We'll do that. We'll take this plastic here from the front just to make it easier. And we'll aim it toward that. We'll turn that on. And now that's going to feed the plastic from back there into this right here, because it's on input. And so that plastic's just going to be fed. And the same thing with our rubber there. I think that actually looks really cool, the way that like it just sits, right? The way it's configured. And then also you have room to run by. Don't be jamming this stuff together where you can't just run by your stuff, right? Got a lot of nice free space. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Now, I need some carbon to run over there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make sure this is on 0, and 0 it is, and then this is on input. All right, there we go. Now, on this side, I need more resin. Now, it just happens to be convenient that I made more resin right over here. So I can just grab that resin, bring it forward, because I've disabled the output now so that it doesn't start shooting all that out everywhere. And the same thing with your organic. So we know we need more organic. But to make more organic, we're going to need to go and collect more dirt and stuff like that. And we're going to automate that process and everything as well of collecting dirt by using our vehicles, which we'll get into. It works on CSI. Yeah, right. Well, that's the movies for you. Oh, God, my family watched a lot of that CSI, bro. I don't like it when it's like flying into people's, open wounds, into their, into their insides and stuff. I'm like, there's a reason I'm not a doctor. One, I write like a doctor, but I don't like that. I'm not into all of that. That's not my jam. But if that's your jam, everybody, hey, more power to you. Don't let anybody tell you can't like what you like, right? I mean, that's not my thing. It's not my thing, but you enjoy what you enjoy. All right, let's do another battle. I'll get you guys some loot. One step closer to that blue chest we're trying to unlock today. Trying to get it going on. Turn my forge noise off so you guys don't have to hear that. All right, open the capture chest, grant some rewards. Oh, look at that, lots of rewards. Icy getting it, Keyblade Knight, Jimbo, Sabin, Kalamal. Look at that, like 5 peeps got rewards. Yeah, 5 peeps at one time. See, the more people that come in and join us, the more units put down, the more rewards that it gives away. So that's pretty epic. That was a bunch of peeps that time, 125. The most I've ever had, by the way, is 360 plus peeps. 360 plus units put down, which is a lot of peeps. You think about it, if you divide that out. Hey, Suri, what's 360 divided by 6?
360 divided by 6 is 60.
So that's a minimum of 60 people battling with us, which is pretty fun. Let's see. John coming in, overall MVP with the 9 assists as well. Nice job. All right, one step closer to that blue chest. Now, again, remember to join us. You got to join us for these battles so that you have a chance at those skins. Oh, my gosh. Okay, hold on. No. This one requires the big guns, everybody. Requires the big boy. All right, we better look at our strategy here. Oh, yeah, I thought so. We got some level 10s out here. We're going to call the big boy in. That's right, the level 30 tank. We're going to call in the Wasteland Tycoon to lend a hand. Now, I'm going to go ahead and attack these guys here in the back. They look like the toughest of the enemies here. We got a lot of little guys over there as well. Feel free to gather around me or spread out all over. We're going to go ahead and try to blow it up as well. Though, of course, the more we cluster together, the more chance we have of keeping our support alive. Always want to protect that support, because the second you lose your support, that's the second everything goes off the rails. All right, and let's go ahead and see how we're doing over here. Did we run all of that? We did. Now we have 32 of 32 carbon. Very nice. That's now up and running. We need some organic over here. So we need some dirt. Now, to get some dirt, we can go ahead and work on that. Now, we're going to work on our large rover here in a minute. So we can go ahead and unlock that now. We have plenty of that. We need aluminum alloy and rubber. Now, rubber, we've already got. The next one we need is aluminum alloy. So let's go over here and let's say, okay, let's go ahead and go on to the next thing. Well, how convenient. It's actually aluminum alloy, because the first one is rubber, second one is plastic, and then aluminum alloy. Now, what do we need? Aluminum and copper. Now, do we have some aluminum and copper? Well, how convenient that we put all of our stuff right here. There's copper and there's aluminum. Easy, right? Now, remember, this one does not use any gases, so very, very easy to do. Now, you can probably guess what I'm going to do next, right? If I set that one up like that, I'm probably going to set another one up over here. Now, what you can also do, by the way, is you can put ones that have common resources together. Like this one's using copper and aluminum, and this one is using carbon and compound, and this one's using organic and resin. So none of these have anything in common. But the one we're about to do, the one we're about to make over here, and we're going to go ahead and make another dealio right over here. There we go. Need a bit more ceramic. We might have to make some more ceramic. I think we might have used it up. Did we use it up? I kind of feel like we did. What are we making over here? Oh, we already had it. There we go. Chemistry lab. We already had it in there. All right. No, that's right. I forgot to put that on loop. What we're going to do is we're going to use another one right now that actually has some resources in common with other items. That's going to take a minute. Take a minute. Oh, and we need another one of these, our T platform. And we're going to need another auto arm, so we need more graphite. Let's grab that from over here that we made earlier. We'll make another one of those. And then once our medium platform's done, we'll go ahead and switch this to our button repeater. Make one of those. Now we got our auto arm. Now we got our chemistry lab. Now we got our button repeater. All right, now I hope you don't mind if I go a little bit faster, because I've already kind of explained this today. If you missed it, you can always watch my VODs, by the way, back on YouTube. I have so many videos queued up right now on YouTube. They're going till May. Yeah, May of next year. There's 1, 2, or 3 videos a day, because a bunch of my guides come out on top of my streams as well. So yeah, Kismet have been working very hard. Working very, very hard behind the scenes, trying to get all that stuff going. Working on all my clips as well. So it might be 4 per day. I probably won't do that many, but basically I do spread them out so they don't all just spam at the same time. I don't like that when people do that to me when I'm on YouTube, and I don't like to do that to other people as well. All right, well, this is for later, actually. This is for after we get this done. This will actually be for behind here. The auto arm. This will go in front, so it reminds me what it is. Let's make another one. What are we missing over here? Oh, no, we just switched it. T-platform, more resin. Okay, that's easy. Have you noticed how I ran through there? I can run through the item. If the item is on the table, you can run through it. If the item is not on the table, boom, you run right into it like that. So watch, if I run through the canisters, I just noticed that through my last playthrough. That is really awesome. I love that. It makes it easier to get around. So you can just literally run through that stuff without having to go around it all the time. All right, tons of resin in there. Now you know why I made lots of resin. Pull that off. Tell it to stop running out. And we'll just set it off to the side. All right, so let's go ahead and make another of our T-platform. Over here. Run that one out. Actually, we'll just move this one over to this side and do basically the same thing we're doing over here. Like so. So this is going to need aluminum and copper. So we got our aluminum and we got our copper right here. Let's go ahead and run that out. And we'll just snag those and say, look, this is copper and aluminum that's being used in there. This is making aluminum alloy, so we'll go ahead and make one of those. Right there. We'll put our button repeater in. Now, what are we going to make over here? We already made rubber, plastic, aluminum alloy, tungsten carbonide. Now, tungsten carbonide is using carbon, right? What else uses carbon? Well, right over here, the plastic uses carbon. So you can't put your tungsten carbonide and your carbon together and do it that way. And so you only have one thing of carbon running out. Or what you could do is just like switch these ones from that one, right? So I can take the plastic from over there and move it over here, or the rubber from over here and move it over there, and do whatever you want. Me, I'm just going to leave it like this. It's fine. It'll be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and put this copper back in the copper, and I'm going to put this aluminum back in the aluminum. There we go. And now we have our item. There we go. Very nice. We'll go ahead and make another one. Need that in a minute. And did we get our other thing? No, we didn't. All right. We're basically going to set it up like we already have. Right over here. Oh, and we need our table. Now, these are the resources I'm making the most right now. But in the later game, I'm not going to be making that many of these resources. And then I will go ahead and switch the priority of what I'm doing. Also, you'll see me start to package all those up and move them. There's something up on the side there, too. I always notice weird things. Huh. Bunch of research up here. Roll that down the hill. Resources. I can't resist cleaning stuff up, everybody. I got the same ADHD that you guys got, too. Look at all this. Doing a lot of collecting of dirt there, I can see. A lot of dirt collection, which is awesome. Keep moving that down. Like so. Very nice. Okay, so we got that going. And then we're going to do the same thing we're doing over there. Over here. And again, we could use the auto arms, but I like to put them in between. Just to give myself some extra room. This thing is still in the way. Come on, there we go. I'm gonna turn this thing. Great time to have the jetpack right now. You can just jetpack it over there. Let that fire up. Just sitting there doing nothing. Okay, so we got these two working, our plastic and our rubber, and now we want to get these working over here. Again, medium T platform. And we're going to turn it this way. Again, eventually I'm going to put lights in there. That's why I'm adding that extra one. I think that's a lot of fun. Put that there, put this here. And now we're going to need another one of these so we can limit it so it doesn't accidentally grab the wrong thing. Like that. We really don't need to run it yet because we don't have an extra one. So we want to go ahead and run another one. And you're gonna need some of these to set this up. And I find it works a lot easier if you do a lot of this preemptive work ahead of time first. I can probably move that back just a bit. Move this back just a bit. Come on, table. There we go. Lock that. Now, I could feed it into here and then feed it into there, but there's something really cool about the way that it shapes out when you do it that way. I don't know. Sometimes I do stuff just completely for cosmetically because I like doing cool stuff like that. All right, we need another one here. And put that into there. Okay, and then put that in the path. Oh, there's some zinc in there. Nope. Wrong way. Wrong, 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 wrong. That's not empty. That's full of zinc. We need an empty one. That's always the hard part. There's an empty one right there. Thought that was my empty one. Apparently not. That's my empty one. All right. Put that right there. And then that's going to feed that into that canister. And then again, once we have that all off and running, we can go ahead and say, okay, we're looking good. Go ahead and just auto run. Right, and we'll turn that on in a second. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and set this to enable output. So it's reversed, right? So everything's off right now. Now, the other side, same thing. We're going to need to have tungsten and carbon. Right now, we've got glass on there. We'll take that out. We've got our zinc there. We'll take that out. We'll look for that tungsten that we put somewhere. Unless we used it all up, which is totally possible. Zinc. Aluminum alloy. What do we got back here? Glass, plastic. We know what all those are. Quartz, aluminum. This is all of our extra stuff. We can get making some hydrazine here in a minute too. So, yeah, we're gonna need some more. So let's go get some. Let's go get it. Okay, and we actually probably put this tungsten carbonide down. I didn't carry that. I don't know why I'm carrying that around with me like I'm babying the thing. I'm going to use it later for making a large scrapper thing. And we'll leave that there for right now. And now we got to go get some tungsten. And you're like, Kismet, why don't you use your scrapper? I could use a scrapper. But I already got a spot for the tungsten. Oh, I forgot to bring my quartz too. I gotta put a beacon down. I forgot to put a beacon down. I just remembered that I forgot to put a beacon down last time. I also forgot to bring an extra thing too. Such is how we're gonna risk it, everybody. Let's go. Going to this solo. Let's see what happens. Ever tried the game Eco, Kismet? I have not. Again, put that on my Discord. If you have a great game you think I should try, I can reach out to him too and say, hey, you know, can you send me a code or maybe some extra codes? And maybe I'll give you guys some codes as well. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they're like, Kismet, yeah, we're down for that. Hey, you want to show some love to your community? Go for it. I've gotten that quite often. Again, some of those codes that I get, like from 7 Days to Die and whatnot, you know, 10, 15 codes along the way, I get from them. And I give it out to you guys. Same thing with Stream Raiders. I get some codes sometimes. Oh, wow, I actually found it first try. They'll give me some skins and stuff to give out to you guys. And again, full disclosure, I always just tell everybody, you know, whether it's sponsored or not sponsored or whatnot. I don't know why people hide that anyway. It seems kind of shady to do that, to hide your sponsorships and whatnot. Are you embarrassed because of your sponsors or what? I mean, if it's under the contract and they say, hey, you can't tell your community that you're doing this, collecting this stuff. I don't know what sponsor would want you to do that. It doesn't. Most of my sponsors are like, hey, yeah, make sure you tell everybody because it's part of the law. Make sure to follow the law, everybody. And you know, disclose your sponsorships and affiliates and all of that stuff. That's the right thing to do, everybody. And I do it I don't do it because it's the law. I just do it because that's the right thing to do. That's how I do a lot of things. I just do things because that's the right thing to do. Look at this massive fail I'm doing right now. Ring around the roses. Whee! Nailed it, everybody. Look at that. Nailed it. That is just nailed it. All right. Put that right there. And because I don't have a big enough car right now, and I didn't bring a whole bunch of other things, I'm just bringing that down manually this time. There we go. We don't have to go too far, because man, did I luck out on this playthrough. And then we can also flip this over. It gets messed up. You just hit F to flip it over. Okay, we have to go really far to get this tungsten. We've got to go all the way right over to here. I know, it's just tremendously far. Because I lucked out and found a massive node of tungsten. Now, one of the things you want to watch out for is if your backpack fills up and you're too close to the wall, it'll actually glitch through the wall. So keep that in mind. You might want to make yourself a little bit of a pedestal that you're standing on while you're doing this. There we go. You're like, Kismet, you ran out of power. Well, that's going to happen. Also, I'm running out of oxygen, so I got to run over here to my vehicle, which acts as an oxygenator. I can also go ahead and get this right here, put that up there, which will actually act as a thing. And now you know why I left that there. So I can use it later on. And then we'll start stacking these up. Right over here. Now, another thing I can do, too, is I can grab the wind one off of here and say replace my light with that. And so anytime the wind comes through down here in this lower level, it'll also charge up my power. So I don't have to use all of that. There we go. So we'll get that one going. I just happen to be standing by that one to fill it up. I'm going to try to fill them all up as many as I can as I go. Now, again, watch out as you're digging downwards, of course. You're going to be going through the different layers of the planet here. And I can also just kind of create myself a little bit of a bridge there. You're going to go through the different layers, and you're going to actually start going down further and further to the center of the planet. Now, me, I like to get out here like this and work my way down and have a bit of a safety net. Uh-oh, there we go. Put that back on. Have a bit of a safety net in case I do open up a hole down there and then I'll accidentally fall through. You're going to be into trouble there, big time. All right, that's looking pretty good. Turn that off. Run back over here so it fills up with oxygen. Now, I could be using tethers as well. You can even put an oxygenator on your vehicle and then run tethers from your actual vehicle if you want to. It's really up to you. I typically do it like this. All right. Then we'll go ahead and take this out. And we'll back this up just a little bit. Just to see if there's any more resources here. Resources here. Turn my power back on again. There we go. And I'm going to make myself a nice little ramp. Get on down in here. Again, give myself a little place to stand on. Ah, look at that. Lots of ways to fall down in that lower level. See, that's another level of the planet down there. Now, here's what I suggest to do, is to fill that stuff in so you don't fall down in there. Now, again, you got to watch out for oxygen in this game. It's probably your #1 way to die. So we'll fill that in a little bit. Turn that off. Run back to my vehicle. And there we go. Now, we can also make a canister. And that canister will allow us to have more oxygen and whatnot. We'll add that later on. We'll probably do that when we go back. But we need a bit of tungsten here. Okay. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to drive that out of there? Well, I can go ahead and just take this. I can grab it. There we go. Put this on the front of that. And off we go. I could grab some other resources while I'm here. Quartz or resin or whatever else I need. But I can just do that at my main base. My time is my most valuable thing, I find. All right, we'll put that up in there. We're going to put this up in here. Some extra quartz right there. Oh, it's just coming through the thing. We'll go ahead and take this and put this up here as well. Should allow us to go in there. Oh, now I accidentally put it there because of I picked it up. There we go. All right, so we got some research. We got some extra solar panel. And we're just going to leave those other ones down here so when we come back next time, they'll already be there. And we can go ahead and use those. All right, good enough. Now, later on, we can do auto extractors as well, which will extract up to like 100 of each of those items, especially if you have a bunch of them clustered together. You have a big field of something like I did with ammonium. I had 3 extractors running for the ammonium, and it would literally collect 400 ammonium for me. There's a lot of ammonium, and then it would convert it into hydrazine and all of that. All right, we got one shot at this, everybody. And now our thing's going to break because we didn't bring an extra one. Hey, Nikki, how you doing this morning? I was just in school, but now I'm on my lunch break, so hello, everyone. Everybody say hello to Nikki in the chat. Always very active in the chat, Nikki. I appreciate that. In fact, you're so active in the chat, I'm going to give 1,000 kiss caps to everybody in the chat because you're so active in the chat. Look at that. Now everybody loves you. Wow, last played Astroneer on April 5th, 2017. That wasn't that long ago. That was a while ago, Grimshard. You should fire it up, bro. I'm telling you, come and join us on the Mega server. It doesn't matter whether you're on Xbox or PC or whatever. We did find out that you can actually join me on the Mega server. It runs 24/7. Feel free to come in and join us and help us out on the server. Collect resources, build stuff up, build yourself a ship or whatever you want to do. It's up to you. I don't tell people specifically what they have to do in the server. You do what you want to do. You pitch in the way that you like to pitch in. Boom. All right. Now we want to make some tungsten right there for sure. All right, we want to let that run. Now we got that going. What are we waiting for over here? We're waiting for our tungsten and our carbon. Now we need more carbon, which means we need more dirt. And to get more dirt, we can do all of that. But really what we want to think about is our large rover, right? Aluminum alloy and 2 rubber. Now, we go look over here. Do we have 2 aluminum alloy? Well, I got one there, and we got one there. So we already have 2 of those. So we got those already set to go. What I'm going to do is go ahead and put some placeholders up here just to protect this from going into there. I'm going to go ahead and run this out here. I'm going to go ahead and create a segment. I'm going to run it to the actual thing right here. And then I'm going to tell this to flip on all of this. And so this is on repeat here, so it'll just keep making tons of aluminum alloy. And then our item back here should make one. It should grab it and then run it back. Now make sure you turn your auto arm on or it won't do anything. And then the whole process will stop. And now that's just going to do nothing but making aluminum alloy over and over again, which I think is awesome. Going to be very awesome, and that's going to run that back there. And then we'll have plenty of that. And again, what's the other thing we need? We need 2 aluminum alloys and 2 rubber. Well, rubber, we know we did a bunch of those. I wonder how many we did. Let's go look. How many did we make? Booyah! We made 30 of them, baby. Let's run some of those out. There we go. That ought to do it. We'll grab a few of these, and then we'll tell it to run back in. There we go. So it doesn't fill that up. All right, yeah, keep feeding that stuff. And we'll take that, and we'll go ahead and put that up here. Now, again, remember, we can automate all of this. We can have it go from there and move it all the way over here with our things and all of that. It's really how much time you want to spend doing all of that. Me, I do it to the minimum degree, right? The time that is the most effective use of my time. That's how I typically play games. All right, so we got those rubber up there. We go ahead and switch this to the large rover now. All right. Now, you notice I'm skipping over the medium rover and going straight to the large one because I can. It's really not that hard to get to the large rover. Making rubber and aluminum alloy is really not that difficult because you think it's among your base resources that you get on your very first planet. Like copper probably is the toughest thing out of all of those. Copper sometimes is very hard to find. Over here, organic resin, you can make that in the centrifuge too. But that stuff's very abundant. So making your large rovers, I feel, is actually the easiest thing to make out of all of the items, especially if you compare it to the large spaceship. Large spaceship's actually a lot tougher. And then also making these large platforms is actually a lot tougher because you need iron for those. So the actual, and I hope they don't change it because I like it to be a little easy. I like it to be a little easy on that one, but I kind of feel like if I say too much, they might go and you know, make it harder. You know what I mean? I don't want to bum anybody out. Put that back in. All right, so that's going to burn up all those resources to make that, because those resources that I have are there for that purpose. If I have the raw resources, it doesn't do me any good. What I need is the kind of in-between resources and then the final resources, which allow me to make the final thing that I want to make. There we go. So now we have the items that we need. So we're just going to go right there. It's going to grab the aluminum alloy off my backpack. And that's going to start up. Now I'm going to take the other aluminum alloys. I'm going to put that in here so I can make more of them in the future. But the first vehicle, the first large vehicle I make, its purpose is to collect soil for me. That's typically what I do with it. So we need to also go in and say, okay, wait a minute. We need to go in and we need to make, actually it's in the small, we need to make a drill bit for this. Oh, someone's already unlocked it, right? They unlocked it with tungsten carbonide and whatnot. And that tells me that someone's been around. There's a drill bit somewhere, probably on Glacio, where they were drilling out some iron, maybe. I don't know. The drill strength 1 is pretty tough for Glacio. Now, we could go drill strength 2, which is titanium alloy and tungsten, but I'm just going to go number 1. Don't really need anything more powerful than that right now. It's going to be on the small. So let's go to the small and see if we actually have some of that right over here. Drill strength number 1. Now, that's different from the drill that goes onto your drill, onto your shaper. This is for the vehicles. So we need ceramic and tungsten carbonide. Now, we don't have any ceramic. Maybe we can squeeze some out over here right now. Let's see if I've got any dirt on me. I do. A little bit of dirt in there. I go collect some. But I want to get some clay going. You see, I just don't have enough to make that happen. Otherwise, the button would go green there. So we'll go ahead and just manually grab some. Now, I also have some boosts on mine. I have the wide mod and the boost mod on my shaper, which is why you're going to be able to see, why you'll see me shape so quickly, is those mods really do help a lot. You might notice there's also a big hole over here. That's me shaping out dirt so I can make resources from that dirt. Kind of feel like I want to go this way. Let's go. Now, you can also go around and collect it all. If that's your jam, you like to collect it and not like to collect dirt and do it in a centrifuge. Hey, it's your game. You play however you want, bro. You play it however you want. Now, look at that. You got to watch out for that hole down below. We'll end up falling down there. Now, right about here, I go, okay, you know what? I'm going to switch sides. I'm going to make a big hole on this side. And also what it does allows me to get that oxygen from the tether line I have there as well. But notice how I put it on the side so it doesn't keep getting knocked down all the time. Because you hit it with your vehicle, or you'll knock it over by running by or whatever, and then the whole tether line stops. All right, so we got a little bit of dirt there. So we can go ahead and do a little switcheroo over here. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sure you always take one back. Otherwise you'll be out without a canister and you'll be in trouble. All right, let's do some clay. I don't need that much clay. We'll do a little bit. What do we got over here? We've got nothing there. Okay, we'll go ahead and enable input on that, and we'll have it do the clay. Over here, we've now got our tungsten. Go ahead and take our tungsten and stick it right back here. There we go. We got that going on. Oh, actually, we want to put it back here. Our tungsten dealio. Oh, I forgot to see. Look, I forgot to turn the thing the other way. My bad. I think this one's zinc. Yeah, zinc. Don't we have multiple zincs? Where's our other zinc at? Can't get 3 of them out of there. Oh yeah, we can get 3 of them out of this one. Output. There we go. All right, there we go. We get that out of there. So this one can be used for our tungsten over here. Go ahead and take that out. We'll prime this one for tungsten. Enable output. There we go. And then it'll grab all the tungsten off of there and put it into there. I love that part of the game, man. I love all the stuff they added. If you've missed out on all of this stuff, everybody, you haven't played the game in a while, you definitely got to fire this game up again. That is really, really good. All right, so again, what were we making? I think it was this one over here. Yeah, we need some ceramic. So it's making some ceramic over here. This probably grabbed all the clay. It did. There's 6 of them there. We're going to go ahead and output that. That's going to go into the forges and get that going. All right, here's our first large rover. Look out. Now, here's the thing. This rover is so large that I don't have enough room for it to pass through here. I can maybe get through there. But there we go. Look at that sucker. That is one ginormous rover. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and scalp a little bit of power from over here so it can charge up while I'm doing other stuff. It's going to go ahead and charge that up. Now, another thing that I'm going to need is the rover seat that goes along with this one right here. And it looks like we've got that rover seat also unlocked. We're going to need 2 compound for that. So let's get our rover seat. Right there. We're going to need some compound. Well, luckily we've got some extra compound way back over here. Now, extra compound and all this extra stuff that I'm making. It's got to be over here somewhere. There it is. All this extra stuff, I will actually start to move the extra stuff by the 3D printer here so that I have lots and lots of room or lots and lots of excess over here to be used for the 3D printer. I'll run that compound out. And see, we're starting to mix and match. And this drives people crazy, by the way, in the stream. This activates people ADHD when all the stuff is mixed together. But when you're running it out on the 3D printer, it doesn't matter. You just mix it together so that you have it when you need it. When you're making a combination of a whole bunch of different items. And again, we still need that ceramic over here. But let's go ahead and grab this ceramic over here. Speaking of mixing and matching. Oh, look out. There it goes, making another chemistry station, which we need here in a minute. But also, before it uses up all that clay, let's have it do a drill as well. And we got our rover seat. I'm going to set this to something else, so it puts that back. And we're ready to make another vehicle here, too, but I'm not going to make it right now. I just need the drill. Put that drill bit on there. And now we good. We're ready to rock. Let's go. Let's go for a little ride, everybody. Let's go make some holes in some mountains. Hey, look, I can just make it through there with my vehicle, which is the whole point of why I put that there in the first place. Is so when I get to the vehicle, I can get through there. Now, I'm going to put these canisters on here like this. I can also bring these canisters too if you want to put those onto a silo or something and bring those. There's a lot of them over here. I can go ahead and grab these ones. Say from over here. Move them over here for right now. And just grab that off of there. Put that on the back, and then those will fill up also. Now, here's the hardest thing in the entire game, is learning how to use this thing. Because it's really awkward, because you're like in a third-person perspective, isometric view, while you're trying to shape. And so I zoom all the way in, and then I kind of offset my rotation camera over here. I feel like if they just put a camera in the front, and then allow you to look through that camera while you're drilling, I feel like that would be way easier. But here we go. So we're going to go ahead and start digging out some dirt. Now watch out for holes, everybody, because I can fall down into the hole. You can see them lighting up in the back there. I can fall down in the hole and fall down into the center of the planet if I fall far enough or fall into enough holes. Now I'm controlling the angle at which it's drilling by looking at that red line in the center of the circle. Oh, I ran out of power. I knew it was going to happen. Now, what do you do when you run out of power? Well, you can wait around for your wind power there, or you can go ahead and use your small generator. Later on, you'll get unlimited amount of power. Now, here's the thing. When you use the generator, how much does it use versus how much it's putting in? Well, the generator, I find, uses just enough. We better go up a little bit. It uses just enough to keep the drilling going. Oh, look, there's some copper there. To keep the drilling going, but eventually what will happen is when you run out of organic, you run out of power. But luckily we made it out to the other side here. Well, we can go ahead and collect more organic. This planet's real easy. This is like the easiest planet on there. And say, okay, hold on, what the heck? Turn it back on. And if it does run out, we got some backup organic. But I do find that one generator will eventually run out, especially when I'm driving forward and also using the extractor at the same time. So I'll kind of let it fill up a little bit, and then I'll go back to it. And we also got wind power on now. Wind power works on the surface level and then also underneath. So I'll turn it off there, and then turn right around. Back through the mountain. Now, what am I doing? I'm collecting dirt. A lot of dirt. A tremendous amount of it right now. And this is the easiest way, right? This is the fastest way to collect a lot of dirt. Now, I could go up and take the mountain out from the top of the mountain if I wanted to on the top level here. Just go back and forth and do this. Now, I find this takes a lot longer. And then you also get into a lot of trouble. Notice I turned that off. If you don't turn that off, you know what the thing does? Goes straight down and start digging straight down to the center of the earth. Make sure you turn that thing off, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. Then you give a little bump. All right, that's good enough. You got the idea of that. And so now we're going to run back. Again, notice how I leave lots of room. So I can drive around, even with my very large vehicle. I can drive through here if I want. Make sure to leave room in your base. And now we've filled this up. And we've also filled these canisters up. Now I can set this to go the other direction. So it's going to grab all those canisters and fill that canister up instead. And now I've consolidated all of that onto that canister. Just like that. Now I have two canisters that have the ability to run that stuff out. Look at that. Nice. Now it's caught in a cycle. That will actually go in an endless cycle if you leave it like that. There we go. All right, you only really need two of these in there. So we'll go ahead and take this other one out. Put that up there. Now I've got some on me and whatnot. We'll just take that out for now. Now, over here, what do we need? Well, we need some more of the stuff we were working on over here, which is our carbon. Put that in there. What do we got here? We got, that's empty. You know, it says it has something, and this is empty too. Okay, so this is empty. Put this over here, back to organic. Or actually, maybe we want to make some clay. You know what? Let's make some clay. Loop that. Oops, I didn't mean to start that. Hold on. Change my mind. Don't start it. And clay. We'll make some clay. What the heck? We'll need some here in a bit anyway. Don't start it. Now start it. I wonder if that works. It does work. It does work. All right, that's going to do its thing. We got another canister here. Now, I could have kept collecting dirt and kept going, but I'm okay. I'm good to go. Okay, so we got all that going. We got a bunch of dirt. We can make a bunch of resources. We made our larger stuff. We made a bunch of chemistry stations, which we'll work on here in a minute. But what do we want to work on now? What's our next big thing? Well, we can work on this thing right here called the hydrazine thruster. Definitely use that. We got tungsten. We can probably make steel. Maybe. And a whole bunch of other stuff. We can work on our paver, which we have aluminum alloy. We'd have to make silicone, which is going to require gases, which we don't have. So I feel like our next big thing that we want to do is the very thing I just said, which is our gases. So we want to go ahead and get our atmosphere condenser going, plastic, glass, and iron, over here as well. So let's go ahead and get that fired up. Iron, glass, and plastic. So we need to get that, all those resources put in there and then have it running, because we're going to need a couple of those. But first, let's go ahead and do this battle while I organize all of that stuff. You guys can enjoy this nice battle. I just learned something. All right, open the captain's chest, grant some rewards. Let's see. Reaper, Sabin, Kellamal, Smelly Grit, or Smelly Get coming in. Getting some extra love, and 32 assists. Look at you go, Reaper. You crushed it, bro. With those epic assist level MVP. Now, here we are. Loyalty skin chest. We got this, everybody. We got this on lock. I believe in each and every one of you. You know what? I'm not even going to do that. I'm going to pull out the big guns. Come on now. Let's get the Wasteland Tycoon in there so we can bring in that big W. Come and join us, everybody. Is in the chat's playing it. You might as well come and join us as well. You find a link in the chat for some Stream Raiders. Going to be doing Stream Raider battles all day long. I just learned something, everybody. It actually prioritized the large storage over the medium storage over here. It goes to this one first and then this one second when it's coming out of the resource container. I just learned that. Look at me go. Look at me go with my thinking and thoughts and knowing stuff and things. All right, so we got our plastic. I grabbed the plastic from over there and I filled this up with that extra plastic. We need some glass. So we'll go ahead and look for that glass, which I probably have laying around over here. Yes. And we'll put that in there. All right, that's probably good enough. Now see how much I take this stuff and I feed it into here? That's why eventually you'll see that all of this stuff will be over here by this, so I can feed it in there. But eventually I'll fill it up in such a way that I will have a lot of everything all mixed in there. So anything I want to make at any time, it'll have a lot of it in there. And then I'll use the same technique I'm using right now, where I put it in one empty spot and feed it into the things that are there, which is pretty great. All right, what's the other thing? Is iron. I feel like we're going to run out of that. Or might be out of it now. Let's see. We have some aluminum. Aluminum there. Resin. We're looking for more carbon there. Let's go see how our clay is doing over here. Our clay is now full. Let's go ahead and turn these off. There we go. And then when we pull this out of here, it's going to drop those there. Put that clay there. We'll convert the clay. What? Oh, I didn't have it on enable input. Oh, my bad. My bad. Okay, hold on. That's my bad. That's okay. I didn't want to make that much of that anyway. Okay. Put that back over there. All right, well, I'll put that. Now, where do them blank ones go? See, I'm always looking for blanks. Like this one right here. This is blank. So we'll go ahead and take this. Prime that. Enable output. We'll set this back to go back in. Put that there. Put that back out. And then those will go ahead and all convert. And now I need another canister. So we're looking for another empty canister. What do we got here? This is aluminum. Which goes with this one over here. We're going to go ahead and put this off to the side. Most likely we're using that with that. Any more empty canister? Now I have an empty canister back here for plastic that I was using. But it's empty, so I don't really need it back there. Go use it up here where it can be used. I think this one's going to be empty in a second too. Yeah. That one's empty as well. All right. Then now, again, you probably guessed it. That's right. More organic. Later on, you'll see me do like 400 organic. Notice, by the way, that the repeat button turns off as well. So you got to turn that on. Turn both of these on. Set that to enable output. So it grabs that. Man, we are just crushing this playthrough. Remember, this is like day 2. We're 6 hours into this playthrough. 6 hours, everybody. We did all of that in 6 hours. That's teamwork for you right there. The Leo ball, and I think there's only one per world. Oh, the zebra ball. Yeah, I've definitely found it. Bill Gates. Well, I wouldn't call me Bill Gates, but they do call me the Wasteland Tycoon, so there we go. Let's keep her rocking and going. Keep feeding that in there. We got that done. This one's now empty. This one is ceramic. We can put that over there. This one I want to be carbon, which is conveniently right there. And that's going to make a whole lot of that organic and feed that in there. And then we're going to take it and feed it in and make it into carbon. Okay. So we're trying to make our atmospheric condenser. Notice how I keep it on my thing? So it just reminds me of what I'm trying to make. Now, it seems like we're out of iron. That's where I'm leaning right now. We got zinc. We got aluminum alloy. That belongs there. We got glass. Put that over that way. We've got rubber there. All of this stuff we can move over. And start migrating this away from here. This should only be rubber and eventually I'll have 2 large containers there too. So it'll just be rubber and plastic. And I actually have 2 sets of 2 large containers. So literally it'll hold 800 of that particular item right behind it, which is pretty sweet. All right, let's put this on here and see if any of this grabs that. It did. Cool. Clean that up a little. All right, and this one right here is going to be doing aluminum alloy, and I'm just moving these over so I can access them. But I don't think we have any more iron unless I somehow retained it. No. Okay, so we got any empties now. Let's go ahead and see if we got any empties. 5, 10, 18. No, I can take the 5 of this one here on this compound. Run that out. Use that one. Now, I could bring this right here, which is 24 slots. If you look at it, it's 8, 8, and 8. Or 32 slots. Sorry, 8. No, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. 24. 24 slots. So it's 12 per side. So it's 24 there. Or I could bring a canister. Did it already fill up? Oh, it did fill up. Or I could bring a canister, and that would have 32. So that actually is a better option. I'll get those out of there. There we go. That's actually the better option, is to bring a canister. Especially when you're doing iron. Iron, you want to get as much of that as you possibly can. And so, we'll go see if he left me an area there, wherever we were. I'm going to put that canister right in there. We've got more solar power. Nice. And we got some research we could be doing over here, too. Let that run. All right, we've got a broken solid fuel thruster. We know what to do with that, right? Put in our pile of trash over here. We'll get back to that. We'll get our hydrazine thruster going here soon. We'll actually get our whole hydrazine and nanocarbon alloy probably done today. Looking pretty rock solid for it right now. Might not get it all done, but we're gonna get in that direction at least. And look at this. Perfect. Let that baby. Again, I like to put it on the flat side, so as more, it's going to get the sun a longer time. There we go. All right, we're looking good. So we've got our basics going, right? Our basics are these 4 resources, which again is rubber. This over here is going to be plastic, which I actually took the plastic out of there. Plastic, and then I guess we can turn this on again. Oh, somebody's knocking. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry for that thing. I should supposed to take a break anyway. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Normally I try to take a break every 2.5 hours or so. But as always, IRL getting in the way of our gaming, everybody. I tell you, it's a constant stream of problems to be solved for me. Now, speaking of problems to be solved, I see that we're making a bunch of stuff back here that we have no canister for. All right, just put it on my backpack. Look at that. I'll put it on my backpack. All right, we need another canister. Oh, look at that. Ooh, let's get this over here. Get that converting. Another canister, please. Let's make as many as you can. Go. What else are we trying to do with plastic? Oh, atmosphere condenser. We don't want to put that on loop. We want to use some of that plastic for that. But then again, in a minute, we're going to have a whole lot of plastic when we put it in that canister. Really got to get in the habit of just putting it in my backpack. I'm getting into a bad habit of picking it up and carrying it when I don't need to. But by default, it's set to input. So I'll just start grabbing all that plastic now. Now it's going to burn up all those resources to run all that plastic into there. Now we're making more carbon over here. Got 14 there. We're at 10 here. That's going to fire all that up. I'm going to use that carbon over here for our tungsten carbonide when we need it. What else do we need? We got our stuff going. Again, working on the atmosphere. Iron. Iron, iron, iron. All right, come on. Focus, Kismet. Focus. How closer we are to finishing this. This is 10. This is ceramic. Take our ceramic. Run it over to this side. Alright. That's looking good. Liking it. Liking it a lot. Okay. What else can we do? We put our thruster on. Let's grab our extra thruster. Do we have all of our power? We need our item I think we left over there. But I usually have a spare one laying around, so I'll just grab it. Hitting V like Victor on my keyboard, by the way, to stop that. You actually have controls over the 2 slots that are on the top of your backpack. The left one is C and the right one is V. So I can turn it on or off just by hitting a key, which is cool. I don't think it has any effect on the solar power, though. I think you turn the solar thing on and off. It doesn't have an on and off. It just if you're getting wind power, it's on. If you're not getting wind power, it's off. All right, we got that. We got an extra fuel thruster. We need a canister. That's at 432, so it's almost empty. And we're going to go get some iron. Oh, we need a beacon as well. In this case, he hasn't put a beacon down. Let's go get ourselves quartz. That's usually why I leave some quartz as raw. Notice how, by the way, I'm running in front of it also, so it doesn't try to put it in my backpack. That's another great trick, too, to run in front of those, and that's why I leave that room in there, so I can run in front of it. Another fantastic suggestion. We got what we need. One more. One more to go. Just take it out. Put that there. All right, there we go. Okay, let's go get some iron. Oh wait, no, I already had one in there. I just remembered that. All right, we'll bring 2. We'll get some titanium while we're there too. Okay, we're out. Now, did he bring a vehicle there though? Is there a vehicle on Glacio? Let's not risk it. Let's go ahead and make this easy. Let's go back over here. Let's go ahead and take this out. And we could probably make another canister over here. Or actually, I just used the one I got. I'll replace that one here later on. What, puppy? There's a puppy here, everybody. You want to see the puppy? Come here, puppy. Sparkle, come here. Come here. All right, come here. You want a big attention hog? I'm a attention hog puppy. Sup, noobs? Hello, I'm Sparkle Dog. That's what I do. I'm a good little puppy. I love to get dog hair all over, though. This is the Sparkle Dog. Let's see them Sparkle Dog emotes in the chat. So I'm a pretty puppy. Yeah, but I'm so pretty. You know what? I can't hang out with you noobs too long. I don't want to get my rep, tarnished by hanging out with all these noobs. See, she's totally bored. Totally bored by us noobs. All right, you little puppy. She wants to go outside, I think. So I have to go stealth boy again. I'll be right back. Cutting into my game time, everybody. Take care of that IRL. What does BSE stand for? That is a great question. Best stream ever. That's what BSE stands for. Every stream I make before than the one before is the best one. So you're in the best stream ever right now. This is number 1100 or something like that. I forget what number I'm on. Yeah, 1,100 best stream ever streams in a row. A lot of streams. That's not counting all the streams I streamed before, by the way. That's just since I've been doing that, which is like the last 2 or 3 years or so. Is that best stream ever? I think it was just before or just after I got partnered about 3 years ago that I said, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into that mentality of making every stream better than the one before. And when you're in that mode, I feel like it really does help. It certainly does. It really does help the quality of everything that you do. All right, we'll run that organic out. What were we doing over here? We were going to package. That's what we're going to do. So if we're going to package, we're going to need some graphite. I'll run a couple of those. Really need to collect a lot of graphite. And then we need to make sure we have our packager, which is already unlocked. We are cranking. Okay, I'm gonna grab this graphite and we're gonna make some packages. I just keep pressing until I see the graphite move. If I see the graphite move, then I know I'm in the right spot. All right, we'll let that go. Now, I don't know whose vehicle is what. So I'm just going to grab all the vehicles, put them together, and I'm going to pick one randomly. They can always make another tractor. In fact, they don't even need to make a little tractor anymore. They're just going to use the large ones instead. And I could take a large one. I could make a large one and take it with me. But right now, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to go ahead and put all of these vehicles together over here. And make some choices as to which one's which. Or which one I'm going to use. Eventually, I make a parking lot for these so people can do parking on it. Whoa. Something went flying. So basically, you can come in and you can park your vehicle in there. Now, if somebody puts a beacon on there, that'll be the one I don't do. Because that's a dead giveaway. Now, there's nothing on the front of this one, so I'm going to go ahead and use this one just randomly. Just easier for me to package. All right, boom. Grab that tractor. Why am I bringing a tractor? Because I don't know if there's a tractor there and if there's an auctionator or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and use that tractor as my auctionator. I'm going to bring an extra solid fuel. I'm going to bring a beacon in just in case there's not a beacon there. I'm going to bring some power. So I'm going to bring some solar power, some wind power, and generated power. Now, another thing I definitely want to do while I'm running out all of this stuff anyway is to grab some organic and bring that with me. Now, our carbon over here is full, so we're going to go ahead and grab this carbon. Throw it in its proper spot. We got to put our thing out here in the front. We got to do all of that stuff. We'll come back to that later on. What we need right now is we need some resources. We need some iron. Okay. Now, we could also bring ourselves some other things like tables, atmosphere condensers, and all of that stuff. But I don't really want to bring that with me right now because I actually need the resources for the atmosphere condenser. That's what we're working on right now, which is this. We need a bunch of iron to make a bunch of those. We need at least 2 at this planet and then a bunch of them on other planets as well, and those need to be powered and so on. So at this point of the game, that's what I work on, is I work on setting up the atmosphere condensers. And even if they only work part of the time, at least they're collecting that, and it actually collects us 5 charges each. So on the small ones, and then on the larger ones, it collects a lot more as well. Okay, so we've done that. Now, one of my favorite places in the entire game is right out here, the Glacial, the Tundra planet. Now, on the tundra planet, it's going to have titanium as its primary element, but also it has iron over there as well. And so we're going to travel over there, and we're going to hope that someone, whoever came over here to get that iron, if they did come to Glacio, they could have went to other planets as well. If you'd like to know what planets do what, you can go ahead and go right here, hit escape, go into your planets, and it will tell you what each and every planet has, right? So if we go to Glacio, it's going to say titanium and hepatite, which is iron. Argon are the gases that we can get from Glacio, as well as has very low sun power, but very high wind power. So very nice for wind power. And the difficulty is hard, but it ain't that hard. It ain't really that hard. But there is also another planet, Novus here, which is very heavy in that iron with a little bit of lithium. And then Venetia was heavy on lithium, Maturite heavy on from Caldor, and so on and so forth. I find also Caldor really great for ammonium. Really great planet for that as well. But we're going to Glacio. That's where we want to end up. So we're just going to wander around here and see if anyone's landed on this planet. I don't see any. I don't see one back there or down there. Now, usually when I land on a planet, I'll land close to one of these beacons. That's just in case I forget to put a beacon there. It's kind of easier to find my way back. As well as I'll put a beacon down, I'll land next to the monolith, and I'll put a beacon down so that I can find my way back next time. Now, while we're circling this planet right here, let's go ahead and start a battle while we're looking for a spot to land. Let's go. Yeah, I figured. Well, there you go. You smart. You smart. Yeah, the puppies. Yeah, that's the Sparkle Dog. And she's still tolerating being picked up. I know, right? The princess. That's what we call her. Her Royal Highness. Master of all she surveys. Master of all gaming noobs. All right, there's that blue chest, everybody. Let me know if you do get a loyalty skin. We got Icy, Rotisserie G, Vexing Grim, and JC Hunter getting some love. Rotisserie G, MVP with 41 assists. Wow, let's go for the gold. Right there. I'm going to put my Centurion down. Oop, or try. Put my Centurion down, and just in time, boop, back to here. And we've got a bubble real close to one of these monoliths. Looks like it's up in the mountains, but that's okay. We'll take whatever we can get at this part. We'll just land whatever. We'll just land wherever. Let's go. It'd be funny if it was the same place the other person went to. Doesn't look like it. All right. Yeah, it doesn't really look like Glacio. I know it is, but that's kind of a weird flat spot for Glacio. Usually, Glacio, you're very mountainous. That's a very unusual flat spot. How do you know what planet you're on? That's a good question. If you didn't know what planet you're on, how do you know? Right? If you go in and you say, okay, what planet am I on right now? You have no idea. If you forgot, you would have no idea if you were on that planet or not. Does anybody know? Anybody know how to know what actual planet you're on if you forgot? That'd be kind of funny, right? I don't think it tells you. No, I don't think it tells you. But that's okay. We'll work our magic. Okay, now the first thing we need is we need a way to get oxygen. Now we have our ship. Our ship's going to give us oxygen, but also our tractor will as well. So we'll go ahead and see if we get any wind power. Not getting any wind power right now, so we'll go ahead and use our solar power. That's going to start to charge that baby up slowly on the side there. Oh, and I brought a bunch of graphite. I didn't need to bring that, but oh well, we got it. We've also got our canister over here that we want to use for our iron. Now, while that's charging up, I'll also go ahead. Oh, here's some wind power, too. Let's go and throw that wind power in there. There we go. We'll just go for a little drive around first. Now, before I leave this area so I can find my way back, one of the things to do is to roll over your feet and look at which direction that you're traveling, right? If I go east, then I know I can come back west and hopefully find my ship. Now, the ship actually gives off its own beacon. So if I run off over here, it's got a little beacon, but it doesn't go very high up in the air. So you can very easily lose it behind a mountain. So you want to go ahead and put this in and then go ahead, drop that down, and that'll go up much higher, easier to find my way back. Now I'm going to go survey the area first and see if I can find some iron. And I'm just going to pick a random direction. I have no idea where it is. And there it is. At least a little teensy bit. See, that's telling me that most likely there's not much there. Because it's only one thing. Oh. But there's only one thing. But there's a lot of iron on the surface level of this planet. That was it. That was it. But there's more up this way. So we'll go ahead and go up this way a little bit. Angle this out. We'll make ourselves a nice little ramp. Let's go check it out. Oh, yeah. Now we're dogged. Look at that sucker. Oh, my God. If I had a bunch of extractors right now, I'd be extracting it for days. Look at this. That's a jackpot. Now, how did I know this was here? How did I know to land in this particular spot? I didn't. I just randomly did it. I'll tell you whether I do it on purpose or whether I randomly do it. I love how those things explode. All right, so we got that going on. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and put my wind turbine down right here. I'm going to put my solar thing. I don't know why that solar thing gets all funky sometimes. And I'm going to YOLO off the side. Whoop, whoop! And here we are. Put that on there. All right, let's get to it. Now, I want to put my vehicle close enough that I can use the oxygen from the vehicle, as well as I'm going to need the generator up here as well. Now, this is not doing anything right now, so I might as well put that on me, and then put this back on the vehicle so that can charge the vehicle as well as we go. And off we go. Let's do it. Now, because I'm using the wide mod, and the... and the boost mod, I'm going to get a little bit of iron, as you can see. Now, the cool thing is I go ahead and take this iron, and I can feed it. Oh, I can try to anyway. Feed it into there. And I'm going to go ahead and say enable output. There we go. And instead of feeding it onto one of those things, I can just feed it in this canister. So it's going to be 32 of them, just like that. Now, again, remember not to stand too close. I was actually watching where I was standing there, and I was at an angle. So it didn't clip through the ground and then end up clipping through the ground. You lose all your resources because it goes into the actual wall or into the dirt. And then you never get those resources back. Sometimes I have found them, though, on the level down below. But usually not. Usually they get stuck in the wall. Even if you try to drill out that wall, they're not there. They glitch all the way through. Sometimes to the bottom of the entire game. Sometimes they'll glitch upwards. Rarely, but most of the time they glitch downwards. And so you can collect a lot of this right here. Now, again, this would be the optimum spot to use a bunch of auto extractors right now. You could put like 3 of them down. You have iron for days. But since I'm not in that stage yet, I'll have to find another spot because I've already kind of messed this spot up. You want to find a nice pristine spot before you start to use your auto extractors. At least that's how I like to do it. All right, what are we at? 30 already. All right, let's put some more in there. All right, that's full. I got room for 2 more. Let's go. Looks good. All right. That's solar there. Or actually, watch this. I can just do this. Drop it off the side. Let it roll down there. That's a little dangerous to do because it can glitch through the ground and then you lost your thing and that's 32 resources gone. But most of the time it works. It'll just roll its way down there. Ah, look out! All right. And there we go. Now these things I'm going to go ahead and just leave here for it to charge that up in case anybody else comes back and wants to gather more resources. Also leave the beacon. And we got tons of iron. That's it. That's all we need to do. We out. We good. Never gets old, right? Yeah, I know, huh? It never does. Love it every time. Now, we could have got some titanium while we were there as well, but I'm good. I'll come back for that. And I'm actually just throwing away all this trash that's at my base right now. That is that is not being used. And I have a whole bunch more that I need to do here in just a moment, where I'm going to be making the larger thing, the larger scrapper thing. What is that called? Salvage thing. Large salvage thing that allows me to put all this other tables I have laying around that I'm no longer using, because I've consolidated literally like 20 tables into like 4 or 5 now with the larger base, as you can see, with the larger tables. All right, looking good. Too easy, everybody, too easy. All right, let's go ahead and go right over here. Let's go ahead and find a way of keeping this going, or actually just change our mind, have it pull all that back again. I can also just do this to make it a little bit easier, because it's not working on that particular one. I can actually grab, if it lets me, the individual resource. I can't grab that in one because it's being used. There we go. And I'll pull that off of there, and that'll go to there. And then I need some carbon. And I need to look at this to make sure. If it says disable output, then I need to turn this off. There we go. All right, so that put it back where it goes, and then I can grab this carbon, and I can refill the carbon. Oh, weird. See how that carbon's not going in there? There we go. I had to run it out and then back in again. Sometimes it gets confused. Alright, and then back over there. And then that'll have plenty of carbon now to run for all of that. Okay, now back to our iron. That's what we're worried about now. Run that out. We'll run just a little bit of that and then we'll stop it. We'll go over here. We'll grab this other resource container I made earlier. Go ahead and tell this to stop making a Land Rover so I can stop looking at that. We're going to put this in the back just in case, and then this will go in the front. There we go. Now it's going to run that out. That off to the side. This is organic. We're going to burn that up in a bit. We got more chemistry labs which we'll work on. But again, we go ahead and we're working toward our atmosphere condensers. So let's get into that again. Right here. So we need our chemistry lab. Oh, not chemistry lab. Sorry. Our atmosphere condenser. We need 1 iron. What I'm going to do is go ahead and tell this to run out real quick. And then I'm going to go ahead and put them over here. Got the room. There we go. Boom. And then this one I'm going to put on repeat. Or actually, no, I only need 2, so I'll just do it. I'll just do them one at a time. Now, see, that's also making atmosphere condenser there. What are we making here? Yeah, we're making it in both. Okay. And now I'll make my second one. There we go. This will go ahead and tell to go into there. Sometimes you got to output it and then re-input it. Because it gets, like, stuck. Like, halfway. There we go. Now it'll burn up the rest of that. And then we'll get 2 atmosphere condensers going. We're going to need those atmosphere condensers running. So we're going to go ahead and get this fired up. So, like, we'll go ahead and move these out here. Do I really need to put them there? No, I don't need them on this side. I'll put them out here. Do something a little different this time. I'll run our atmospheres right over here. Move all this stuff out of the way. But we're not going to use this landing pad, so I'm going to go ahead and put it back here. And yet again, my vehicles are now in the way. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whoa! Ride 'em, cowboy! Doesn't matter where you put them, everybody. They're always in the way. I'm going to run them way out here. No matter where you put them, they'll be in your way. I call this the parking lot out here. Oh, wait. I took that one. Now, by the way, I could package these all up and take them back to Glacio and use all of those and all of that. Don't really need it right now. I'm doing fine. All right. Flatten this out a bit here. Give ourselves a bit more room. And we got our stuff there. And then right here, we're going to use for our atmosphere condensers. Again, always leaving nice, lots of room to move around, not blocking yourself, blocking your vehicles. Yeah, I kind of feel like we want to do this. And I change my mind all the time. So sometimes I'll do this and I'll say, I don't like it anymore. Let's do something else. That's your prerogative, right? That's your prerogative. Now, one of the problems with these atmosphere condensers is they burn up a lot of power, a crazy ton of power. And we don't have our batteries yet. We should have probably done our batteries before our iron, but we didn't, so that's the way it goes. So I'm going to go ahead and put this atmosphere... Oh, I got these backwards. My bad, my bad. Like, Kismet, what do you mean backwards? I'll show you. Oh, I don't need to do that anymore. I'm going to just turn it. I keep doing that. It's like an old habit I'm trying to get past. The arrow here in the front, I want that to face toward me, so I know when it does it, it's going to do it out to the right by default. And there we go. You're like, Kevin, why are you using two separate ones? Why don't you put the one on the same one? Well, I don't like doing that because it always ends up where it's not going where I want it to go. And then they start mixing and matching, and I don't like that. And I have plenty of tables, so I'm going to do it the way I want to do it. All right, so number one, what do I need first? I'm going to need hydrogen. Repeat and go. That's going to eat up so much of our power right now. What's the other thing we need here? After hydrogen, we're going to need nitrogen. All right, there. We're going to go ahead and press that button, and we're going to tell it to go. Now, it's going to make a bunch of little canisters of those different things when it has enough power to do so. And we're going to have to really focus power. So we got both of those going. Those are going to help us when we get into our gases. But right now, what do we got over here? Tungsten carbonide, tungsten, and carbon. So we got our resin there. What do we do with our tungsten? We converted our tungsten. All right, we got our iron. What do we do with our tungsten? We did something with it. There it is. Take that off. Put that on. These are all enable output. This is all off. We must have run out of copper or something. I got aluminum and aluminum. Yeah, we're out of copper. Let's see. And then this. I think I need some copper. But this is carbon tungstenide. We need to do our T table. Get that going on. Guys dancing. Let's dance some more working, bro. I don't have enough power. Gotta wait for the power. We'll get some resin. We'll get some batteries. We'll get some power. We'll get some RTGs eventually and get to all of that as we do. Hey, Jago, what's up? Thanks for being here. Thanks for checking it out. How's the Astroneer going today? I set up a starter base on Novus. I got a bunch of research last night. Well, I saw that break some stuff. You're crushing it, bro. Crushing it big time. I don't really go to Novus all that often, but it is a really good spot to get some loots and whatnot. Very, very cool. I did see a lot of the stuff that was done. Hey, welcome. Go on in and join me right now working on the higher end stuff. We've transitioned, obviously, from the smaller tables. We're transitioning to out of the mediums and all of that. And right now I'm building up a big stack of fun stuff over here to scrap and send for some titanium, even though I could go collect titanium if I desire. But right now we're going to keep it going. All right, what's happening here? Oh, we're waiting for power. Waiting for that power to kick in. We definitely need some lithium. If no one else comes in and does that, I am going to go ahead and grab that in a bit. Okay, so, but first I want to work on my my scrapper. That's what I want to do. Where is my scrapper thingy? There it is. Okay, tungsten carbonide and steel is the other thing that we need. And so, we need to get that, and then steel is our other one. Let's go ahead and just grab one of these over here. We'll go ahead and expand it. And we'll go look at what steel takes. Now again, steel requires argon. Now where did we go that had some argon? Well, Glacio has argon, and so does Venecia, which is one that also has lithium. So I need to get the lithium too, but which one do I go to the most? Probably Glacio, right? So this time, instead of doing it at Venecia, which is where we get our lithium, I'm going to go ahead and do it at Glacio and get that going on. There we go. How is the passive research thing going? I set up, I still was getting between 16 and 50 bytes per minute. Yeah, we had like 60,000 when I logged in, so we crushed it, bro. We have a lot of stuff unlocked. Now, the thing I like to do is go to Aatrox, because each one of those ones you pick up are 5,000. And so you can pick up 25,000, 100,000, and just let it run and run and run. Though it's very fun to do it the way that you did it, where you went and got it out of all of the little things, and then have it actually feed itself into there. You can actually use your auto arm to have it feed in there, all of those. You get a whole bunch of them, and then we'll just keep feeding them in there automatically, doing tons and tons of research for you when you're not even around, which is pretty fun. That's always very fun. But right now we're trying to get this, but we need some argon. So let's go ahead and focus a bit on that. First, let's finish what we got here, because we're always doing like 20 things at the same time. Let's go ahead and focus on our organization of our things here. Now, this is just the way I like to organize it, everybody. There's no set in stone that you have to do it this way. But this is the way I like to do it. We'll go ahead and enable output here. And that's where I go ahead and just organize it down here by what the resources are that go along with that. And then I'll go ahead and make one of these. Now, it needs carbon, so I need to go ahead and tell it to run out the carbon. There we go. Now, a good trick, by the way, is to turn this back off. Enable the input. Make sure this is, enable output. Make sure it says enable output, enable output. Because when I flip this switch over here to automate this and have this running on its own, I want to make sure they all are turning on and off based on what I want them to do. Now, I'm not going to turn it on loop right now. I've got this one on loop over here. And it's already burnt up all of the copper that we had by making a bunch of aluminum alloy over here, which you can see I've got 11 of 32. Over here, same thing. This is all automated. This made 25 of 32 plastic, and this one over here, 26 of 32 rubber. So it's making my kind of higher end resources automatically and then feeding them into our kind of secondary containers there. So it's very easy to do. Now later on, we'll have the very large canisters, and when we have those large canisters, we'll need to basically have these one per table, or we could have other tables that are feeding them into this table, which will allow that to run. And we can do a lot of that later on. But right now, we're just kind of in this kind of middle stage now of the game. Even though we've only played for about 7 hours, we are really cranking this playthrough, that's for sure. Big time, big time. For sure. Let's see. Especially went there because off the beaten path and let the other planets untouched for you. Oh, that's okay, bro. That's okay. You don't have to do that. This is a community server, so we can all work together, build bases together, and then make sure you put beacons down so people can find their way to them and all of that. That's all part of the fun. I've already played through like 30 times, so it's not like I haven't done it already all before. And now we're doing a group playthrough, which is very fun. Okay, so we made one tungsten carbonide, and that's going to remind me what this is making right here. So I'm going to put the first one right there. And then we're going to set up the same thing we've got back here. We're going to go ahead and take this off. But right now, we need an empty canister. Well, we just happen to have one right here. No, that's resin. These are all of our other resources that we're using for our 3D printer over here. Let's see if we got any more. We finish this up? Yes, we did. Okay, there we go. Now we got one. So So I want at least to have one here so I can go ahead and tell it to be tungsten carbonide. So I'm going to go ahead and have it make another tungsten carbonide over here if it has enough resources. Like so. Like that. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell it to run that. Now I'm going to put it on loop eventually and tell it to run, and then it will continuously run out. But first I'm going to need 2 more tungsten carbonides to really make that setup nice. We're also going to need an auto arm, so let's go ahead and make another auto arm right here. Again, this is why I have a whole bunch of resources stacked on these silos over here. And you're like, well, Kismet, where'd you get those silos? If you never went and got the titanium, how did you get the titanium for those silos? Well, what I did is I took all the extra stuff that I had from before, all the mediums and all the smaller stuff, and I scrapped them up. And then I scrapped them and I put them on our little trade platform and I sent that off, got some titanium, and then I made those things from that. So you don't actually have to go collect any more materials. You can just literally go around and collect all of the junk, convert it into scrap, send that scrap up into the upper atmosphere from your trade stations, and then get every resource from different planets right here. I could actually do lithium over there too if I wanted to, but eventually I want to do that from the planet itself. And again, look at that power being drained. Look, this is siphoning all the power over here. Now here's a great thing: when you've got these separate, you can just cut that power, and then when it kicks in, it'll try to power all of this over here, which is the thing I need to power the most. Now, if I want to, I can go ahead and supplement this power, really in any part of the chain I want to, just by taking my little generator here, put that in there, and then turn that on. At least it would go a little bit, right? See, at least it's going like that, though that's pretty slow. We need to get some lithium. We need to get some batteries. We need to get this fired up. First, we'll wait that out. Wait it out. So we need 2 more. Oh, there's one there. Tungsten carbonide. We already put one in here? No, we didn't. Okay, we'll put that in there. All right, so that one is tungsten carbonide. All right, nice. We got our auto arm. We need another table. So I have one in my backpack. Oh, solid fuel thruster. Oh, I got to take the solid fuel thruster off there. Now I'm thinking about it. Why I make a bunch of extra of these solid fuel thrusters is because you just like blast them a lot in the beginning. Now I could go right to hydrazine and all of that, but I usually don't. I don't try to rush a game too much. I mean, since I've already played through many times. I really know every single step I need to do do this, but I try to do it different every time. I try to build a different style base. I try to build it in a different way. I try to set up all of my stuff different because it does challenge you to try something different each time. If you're just doing the same thing over and over, you might as well not even restart. You might as well just stay in the same game. But I like to restart because then I can try different stuff. That's part of the fun. And we're going to add lights to this later. This side part here, which I think is going to be real fun. We'll get into all that later on. Okay, then we'll put our auto arm in here. Again, this is how I like to do it. I think it just looks cool. Plus, it leaves an area where you can walk in between there. You can even get your small vehicles in there if you wanted to. And there we go. All right, we need 1 more tungsten carbonide over here. And I'm actually going to grab this one. Just to try to limit it. And then we're going to tell it to repeat and to go. Now what it's going to do is make a ton of tungsten carbonide. We're going to test it to make sure it does grab it, and then it does feed it back and go into that specific container. Ah, ran out of power again. Such is the way it goes, everybody. Now this is the struggle of the beginning of the game. Especially since we did iron first and we did all this other stuff first instead of doing lithium first. This is why I typically do lithium first, just so I have batteries. And those batteries allow me then to store up a lot of power. Then I'll make a lot of power generation. It'll store it all in the batteries, and then this never happens again. And then till you have your RTGs. And then after you have your RTGs, you don't even need your batteries anymore. But for now, we'll just go ahead and suffer so you guys can see the suffering part of it. There we go. Now we want the lithium so we can make the larger batteries. We can make the larger batteries to get those going on. Right over here. So again, the thing I work toward pretty early game is power and batteries. And there is a specific order in which I go. I usually go to the tables first, so I have the larger tables, the ones you saw stacked over there. I go toward the tractor in the very beginning because the tractor acts as an oxygenator. Instead of wasting your points on getting the oxygenator, you just get yourself a tractor, and oh, there it goes. And then the tractor actually acts as an oxygenator, and it's mobile, so it's not stuck in one place. You have to do a bunch of tethers and do all of that stuff. I feel like the tethers is a very beginning mechanic, so I don't really use the tethers. Though if that's your thing, you like the tethers, more power to you, but it's not my thing. I feel like it's a waste of my time after I have the actual vehicles itself. Let's see. I forgot what I was doing now. Batteries. Batteries is what I was talking about. Yeah, batteries over here. So we want to unlock the batteries. Where's our batteries at? In here somewhere. I always forget which one it's in. It's not in there because you actually make it in the small printer. It's already unlocked. I'm just not seeing it. Not that. These are logic systems. Those are tape. There it is. See, they move this stuff around. I can't even find it. There it is. Medium battery. So medium battery doesn't really take that much resources, right? You just got to get the lithium, though. You got to get over to Venecia or Novus to get the lithium and bring it back, or you can do it through the trade thing. And zinc, we got that for days, right? So let's go ahead and unlock that one. That's our next big one that we get going. Now, of course, eventually, this is the one we want because this is unlimited power. It's always going. It doesn't matter whether it's windy or sunny or whatever, or you're underground or above ground. It is always generating power. It produces 4 power, by the way. If you notice that the medium battery will actually provide 3 power. The wind power provides 1 power. And then the solar panel provides 2 power. The medium generator does 3 power. I never unlocked the medium generator. Wait till you get in the later planets. You're gonna be tripping over those medium generators. You're gonna have 15 of them. You won't know what to do with them. You start throwing them in the thing to grind it up. But yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to do lithium. So there we go. So we got our titanium alloy going. That's all good. We got all of our basics automated there. So very fun. And we need another atmosphere condenser. So we need some iron and we need some plastic. So let's go ahead and get this. I see some iron on the back. Oh, there he is. What's up? So we want to go ahead and put some iron on here. Like this. Hello. Thumbs up. I see you. I see you, bro. Alright. So we want to go ahead and get some more iron. Let's focus on what we're doing here. There's our iron right here. You know, our finished iron. So let's run that out. Run that over there. Could have just put it over there and ran it out too. Iron, and then we need some plastic. Now we got plastic back here in the back. Over here, so we'll run some of that out. One of the things you can do too is just pull it off of there, like this, and then grab one of them off the end. And then switch it back and then put it back. So it doesn't run it out on the table and you have to rerun it back in again. I find that somewhat annoying. Alright, so there we go. So we're going to go ahead and put our plastic in here. We're going to make an atmosphere condenser. Man, we got lots to do. So we're going to take our atmosphere condenser. Now, here's another thing that we can do. Since we do have some extra stuff, we can also go and package one of these tables and use this table as a atmosphere condenser stand on another planet. It's much easier to bring the small ones than it is the large ones. So I could just go ahead and do this. But then eventually I'd have to grab it and bring it back here and then deal with it where I wouldn't want to do that. But here's another problem. If we try to take this and we try to put it up in here, it doesn't fit in there. It only fits in the large vehicle. So we can't even do it anyway. Can't even do it if I wanted to do it. So what I'm going to do, just to get our argon going on, is we're going to go ahead and do this. And then we're going to go ahead and use our packager to package this right back up. Like that. Okay, so now we've got that. And we'll go ahead and put that up in our vehicle. And we're going to go ahead and then go get our atmosphere condenser. And we're going to put that up in there as well. So, all right. So, we got our platform and our atmosphere condenser. And now we're going to need some power. So, we're going to need to siphon some of the power from this base. Now, what does it have a lot of? It has a lot of solar. It has a good amount of wind. So, we're going to go ahead and grab some wind. And we'll grab some solar. We'll not grab the battery, though. You definitely want to keep your batteries because we don't have any batteries for right now. So, we'll leave the batteries here. And we're going to siphon some of this power. Now, what I would do is I would take these right here and I would swap them, right? So you're not just bringing all of one type or bringing all of each thing. So I'm going to go ahead and swap some of these around and put half as solar and half as wind. Now, wind I always find is my favorite because wind obviously runs 24/7. It runs underground and all of that. So much easier to go ahead and do that. All right, and then of course we want to put this back in here so that when that wind and whatnot kicks in, there we go. So I'll just bring some built-in, a little bit of power. Now again, it's not going to run 24/7. It's definitely going to run only so much and then have an issue. And that's okay. We'll deal with that. Now we also, before we leave, we want to also make sure that we have an extra item right here. Our thruster. If I can find it. See, sometimes the reason why I don't unlock some stuff is I don't want to have to go through them all. There it is, solid fuel thruster. All right, there we go. And then we moved our ammonium over here. So we'll go ahead and grab our ammonium back over this way. Put that over there. Oh, that's not ammonium. That's quartz. My bad. And find where we put our ammonium, right here. There it is. You're trying to follow me, or what are you doing? It's like right, he's like right behind me. See, whenever someone's doing that, it's like they're trying to get my attention. It's like a trigger. It's like, why are you following me, or what are you trying to say? I need a thruster too, booster for second ship. Okay, I'm gonna make some right now. No worries, bro. No worries, we're gonna make some right now. We got plenty of resources in here. We got plenty. We can make a bunch of them. In fact, let's make you a large ship too. Why have just one large ship? Let's go, baby. Come on now. Medium shuttle, let's go. Come on. You don't want to go with that little baby shuttle. Come on now. You want yourself nice, brand new. You get the newest ship right there. Let's fire that up. Let's get you a nice new ship. We'll take this one out of here. All right, ship. You're getting decommissioned, bro. Oh, wait. No, wait. Hold on. We're not even going to do that. Hold on. We're not even going to do that. We're going to make that ship there. But we're going to make you your own landing pad out there as well. Because we're going to leave that ship on there and not use that landing pad. We're going to need some more power, though, because this is going to slow down. I can tell you that right now. We're going to need some organic. We're going to grab it from over there. No! Fail. All right, might as well burn it up now. I forgot that was, that's the forges there. I think we're out of organic. We used it up? I think we used it up. All right, no organic to be found. But, funny enough, we've got plenty of dirt over here I collected earlier. Make me some, bro. Make me a whole bunch. Now, here's a funny thing that you can do, by the way, is you can actually make stuff in here. I'm going to take all this out. You can actually make the organic in here and keep the organic running. And then what it will do is it'll keep feeding this infinitely until it runs out of dirt. So it'll keep running and running and running endlessly with that dirt. So right now, though, we're low power. We got to wait for the power to kick in. See, now the first thing that's close to this is the thing it's going to prioritize. That's why I put this right next to this. Because this is where the power's coming in, and it will prioritize the things that are closest. And right now, we don't have anything else running. I got the atmosphere disconnect, or at least I thought I did. Yeah, no, I have it disconnected. And right now, the highest priority thing I want is this thing. Why is that on there? Highest priority thing is I want this for the thing. Oh, something's kicking on. See, now that'll just keep feeding that. It'll just keep running and running and running and running, which is awesome. Now, of course, if we had some compound, we could really have this going. Right here. And go in and make some more of these. You try to grab it, but it'll grab it out of there. So you got to grab these out of here. Kind of annoying that it doesn't just swap it. You can't just swap it with the item and sets it down. But there we go. And let's make another one. And see, it's queuing up some more now. Another great technique, if you are trying to keep your base running, is just to have that keep making organic. And I'll just keep feeding it. And this, I don't use the medium one. I could have it go and grab the organic, make the organic, go into the forges, make it into carbon, do the medium one, and do all of that. But I don't. And again, that'll just make more organic when it runs out, which I think is pretty cool. Very, very cool. In fact, I'm going to just put this up here. There we go. Keep running those all day, every day. All right, we got another ship coming up. We got another thruster over here. We'll go ahead and make another landing pad as well. These thrusters over here. I'll put our other landing pad back here in the back, so when we come out, we can go ahead and put those resources down. Nice little spot out here. Fancy smancy. Now, the reason why I put it back here is because normally you take the resources from here, and then you're going to feed them in some way up here. Normally into the forges. But in the case of lithium, or I'm trying to think of something else that you would go and get, and then lithium, ammonium, things like that, that you would put more in the 3D printer, where if you go get iron and titanium, whatever, you would put it in the forges. So that's why I like to have it fairly close to the forges. All right, vehicle done. Let's get that out of there, and then let's go ahead and make a landing pad. We need ceramic and aluminum. And so we'll go ahead and tell it to stop on that ammonium. Holy mackerel. Too much ammonium there. All right. Aluminum. Put some more of that in there. That's good enough. And then, what was the other thing? I've already forgotten. Oh, it's off and running, making something. Come on, we gotta tell it to stop. We're trying to make this right here, ceramic. That was the other thing. Right here. There we go. All right, another landing pad. Now, see, I like to use the landing pads versus using the default one. And the reason why I like to do that is because it makes it way. Oh, look, he's trying to consolidate it into more. He's trying to use the 4s on there instead of the other thing, so he can do even more power. See, very smart. You can do that as well. He could also use one of these towers to do it as well. One of my silos, and that will keep that running. Now, I didn't want to burn up too much power because it's going to burn up all my dirt, but it works. Whatever works. Whatever gets it going. You know, again, you want to work together with other peeps. Let them do their thing, have fun however they want to have it. Like that. But I always give the whys. The why I do something, the why I put something, and how I put it. I feel like that's just as important as the how, or even more important sometimes than the hows. All right, I'm going to put this out here, then we're going to do this battle here. Let's go ahead and put another landing pad in. So he can go ahead and use his ship. I can go ahead and use my ship. And then we're not, like, blocking each other. Or, you know, I put something in the ship, and then he takes off and takes my stuff. Or I put something in his ship, and then he takes off, and then, you know. Again, working together is always my primary goal. All right, let's put this right out here. Let's unpack it. Fire it up. Now, one of the things I'll do is I'll look at the direction of where this is coming out. And then you can also pick this back up again. Put that over there. Make a note of what side that is. This side right here, you can pick this up and rotate it in case you want to fine tune it. Say you want it to go this way. Then you go ahead and expand it again. And then, oh, sorry, bro. Then when you put that back in there, see, now it's facing toward the direction you want, and it's really easy to load and whatnot. So you can actually adjust that by putting it however you want, which is really cool. I dig that. Okay, so I'm going to go to Glacio. I'm going to go to Glacio and do this, and I think he's going to do, you're going to do lithium, right? Is that what you're working on, Break? You working on lithium? Let me know. Good to communicate. Try, yeah, okay, cool. All right, there's your thruster. And then I'm going to put an extra thruster right here next to it. You can put that in your backpack. So you'll have that just in case things go horribly wrong. Which sometimes does happen. All right, that was just there so I could see what it was. So we'll move that out of the way. And another extra thruster there for me. I've got a new thruster on mine. Anything else we need to do? We got some power. We got our atmosphere condensers. We can go ahead and get our argon off and running. All right, be back later, break. Keep rocking, bro. I'm out. And again, this is what's really fun about this game is the multiplayer part of it. Now I'm going to get this queued up to go to another planet, and then we'll do a battle. That sounds like a plan. We'll go ahead and launch so you guys can see where I'm going. I'm going to the outer planet. It's usually hiding out there somewhere. Actually, fairly close this time. All right, going to Glacio. Let's go ahead and do this battle. Appreciate you guys' patience, by the way, because this is a secondary game. I'm playing my primary game, so I try to stay focused on that. There we go. Who uses the medium shuttle? I'm using it. He's using it. And then eventually we'll go ahead and get our large shuttles. Considering we've only been playing for about 4.5 hours today, and we played 3 hours yesterday, this is how far we've already gotten. We're actually at the end of the game, by the way. We're just about to the point where we can get all the resources and then start to automate all the resources, which is cool. And we're going to build a big old stinking base, man. Big old baby. We're going to just have it gathering all the resources. All right, let's see. Reaper, Turk Smashy, we got Techie, and CW all getting some love. Turk Smashy coming in overall MVP with that 6 assists. Way to crush it. And here we are. It's boss time, everybody. Come and join us. We're going to get some boss loot. This little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well come join us because it's free to play. That's right. It's free on both mobile and on desktop, whether you have Android, iOS, or whether you got your desktop or laptop. Whatever it is, you go ahead and follow that link in the chat. Find me, your Captain Kismet. Gives you access to the battle board. Put down as many units you can. Put down 1 every 5 minutes, up to a total of 6 over the 30 minutes. I suggest you put down your range units first, or your units that are going to take the longest to cool down first, and then the ones that are shorter cooldown, like your warriors or your tanks, you put down those second. And this way, by the time your archer has cooled down, which takes about 10 minutes, your warrior is now down, and then you can put down another archer as well, or whatever unit you want to put down. That does help a lot. Okay, so we're going back to Glacio, going back to Cali. We're going down here, and we're going to find our beacon. So we're going to ring around the rosies, or ring around the planet here. I probably already saw it earlier, and I just missed it. That happens all the time because I'm watching the chat. Just got out of school. When are you going to switch to Blood and Steel? In about, let's see, in about hour and a half. About an hour and a half. I'm going to play for about an hour toward the end of the stream. So 3 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock is what I put on there? I think I put that on there. Yeah, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, right now it's 1:30 p.m. in my time. Couldn't find ammonium either. I know. Well, I have that problem with a lot of those ones because they look the same, right? The quartz and the thing looked. I was talking about that all earlier on the stream. How I actually usually put them on the thing and then I have them running out, but I fill everything so it's not running out on the thing. So it shows it at the bottom, and I turn them all so I can see them, and then I actually can use a thing that allows me to turn that on and off. Oh, I'm going past it right there. I use a button repeater where I can just turn all of the canisters off or all the canisters on. And so if I want to take one off of there, I can just turn all the canisters off. Or if I'm using chemistry stations, I can turn the chemistry stations and the canisters off. So if I want to replace, say I have an empty carbon, I can pull the one off and put another carbon on and then just keep it running. Now, this is only here when you're using medium containers. When you start using the large containers, you revamp all of this stuff again. Okay, so here's my little spot where I was before. And you're like, well, Kismet, what the heck? Where's your stuff? Well, I didn't even make an underground area yet. We didn't even do any titanium yet. We'll get to that in a bit. But the number one thing I want to do right now is argon. Now, I normally do it on Venetia, which is where I get my lithium. But since he's already got one in Novus, he could actually go to Novus and get it as well, or whatever he feels like doing. And I'm just going to go ahead and start getting our atmosphere condenser going. And I've never put the atmosphere condenser here on Glacio ever. Normally, again, I put it on Venetia, and I've played through 30 times. I've done all the things you can do, everybody. It's not my first time. Not my first time playing. Just a heads up. But when I'm playing the game, I like to explain what I'm doing, and I like to tell the whys of why I'm doing stuff, because that's just my style on my stream. All right, there's our argon. Let's get it fired up. Now, it's one of the first gases I do after hydrogen and nitrogen is argon, because that's what you need to do. Now, later on, I'm going to go to atrox. And atrox, we're going to get methane and then also some other stuff from there as well, including literally hundreds of thousands of research from atrox. Super easy mode. And I could have done it right here at the beginning of the game. I could have just, right at the beginning of the game, went to atrox and got that high-level research and thrown it in there. But I typically don't. I usually wait until about mid-stage when I start getting, you know, the medium vehicles and things like that. I don't try to rush it too much. Now, here's another great tip for you. Before you leave, make sure that you let your argon fill up a little bit, and you take some argon with you, because it's going to have 5 charges per one of these things. So when you start to make something out of argon, at least you'll have a little bit. Now, I'm also going to run up here, because since I'm here, I have a little tiny node up here. Some of you might have saw it earlier. It's just a smidge. It's just a teeny bit. It's just a tiny, ginormous node of iron over here that we found earlier, which is insane. We might as well fill up those extra slots and take them back with me. Now, I could also fill up the slots that are on my vehicle. I could have brought a container, or I could have brought a thing or whatnot. But I just put some slots on me. You know, might as well snag a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and actually put one of these up here. There we go. So we can grab this canister. That 2 charges is good enough. We'll grab that. And we're out. Now I'm going to do what I love the most. Set it and forget it. That's right. I'm just going to set that running. Forget about it. It's going to run whether I'm there or not. And then I'm going to go back to our primary base. And eventually I'll come back and grab that argon. And that's the way I am in most games. That's why they call me the Wasteland Tycoon, or the Space Tycoon in this case. I just set up all the stuff economically. I set it up so I have multiple things running at the same time, and I got it all efficiently running. And then I just go and I sit like this. Thanks for doing all the work for me. I just kick back and let it do the work. That's what I like to do. Very deceptive. I love this game too. Yes, I do. It's really, really good. I highly recommend it. Guess what? If you do have Game Pass, you do have this game. That's right. You can go play it on your Xbox right now. In fact, you could get it on your Xbox because of your Game Pass, and then you can go ahead and get on our mega server and come join us right now. If you want to know how to do that, you can go ahead and go onto the Discord. You're going to find it right there in the chat. You click that link. You go in there. You're going to see the rules section. You go ahead and read those rules. You're like, Kismet, I like working together as a team. I like being awesome. Agree to those rules. Hit that check mark. And then it will give you access to our server info. And in our server info, it'll tell you step by step on how to get on to our Astroneer server. Our Astroneer server runs 24/7, so you can come and play at any time that you want as well. Now, I normally play on Mondays. We did a bonus stream on Sunday yesterday, getting this all started. But normally I play on Mondays right about this time from 9 a.m. to about 3 to 4 p.m. All right, I'm back, baby. I'm back from outer space. All right, I brought some iron to throw into the forge. Get that organic in there too. Get this stuff off of me. All right, now we have the very precious, very first 2 argon. Now, what am I going to do with that argon? I'm going to put it right up here so I can find it later. All right. Now, again, what do we need argon for? Well, not for extenders, because extenders are useless. I hate using extenders. I rarely ever use them. Okay, so what are we working on next? What's our next goal? Well, right here is our hydrazine thruster, and we need some steel. So how do we make steel? Well, you're going to probably know that I go about 20 steps ahead, everybody. I'm always thinking that way when I'm playing games. Well, what do you know? We need some argon for steel. What an amazing thing. So we're going to need to set up our steel production. Now, you know we're not going to put it on one of those little tiny tables like that. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to get our main production line going on. Now, this is kind of my lower end production line. But my main production line is going to be pretty big and pretty long because it has to do a whole bunch of things at the same time. And then take one resources or multiple resources and combine them together, including gases and resources that have been refined, as well as then to take those resources and pass them down the line. So we're going to put this way back over here. And this is good too, because, you know, as we land over here, we can go ahead and run from over there and put it over here in these resources as well. I'm going to hold down Control, which is going to allow me to flatten the world out here. I'm just going to use whatever level is already here. Just kind of flatten this whole side out. Give myself lots of breathing room there. Same thing over here. Maybe we'll kind of fine-tune this a little bit. There we go. Now, they don't have, like, foundations in this game like you'd have, like, in something like Satisfactory or something. I would love if they added that. That would be amazing. Now, it just so happens that some of the stuff that I'm extracting right here, these gases over here, are actually going to be used over here in these as well. And we'll get into more into that later on. Oh, just out of reach. There we go. Now, again, the reason why I leave so much room is I have so much room. I have a whole planet. I have a whole planet of room. Again, one of the things I feel the most problem, people get it all way too close. Way too close. So again, what are we trying to make? What are we trying to make right now? We're trying to make our large thingy thing here. We can find it. I always lose it. There it is. Okay, so we need tungsten carbonate and 2 steel. So we're going to go ahead and use this one over here temporarily. We're going to rework this over here for sure when we get our stuff all in line. But for right now, we need our iron, carbon, and argon. So let's go back over here and see if we have these things now that we have stacked up over here. So what do we need? We need the argon. We'll grab that. We got some iron right there. We'll grab that. And then what was the other thing? Oh, it doesn't say in there. It was carbon, I think it was. Now, I have a terrible memory because I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. Really, it's a middle channel ear imbalance, but vertigo, you guys know what that means. You're dizzy all the time. And that's one of my problems that I have to deal with every day. So there's our argon. There's our iron. Weirdly that it doesn't grab it out of my backpack, but we'll go with it. And there we go. And we got that fired up. Now we got a bit of a problem. You're like, well, Kismet, that's why it's not grabbing out of your backpack, because it doesn't have any power. And that's true. Because I disconnected this power over here because it was sucking up too much of my power. There we go. Fire those back up. They also have it now where you can turn these off finally. It's the greatest thing ever. You don't have to listen to that whirling all the time, which you had to do before. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for the steel. Let's go, baby. Now, why am I spending so much time doing this extra large shredder over here? Because I want to clean my base up, number one. And number two, I can use it to get other resources. So if I wanted to get lithium right now, I could. I could just use the trade platform to get a few of them just to get our batteries going and so on. And you really, after you get tungsten, you really never have to leave the planet. Because once you have tungsten, you can actually do your scrappers. And then you could, so that's the only planet you actually have to go in the entire game. Is just over there to get the tungsten. Once you have the tungsten, then you can use your scrappers. Now, actually, I forget the smallest one. What does the small one do? Maybe you don't even need, maybe we should do a playthrough where we never leave the planet. That should be a fun playthrough. All right, what is it? Where's my small? I don't know where anything is anymore in here. They moved it all around. There it is. What does it need? It needs iron. So you do have to leave the planet either to get iron or to get tungsten. So in this case, you definitely have to leave the planet at least for iron. But once you have your shredder, you could literally just go around and shred everything and then get whatever resource you want. Now, in theory, also, sometimes rarely, you can find things like iron hidden around the world. Also, you might find when you get way down into the lower parts of some planets that they have different resources than they do in the upper parts of the planet as well. Now, the planet's in different layers. So as you're going down, you have one layer, and then you go down another layer, and another layer, another layer, until you get to the center of the planet. And some cool stuff happens there. And we still haven't done that. We didn't do that in the last playthrough either. We still haven't done empowering those up. But we'll get into it. We'll get into it at some point. Right now, we want to do our large shredder, our very large shredder here. Right here. So I need 2 steel and 2 tungsten carbonide. Now, I already have the 2 tungsten carbonide. That's easy. Right over here. And we'll go ahead and tell this to make that shredder. We have the 2 tungsten carbonide somewhere. Yes, I did. Where did those tungsten carbonides go? Didn't I put those up there? Apparently not. I think I put them over here so I could run those. That's okay. I got plenty over here. Let's run this out. I think I used them to do this. Let's put one up there so we know what that is. And then we're going to grab 2 of those. Or actually, why am I doing that? I can just do this. There we go. Good enough. Turn that back off. Put that back over there to run some more. All right, that's the way to do it. Just transfer those from one place to another. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, we got that aluminum alloy there. There we go. All right, so 2 steels. So now what we need is we need more of the same, right? So we need more carbon. It's around here somewhere. Any more carbons up there? Don't see them. There's one. We need more carbon, and we need a little bit more iron. Let's hope we're not out of iron. No, right there. We got tons of it. Tons of it right there. Okay, same thing over here. We have 1 steel. I noticed it grabbed it out of my backpack that time because it has power. And there we go. We need 1 more, and we got this fired up. And then we're going to have a fun old time scrapping some stuff. We'll go. Okay, this is what I like to do. I like to manage the base. That's like my favorite thing, to build bases and to manage the base. Because I know how powerful that is when you're working in a group. It can make the difference between, you know, succeeding or failing. Especially in games like 7 Days to Die and things like that. We crush that game so well is because we have such amazing teamwork. If our teamwork was terrible, we would all die. We would all die and our base would all get destroyed. That's just how that goes. All right, so we got some smaller ones out here. These are actually the large ones, which I consider not large. But that's just me. And we want to go ahead and get the large one here. Now, we got a bit of a problem, though, on here. Is the fact that that large shredder has to sit right there in the center. And if it's in the way, it's not going to work. So we have to actually take this off. I would turn this off like this. And then we have to kind of work this in such a way where it's going to end up on this trade platform. Now, these actually work really good for those. So we're going to go ahead and utilize one of these at least for that. And we're going to run it in the opposite direction. We're going to put our small one here. We're going to tell this to stay in there. We're going to tell this to turn around the opposite direction. There we go. We got some solar in here to block it so it doesn't... Oh, God, I got to get back in the habit of locking this. I'm so used to it being locked. They have it where you can unlock it and lock it, and by default, it's unlocked now. And I just constantly pick those things up by mistake. That's how it goes. All right, we'll keep waiting for our shredder. We could have this plugged in, get a little extra light. There we go. For no reason other than it's fun. Waiting around. Move this over here while I'm waiting, I guess. Bring this over too. For some overflow. It's going to overflow like crazy here in a minute. It's going to overflow. So these should go over here. That should go there. All right. What else can we do? Maybe put this at the end to block that. Okay. Now what I want to do is block this so it doesn't accidentally put these onto here, because then it won't feed it into the trade platform. It'll just sit on that platform. So that's why you'll see me block those ports. And then these two will feed to this medium silo, or this thing will grab it before it goes. Now, one of the problems with having it on this side is the fact that it won't actually grab it if it's on this medium silo. So really what you want to do is you want to do this. You want to take this off, put this here, so it's actually grabbing it from the silo and not from the actual thing direct, because those things are automatically going to go onto the silo anyway. And then you have it from the silo, then feed it up onto the thing. And then you got the backside blocked here so it doesn't go into there. That's how you really want to do that. That's going to work out way better doing it that way. Now, you'll see me sometimes do stuff just so I can explain stuff, and that was one of those times. I do that actually quite often. Now, if I do it on accident or if it was a fail or something like that, I also will let you know of that as well. It's fun time. Bye-bye, suckers. Love how it just shrinks. It gets smaller and smaller. I get enjoyment out of making it, and I get enjoyment out of it just getting grinded up. All right, another one down. You have to manually feed those in there. That would be cool to have a big crane that picked it up and put it in there automatically. That'd be kind of neat. Like a gigantic version of the auto arm, but it's a crane. Comes over, grabs it, drops it in. But then we're really getting into it, right? All right, so we got that done. We got all of our basics going. We're doing a bit of our steel back there. We're waiting on our lithium right now so we can do batteries. And then once we have batteries, it's going to help us a lot for our vehicles and all of that. Now, another thing we need to do is we need to get back to working on our large tables as well, because we need some more of those. We're going to need a bunch of iron for that. Let's just go ahead and do this and run some iron out. And put this baby on the loops. I can tell you that's not going to be enough resin. Let's run that back in. Let's go ahead and run this ammonium in. We got way too much ammonium on there. That's probably good enough. And then we're going to need our resin. Now, again, you never have too much resin, ever. You never have too much. I'm constantly using resin. Plastic, rubber. I guess we can snipe this. How are we looking here? This is naval output. Yeah, we're going to snipe it from there. Now, the cool thing is all of my resources will eventually have like a place where it goes, right? It's something that at some part of my production that it actually belongs there. So it actually belongs right there. The other thing that belongs there is organic. So I'm actually going to grab one of these organics again over here and put that back over here to remind me. We can also go over here and grab any of these things if they're empty. There's some organic right there. And put that over there. That's good. Actually, I can probably fill that up from back here. Let's go ahead and fill that up. Get all this organic in there in case we do need more of that, which I seriously doubt. I'm going to do these first. Turn that off. Turn that off after it does the next one. And once I'm able to put it on the table, then it will just grab it and run it. Look at that. That's some serious power there. Now I can use this switch to turn that on and off too if I want. As part of the whole entire deal of sustaining that power. There goes my tables. And we'll just keep running out those tables. As long as it has iron and resin, it'll just keep running those out. Alright, so we got all that going. And let's keep our tables grinding up. Because this is super fun. Now look how many tables we have before. We already grinded a few of them up. See them back there too. Tons of them. Now look how many we have left now. Alright, so a lot less using the large tables because they're more efficient in the way that you stack them versus the small ones where you end up with a lot of those. Oh, got to turn my auto arm on. There we go. Do your job, bro. Yeah. Need them batteries. The reason why we need more batteries is during the day it'll store up more energy. So when it's nighttime like this, you'll have all that backlogged energy. That'll keep all this stuff running. And that's the stage we're in. Then later we'll get RTGs, which power it all up and don't have to worry about it. Coming back with 45. Awesome! Awesome. I bet it's a Fallout game. What? What's your favorite base building game? My favorite base building game is, right now, I would say Satisfactory. Satisfactory has the best building in any game ever. And I've played thousands of them. I'm a builder, bro. I'm a big-time builder. But Satisfactory is, just like it says, very satisfactory when you're building out your bases and you're doing all that stuff. We're going to be playing that tomorrow, by the way, Tuesday and Wednesday. And absolutely fantastic game. And guess what? It's a 10 out of 10, and it's in early access. They haven't even finished the game yet. It's already a 10 out of 10. In fact, it's like a 10 plus plus. It's probably my favorite building game. Now, my favorite building Fallout game would be Fallout 4. My favorite kind of mechanics that I like would be Astroneer. Because I love the style of the mechanics that they have in this game. They're really, really well. And an Astroneer is very different than a Satisfactory. Satisfactory is a factory building game, where Astroneer is more of a exploration and really you're upgrading the equipment to help with your exploration. It's not like you're making a factory. That's not what this game is about. It's about exploring, finding resources, converting those resources, and then scaling up into the higher and higher levels of the game. And you can shape out the world, and you can, do all sorts of stuff in there that I don't want to spoil for you, and so on. So very, very fun. All right, there we go. Now we got some power. Get that power running, bro. Keep grinding these up. Look at this base. This base is looking... It's just amazing how just removing the clutter really streamlines your base. I'm telling you. It's the greatest thing ever. I love building the base, but I love it to be nice and clean for all my peeps in the chat with the ADHD. I know you know who you are. You know who you are for sure. I kind of like how the printer arms print big objects. Yeah. Yeah, I really like the mechanics of this game. The way you can scrap stuff, the way you can do that. And they added that, actually. They added this before Satisfactory added their awesome sync. This is a brilliant idea. This scrapping is a brilliant idea to get rid of all your excess resources. It's really fun, too. It's really fun to go around and collect all of the resources that are just laying around, all the trash, and then just convert it into usable resources. Especially things like titanium and iron, which are fairly higher res or higher level stuff. So in that moment when you need that 2 lithium or you need that 1 iron, there's your jam. Now, I don't do it that much. I'm probably doing more of it in here than in anything. And this one's broken, this centrifuge. I don't know what's wrong with it. It only stays on one thing, so we're going to get rid of that. If we need another one, we'll make another one. Grind that up. All right, another big old table. I already got a table over here. Forgot, I put that table over here. Okay, so what we're going to create back here is our nanocarbon alloy production line. This is our primary line to the highest resources in the game. And what you want to do is you want to have a streamlined so it goes from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. We're also going to have it backfeed some resources like you've seen me do, but in the opposite direction. I hate it when it makes those noises. Stop making those noises. There's a tether under there. That is exactly what it is. Tether. Get out of there, tether. And see, I like to put all my stuff in line like this. By the way, did you know you can just take this and just put it on the side of the wall? Well, normally. Get a little closer. Tether! Come on. Apparently doesn't want to let me do it. There we go. This attaches to the side of the wall. If you want to, you can attach it to the ceiling. Get in there. I'm going to lose this table. You watch. Put it on the ceiling, too. You can make a whole wall for it. It's a little big for being in this little tiny tunnel. But you can make a whole wall for it if you want as well. Oh, speaking of tunnel, someone made a new tunnel over here. I didn't even know. It looks like they used a large vehicle, too. Yeah, used a large vehicle, made a tunnel. I think that was me. I was just collecting resources. Wait a minute, that was me. I was just collecting dirt. It's like, why is there a tunnel there? Because I made it. That's why. It wasn't for, it was just for dirt. That was it. Oh, he's trying to get my attention. Trying to get my attention. What was it? But I completely cleaned out the node. It took me a while because I really needed a better drill mod. Coming back 45. Kind of like how the printer arms. What? Oh, the lithium. There it is. Cool. Well, you can go ahead and take it over there and do it just as good as me, bro. But I'll go ahead and do it. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. there working on that. But that's okay. We got this. This is our highest priority right now. Good job. All right, we'll run that over there. Now, here's what you want to do with your batteries. The same thing you want to do with all this other stuff. You go ahead and set up your batteries. Right here. Batteries. There we go. Medium batteries. Now we need zinc and we need lithium. And I'm just going to have the lithium run out. And then we're just going to loop the heck out of this. We're going to make a crazy ton of batteries. And these batteries are going to help out on every single planet. Go. That's just going to run and run and run and run. Don't be afraid to, you know, if you want to, just fire it up. But if you don't want to fire it up, that's okay. You can just leave it and I'll take care of it. No biggie. See, look at that. Isn't that nice? You can just drive right through there. Isn't that nice? That's very, very nice. Okay. Now, another thing you want to think about is in which direction do you want to run your... Oh, that needs to be flattened a little bit. Be careful when you're flattening underneath stuff, because that'll trigger that to go flying into outer space. Hear it? Making noises back there. Ah, I hate it when it does that. Get up there. Just a little bit too far out. Aim those arrows this way. Now, do I want to start the hydrazine this way and then run the nanocarbon alloy that way? Or do I want to start the hydrazine on that side and run the nanocarbon that way? Now, where am I going to end up doing my 3D printing? Well, really way over there. But I could have the printing at the end that way or the printing it this way. Now, the thing I always think about is where am I bringing the resources from? I'm bringing the resources from here. I mean, I can move these around wherever I want them to be. But you want to make sure that you think of that while you're building out your base. Me, it doesn't really matter what direction it goes. I'm most likely going to do it from the left side here and then run it to the right side, which will be nanocarbon alloy at the end. And then it's just going to sit down there at the end and make large containers. And then large containers and also our... Fix that tether before I forget. Make our thing. Extra large containers. They're very large containers as well. Okay, let's lock these before I forget. Look at me. I'm actually remembering this time, everybody. We're going to do that battle here in just a second. Get this stuff all locked in. All right, and we're leaving nice room for us to run around. Get from place to place. All this stuff's got to go. All right, come on. This got to go. Just got to go out of here. You're uglying up my base. Grind that up. All right, and now it's time, everybody. It's time to crush this game. You ready? Let's do it. Time to get crushed, Gabe. Boom. All right, put the battery over there. Like so. Now, another thing that we can do is we can start putting some batteries up on the top there. And we're going to eventually create what I call the Tower of Power. I don't know what he's doing right there. But we want to put these batteries up here to replace these smaller batteries. Now, if I take this out and I try to put it here, it doesn't go there. Just to let you know, I always leave those up there. Those are a great indicator whether you have enough power or not. Now, obviously, that one's going down. Not enough. Not enough power right now. But watch this. Let's go ahead and do this over here. Let's see. It's all out of aluminum there. Let's go ahead and have it make a button repeater. I'm making a mess. I'm making a mess! This thing's running in. Okay, button repeater, please. Oh, not enough power. Not enough power. Gotta wait for our power to kick back in. Is it doing anything over here? Those are all off. This is off. Huh. Interesting. See, it's running real heavy power there, but not this way. Yeah, it's actually not running any power at all. That's false. That's a false run, because there's literally nothing doing any power right now. There's no wind or electricity. But we'll get that working here in a moment. And let's go ahead and take this wind out of here. Okay, then we'll do another battery. Now, I usually like to start with about 3 batteries. I'll put one up here, too. Start with about 3 batteries. Now, 3 batteries, if you saw in our battery thing that we saw earlier, those 3 batteries are going to be able to power a good amount of our base when it's not around. When we're not around, and when it's nighttime. Waiting for this to get fired up. How are we looking over here? Let's see. We are... Oh, we're full. All right, go, baby. Because that doesn't require power, by the way. You can fire that up. All right, here we go. All right, there goes our batteries. Our batteries are now charging up nicely. Now, if you got some power sitting around like this, you should just throw it on anything random, and it'll back chain. If I put this right here, that's why I don't like having it only go one direction. It's not going to do anything. But if I do put it over there... That's going in dual direction. You can see this is only going one direction, but this is going in dual direction. So this will back chain all the way back to my batteries. And you can see the batteries are really getting charged up. Our vehicle battery is getting charged up there. And now we got some good battery power. There we go. And that's going to charge up all day long. So now we're not going to have this battery issue or power issue where we're constantly losing power anymore. And that's why I typically go batteries straight away as early as I can. In the game, get the research to unlock that. That's probably something I would do right after I did tractors, is go right to medium batteries. Because they don't take that much. It's just a little lithium. You go to Venecia, find some lithium underground, bring that back. You already got tons of zinc. You combine it with that, and you got yourself a nice battery. The toughest thing is having the research, enough research to make it happen. We're getting there. Little by little. Where's my titanium? Right over here. Look at that. Ooh, come to Baba. Come to Baba. Again, I go get crazy tons of titanium. I gotta get a lot. I hate it when it puts it on my backpack. Should be an option to turn that off. Or it doesn't put it on your backpack for any reason. How we looking over here? We got tons of organic right there. All right, we got that filled up. Go ahead and put that back in its spot right there. See how I've got it all nicely organized? These things right here tell me what this is doing, right? Like this is making plastic, this is making rubber, this is making aluminum alloy. You can see it there, and these are the components that go along with it. This is making tungsten carbonide, and the 2 components that I need over there, which is tungsten and carbon. Right now we got aluminum running out. Until that aluminum run back in again. Run that in. Oh, this is all switched. This is all switched around. I should have used my button. So now they're going to be opposite of each other. So I'm just going to do that first and then tell that to go back in. There we go. Sometimes you got to run it out, run it back in a few times for it to get working. All right, so we got that going. We made a bunch of batteries looking sexy. And we have our button repeater. All right, we're going to go over here to our button repeater. And we're going to supercharge this. We're going to go ahead and put that segment right there. And we're going to go ahead and just put it on just this little medium right here. Just that little medium there. And we're going to... Oh, well, they're already full. I was going to supercharge them, but they're already full, everybody. Look at that. Look at that. Look how much power now is stored up that we've been wasting all of this time because we didn't have the batteries to sustain them. Now, another thing we want to do over here is, again, keep our stuff going here. Is to keep our tables going. Right here, we need some more iron for that. Let's go ahead and take our... Run a few lithiums in there so it keeps going on them batteries. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and put our iron in. I really need to work on my other thing where I don't have to do this back and forth stuff. Where you at, iron? Is this you? It's lithium. There it is. Run that out. Now, here's the thing. We won't have to worry about power now. Now we're styling. So I usually start with about 3. But I feel like we could really gear this one up because this base is going to be doing a lot of things simultaneously. So we're going to get another one here. And we're going to work on what's called the Tower of Power. And we're going to go work on that right now. Let's go, everybody. Let's do it. Let's go over here, and we're looking for a silo that's really big. Actually, I think it's in the medium that makes that silo. I can never find it because they moved everything around. There it is. All right, there's 2 types of silos. This is the A silo and the B silo. Now, we've already made some steel, so we know how to make that, and we've already got the process already set up. We probably don't have enough for 3 steel right now. So what we're going to do, though, is we're going to unlock that anyway, and we're going to go ahead and work toward 3 steel. Now, to do 3 steel, we're going to need at least 3 iron, so we'll take 3 iron out of here, and we'll go ahead and run that over. Now, eventually, of course, I'll have separate, canisters and all this stuff for this to be all automated. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and just take the 3. Oh, I can't put it because I got my backpack as well. Oh, wait, no, I think I went into my... Yeah, into my thing because I haven't done my thing yet. I thought it did. Tons of carbonite on me. I got all sorts of stuff on my backpack. Got to get that stuff off of there and get it converted. There we go. Get that all converted. We'll tell it to run a little bit of this iron back. There we go. And put this tungsten carbonite up there. There we go. All right, that's going to run that out with another battery. All right, plenty of batteries over there. So we need iron, and we also need a bunch of carbon. So we're going to scalp some carbon from over here. How do we have this set? Does it say enable output? If it says enable output, then that means it's not going to start shooting that stuff all over the place. In fact, we'll grab a little bit more carbon over here. And we'll go ahead and run our carbon over here. Again, we'll come back with the large canisters and all that stuff later. Now, one of our problems right now is we don't have any argon, right? We have the iron, we have the carbon, but we don't have the argon. Now, luckily, while I was busy off doing this, I was firing that up and getting that going on. So, let's go ahead and get this going. I'll put that solid fuel thruster in there. I highly recommend to not leave without having a backup one. But I have actually tested it where you can actually go in and actually start from no matter what planet you're on and come back from any planet. You can always get to the point where you're getting it to go. Let's see, what am I making? Making the solid fuel thrusters. There we go. That needs aluminum. Well, we got plenty of that. Now, in a minute, after I make this other item, I'm actually going to be able to solve 2 problems at once. I'm going to be able to solve the problem of our power, and I'm going to be able to solve the problem of our resources for the 3D printer over there. So we're going to be able to do a lot more resources in that one place. And I mean a lot. I mean a crazy amount. Now, I'm going to go ahead, when I go to Argon, get the Argon, everybody, that's when I'm going to do that battle. Let me go ahead and finish what I'm doing here first. So I don't forget what the heck I'm doing, because I get very easily distracted. Alright, I think that's enough batteries for right now, so we'll go ahead and turn that off. We're going to take one of these batteries with us. Those are going to help us out elsewhere. We're going to leave those batteries there. We're going to go ahead and grind this one up. Let's see, what did I do with that graphite? Any extra graphite laying around? Doesn't look like it. Let's make some. Fire that up. Get our extra solid fuel thruster. Got that. We got our battery. Nice. And we're going to do a little bit of graphite so we can use that for our packager. And we're going to reuse one of these tables. Oh, look at our batteries. See, our batteries are running out. Here's what you do. Booyah! See, you can go ahead and queue all those up to keep your batteries running. And you can see that our battery is just hanging on now. Just middle level there. Just enough to fund all of the power requirements of all of this stuff. It's just cranking and cranking and cranking now. And if it does have excess, it'll fill that power up. But we have no wind and no solar power right now. So everything's being run by these right here. Oh, well, I got a little bit of wind there. Oh, our wind just turned back on. We got a little bit of wind there now helping us. But that'll keep all our stuff going. Let's see. So we got that going. And we were looking at our large silo. We need our argon. That's what we need. So I really don't need to bring anything with me unless I don't have any room on my backpack. But I do want to bring a table with me. So let's get this graphite here. Let's convert that. To a packager. Grind that into there. Just a heads up, their break. I'm going to use that other table over there. I'm going to use that for power when I come back. So just a heads up, that's why that's there. But first, I gotta do some other stuff. All right, we'll go ahead and bring another table, and we're off and running. Hey, Sad Pirates, going good, man. Going good. We're gonna fire up a battle here in just a second. Yeah, it's confusing sometimes. Yeah, I realize that they look very similar. I know, yeah, it looks very similar when you're grabbing different things. Again, if you want to come join us for some Astroneer, we got our 24/7 mega community Astroneer server up and running again. You're welcome to come and join us. We're gonna have a good time. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go to Glacio, one of my favorite places in the game. I'm out. Back in a bit. Okay, where you at, Glacio? You wouldn't be nice and close, would you? Of course not. It rarely is. Sometimes it is, though. Sometimes it's real close to your starter planet, because, you know, the rotations of the planets kind of line, and it's right close to you. But rarely. Or usually it's way off. It's like the furthest one out there. It's like Pluto if it was a planet anymore. All right, so while we're waiting for this... Oh, wait, actually, it's already there. I'm going to go ahead and click on it and land. There we go. While my guy's landing there, here, we're going to do this battle. Let's go. I usually try to do the battles in between when I'm traveling or doing something, not while I'm in the middle of explaining something. All right, bus chest, open captain's chest, grant some rewards. Let's see, Break, Subi, we got Techie, we got CW, and JC Hunter, all getting some extra love there. Some nice epic scrolls. I see Diamonds coming in with 6 kills, MVP. I'm going to go ahead and pop on to, look at it, we looped it again. I think it was like the 4th time we've looped that. Man, we're crushing these battles. What do we got? We got gold or we got these? I've been trying to hit toward these loyalty rewards. Though we could just get the gold and right out of there. That's a little tempting. But I think we'll go here for the loyalty rewards. We get some gold here. What's our path of least resistance? More gold there. Oof. Oof, oof. With the mystery. Oh, yeah. Look at all these battles. We could do this all day long, everybody. I usually do, during events like this, I do battles sometimes like 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours battles. So when I do go into battle mode, which will be in a couple hours, you won't see or hear me, but the battles will continue to go on. It's a bonus stream on top of my normal streams. It doesn't replace any of my other streams. If you come in and see me running battles, I wouldn't have been here anyway, because I'm working on videos and stuff behind the scenes. So that's what I do during that time, or I'm helping out with the family or whatnot. And if those battles run a little bit over, well, hey, don't complain to me. I'm going above and beyond for you guys. I obviously have to take care of the IRLs, too. I try to fit them in as best I can. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're going to get back to some Astroneer. Right there. What I did is I went ahead and took this, and now I'm going to connect this into here. And now any excess power that it has during the day, it's going to go ahead and fill up this battery. It's going to really help a lot. Now, I've also got my little tractor plugged into it. My tractor's helping out as well. You don't have to. You can just put it on the table now that I brought this extra table. What I would do also is I would move this power off of there over to here so that it has more room to run out this argon. Now, it's taken so long because it's only got one because I forgot something. I forgot to put this on there. I didn't forget that on purpose. I accidentally forgot that. I should have let that on the cycle. But that's okay. We got 5 charges. That'll be enough for now. But this is what I wanted to do anyway, was to get to a point where it can backlog the power. Now, one of the smart things to do around here, too, is to cut this off first. Is to run around and see if you can find some power, right? Some lower level power or medium level power. And this is a really good flat spot right here. Very rare do you have a really super nice flat spot in Glacio. Those are fun. You can get on those and it shoots you up in the air. Oh, look at this. We got quartz on the surface level. That's really unusual. That's very unusual to have quartz on the surface level. That means there's a bunch of quartz down there. And whatnot. I gotta watch out for my oxygen, though. Don't see anything right close by. Of course, you're looking for any, like, abandoned bases and things like that that you might find. I say we go look around real quick. Go take our vehicle, because our vehicle acts as an oxygenator. We're not gonna run out of oxygen. We're just gonna get up to the high side here and look around. Now, Glacio, you find, you very rarely find it on the surface level. I find anyway. I'm usually pretty unlucky finding it on the surface level. But underground, you find it a lot more often. And I just try to ram into the side of this, and then sometimes you can get up over it like that. Now, make sure you know where you came from, right? Put your beacon down so you can find your way back. Watch out for those guys. Those guys shoot at you. Oh, God. Look at all this iron over here. Oh, here we go. Maybe we got something up here. Got some resources. That's really a great place for that to land, too. Makes it much easier to get. Man, nothing I really need there. I guess I could just grab it just to grab it, I guess. I don't think I have enough room in my backpack. Oh, I happen to have just enough room. That's wild. Now watch out, there's a lot of baddies down there trying to kill me right now. Gotta watch out for them. Notice my vehicle did slide back down. So that's kind of what I'm looking for right there. Either crashed vehicles or like random tables and stuff left on the world. I'm gonna try a little side trick here. Didn't work out. Didn't work out. But at least I still landed it. There we go. So you can also just shape that out. It's so easy. You just go ahead and shape it out and you're good. Let's see what's back here in these bushes. Again, always be aware of where your thing is. It's easy to get lost in these little hills and miss out where it is. Trying to turn left here. I just try to do it first before I get out to shape. And, you know, again, you can just shape it out and you're good. I don't know, just something fun about trying it first. Nailed it. All right, up here we go. We got one of our monoliths over here. Gosh, man, this is like iron.com, bro. Dang, there's a lot of iron in this little area. Man, I was just lucky. Not a lot of stuff, though. I can open up that thing for research, too. Do that. I typically don't. I mean, I like my research to go fast, but not too fast. Miss me. Aha! There we go, finally. Again, I have the worst luck on the surface level on this planet. What do we find out of all of this stuff? God, we found a lot of iron, that's for sure. We're going to set up a lot of extractors. We found some oxygen filters. What would I give up? Organic. That's the lowest, the easiest thing to find. The lowest priority. So no power. There is some ammonium up there. I see that. Tons of ammonium. Just absolutely insane amount of iron on this planet. Nothing else I really see here that's worth grabbing. Research that way. Nanner, nanner, nanner. Watch what happens. They blow up. They just damage you and the ground. Look, they actually made a hole in the ground. Watch out for that. Alright, no such luck. I don't do it too long. I just kind of go around in the area where I kind of landed. I just look and see if there's any kind of, especially if you find some medium power. That's pretty nice. Find yourself a something. And there's definitely some around somewhere. Now, another thing that we can do is we can go ahead and start working on our titanium. And I just pick a random spot. I don't have like, oh, this is exactly where you're going to find some titanium. I typically pick a random spot by where I have my base. Or where I landed. Let's say right here. And we're going to randomly go this way, which is going to be south. And we're going to dig a hole. Now down in this hole is where I'm going to go. And there's some resin in there, which is awesome. Because resin is their best ever. Okay, I'm going to take care of some of this other stuff. I don't need to take my solid fuel thruster with me. I don't need to take the argon. I don't need to take these other resources. Organic, I'll keep that. I do need some compound because I realized I didn't bring... And I just saw some too. I didn't bring my generator. Did I not leave one here? Normally I would leave one here. Look, there we go. Now it's doing it. Didn't bring my generator, so we'll take the wind power back. Power us up. We're going to get this right over here, but not go down there yet. Okay, now we're going to go down here. Maybe we'll find some compound on the way down. Let's just try. Now, the harder planet you go up, right, the harder the planet is, the more difficult it is for you to cut through the ground based on the type of drill bit you have. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut our way down until we get to a point where we end up... And I ran out of power. Where we end up at a lower level. See, here we are. Oh, there it is already. See, but we're going to have a bit of a problem. See, I can't cut through there because I don't have any drill mod on my character yet. So even though I did find where it is, I can't drill into the ground, but I can drill into this stuff up here, though it's going a lot slower because you can see the sparks. But I can grab that and then do this. But there's a mob in my way right there. I don't want to die to that mob, so we'll go and widen this out a little bit. And we got to also watch out for our oxygen. So to take care of that, that's why I have the vehicle, and I'm not bothering to run tethers or any of that stuff. My vehicle acts as my oxygenator, and so I don't have to worry about all of that. My tether's getting knocked out, or you know, something happening along the way, or power running off, or whatever. And there we go. And now I really lucked out right here because the actual titanium is not in the ground. It's actually in the softer dirt up there. So that's actually pretty lucky. Oh god, there's more titanium back there too. And so I can still get this titanium, even with no drill bit. Now I'm out of power. That's not good. So I can sit here and wait for my wind power to kick in. But if I have my generator, that's the thing I really want, is my generator. But I could stand here for an infinite amount of time because my vehicle acts as an oxygenator. And that's why I always use the vehicle over the oxygenator and using tethers. I feel like tethers is a more like beginning way of playing the game. And then this is a more advanced way of playing it here. Methane or hydrogen on Novus? Which? Oh, you just look it up, bro. You just hit escape. Hit escape. Go to your Astropedia, planets, and then you just go to Novus. It tells you right there. Hydrogen and methane. Are you asking me which one to get? Which one you want to get? Get whatever you want. We already got hydrogen on our main planet. So it'd be methane, but I'm going to go to Atrox and get methane. But if you want to get it on Novus, since you already established a base, go ahead. That's fine. We're going to need methane soon. Anyway, so good thing to get that going. All right, so there we go. So I just hung around for a little bit, waited for that to kick in. Now, it would be nice if I found some compound down here. That would be nice. But see, the Kismet's law of gaming is whenever you're looking for something, you can't find it, and then you find everything else that you're not looking for. Like, I'm not looking for aluminum. I'm not looking for resin. I'm not looking for quartz over there. But compound would be nice right now. But, you know, as it goes is as it goes. Okay, let's get a couple more. We're just going to take a few back with us. Oh, wait. Speaking of compound, I just realized that. I just saw it on the side. I actually have compound right there. I have it on my thing. Yeah, that's too funny. Generator. Put that over there. GG. Put that up there. Turn that off. I get one more. Alright, good enough. We're out. Now, I could flatten this all out, but you'll see me come back with the large vehicles, and I'll pave this and also cut it out with a drill. But if you do get stuck, see how I'm like stuck there? You can go ahead and just shape around it to try to get it out. Or you could, in this case, I'm not going to be able to get it out of there. I got to go this way. I got to go around the long way. See, when you don't have the trailers on it, this thing is just painful sometimes. Painful. The trailer actually keeps it from sliding, but sometimes also the trailer makes it slide into pits and stuff. What movie does that remind you of? Oh, wait. It just died. A little Austin Powers move there. A little Austin Powers action, everybody. The flipping. We'll get this. There we go. We're out. So I just picked a random spot, started digging down. Boom, titanium. I'm pretty lucky that way, I find, on most of this in finding that stuff. Now, there we go. Now we got this going on. So we'll throw a little bit of titanium up here. Now, we could have brought, again, a thing to get a whole lot of it. We could have brought a canister and all of that. I'm just going to grab a little bit while I'm here. Now, the actual titanium is the least important thing. Because I can also trade out for titanium and whatnot. The thing that's the most important is the argon. The argon is steel, and steel is the next whole stage of the game. There's some more argon there. Let's grab our thruster as well. We can always use ammonium, so let's put that up there. That's good enough. Now, the whole point of what I'm doing right at this moment is to make the large vehicle. Because when you make the large vehicle, then you can bring the large things from place to place. Let's go. Now, also, it's to set up all of our extraction as well. And obviously, we'll come back and we'll scale that up again and again and again until it's just like obscene. We'll come over there. It'll have like, you know, canisters and canisters and canisters of that stuff. And that's part of the fun. Is kind of scaling up the thing. What I call basic builds, which is what we did yesterday. And then today we're doing what I call like a super build, where you're doing that kind of mid-level where it's making all your stuff and it's automated and all of that. And then we'll do mega builds where it'll really be off the chain, where it's auto-extracting, it's running all that auto-extracting back to the primary part where you're going to go pick it up. Or if you're on your main planet here where you have your base or whatever base. I've actually put my base on every single planet before, my primary base. I've actually put it on Aatrox and cut it underground and made a giant hole where I tried to land my ship on the lower level in the planet itself. It didn't work. But I tried. It was fun to try it, though. All right, so we got our item that we need. And so we're going to run over here now. And we'll pop that right on there. And we'll put all these extras on there. We'll run that out. And we'll say, yo, bro. Make that steel till you can't make that steel no more. Let's fire that up. Okay, now we also need to find ourselves some more of those. Look at this. Whoop, whoop. Come back to those later. We also need to find ourselves some more titanium for our silos here. Right there. We'll fire up a few more of those. Go. Oh, I actually landed on the other one. Move forward. I'll move it forward. Doesn't really matter which one you land on, but I just try to be consistent, if you know what I mean. Try to be consistent in where I'm landing and taking off and all of that. Okay, we've got some titanium right here, it looks like. Yeah, let's just go ahead and straight feed that over there. Again, I can stop and do a whole bunch of other stuff, right? I could stop and make more canisters to put all this stuff in and do all of that. But it's just a little bit. When it's just a little bit, I don't feel it's like worth the time to do that. It's much more worth the time for me to kind of set it and forget it and let it run while I'm doing something else. Now we're going to get serious. We're going to get serious. Come with Papa. And see how nice it is when you have lots of space? Love that. All right, iron. We use it up? What the heck is it? Did I use up all my iron? I can't remember. That's aluminum. It's aluminum and carbon. Hardest thing is finding your stuff. Where'd that iron go? I must have used it up. I run it all. I could have sworn I had some left though. I had a good amount there. I had a full canister of it. I don't think I brought the iron over here. I just brought the carbon over here. I don't know what happened to it. Well, while I'm thinking about what I did with it, let's go ahead and put some more of these in here because that's fun. Oh, always does that right when I click it. Does that. There we go. Okay. Now it's time to make some hydrazine. And when we get into hydrazine, then that's the time we get to have a lot of fun. Where we're going to go ahead and start using our jetpacks and all that kind of fun stuff. Let's do it. Right over here. Hydrazine. All right, here. Okay. Now, what do we need for that? We need hydrogen and ammonium. Now, it just happened to be super convenient that I have a bunch of hydrogen. Actually, that's nitrogen. My bad. This is hydrogen. That went up in there. There we go. So I'll put a little bit of this down here. And again, we could be doubling this all up and putting all the silos and all that. And, you know, see, when I'm making the first bit of something, I don't typically do that. It just takes too much time to do all of that. I can just get it fired up first. I just need a little bit to get started, and then later on when we're doing like the industrial level of it, then we'll put all that in and do all that extra structure. Right now, we just wanted to make an obscene amount of hydrazine. Go. Okay, hydrazine underway. Over here, how we looking? We got our steel ready. Okay, so our 3 steel. Looking good. Okay. Now, back this way. And we're ready to blaze this. Now, again, remember, we're going to do the big ship, but right now, we want to do... oh, wait, it's not in there. It's actually in the medium. Let's do it in this one over here. Our very large silo B, not to be confused with silo A. Now, this is always my highest priority, is power at this stage. And so you saw we had a lot of batteries. Look at those batteries just cranking it over there. Cranking it, cranking it. And so we're going to put it in. Let's do it. That's going to take a minute. While that's doing that, we'll also get these ready. We're going to use those in a minute. It's going to be really, really fun. Let's just go ahead and unlock our largest vehicle. Ready to go there. We need some titanium alloy and ceramic. We need another one of our... Where'd our other chemistry lab go? I know I made 2 of them. Maybe I used it over there. God, I hate that feeling. I hate that feeling like, where did it go, right? I think it is that one over there. I don't know, unless it got moved. Unless it got moved somewhere. All right, here we go. Now, this is why I call this the Tower of Power. Because instead of using this thing, we're not going to use this. And we're going to put our power up here at the top. And what it does is shows you from no matter where you are in the base, exactly how your power is doing. Right there. Now, also, we can go ahead and put these back in here. Like this. And these I'm not going to use anymore. Those I'm going to grind up. And then we can use this one. We can put that in there. And so on. Now, I suggest not to use your solar at all on this. I would leave it flat like that. So that as the sun's coming over, it'll land on there. Another thing I would do at this point, I would start to get rid of all of this little stuff. You no longer need it. Get rid of it. Oh, is this thing done over here? I think it's already done. Somebody took that thing off the end. I think it was me. Did I take the thing off the end? I can't remember. I can't remember if it was me. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just use a battery then. Maybe that'll let everybody know not to do that. Let's turn that off. Off. There we go. So the reason why that's not there is because it's not going to feed onto there. So I have that blocked on purpose. That's why I put that thing at the end. I think I might have done it. I can't remember. I can't remember if he did it or if it was me. I don't know. Oh, I did that. I didn't know it was stopping. Yeah, oh yeah, it's stopping it from going to the end because it'll never go up into the thing. No worries, bro. Appreciate you grinding that up, though. Got to get all this stuff cleaned up. Now, what we're doing is we're grinding up all the stuff that we're no longer using. And then we're converting it into scrap. And that scrap then gets sent to outer space. Come back as titanium right now. Because titanium is the thing that I need. Now, you saw how much titanium I had over there. So I could go over there and I can get a ton. And we will eventually. But this is a great way to reuse the stuff that you're not really using anymore. You can see we're almost done. Oh. I didn't even know I could do that. I accidentally grabbed the thing. We're down to 2 tables, everybody. Nice, we got that done. Wonder if I could scrap the scrap thing. I don't think I've ever tried that. I think I've ever tried to scrap the scrap thing ever. Alright, so we got that going. So now, what I also want to do is I want to move this back over here out of the way. Like that. Now, I also want to really scale up our power. I mean, just an obscene amount of power being used over there. And so I'll also get some more of these batteries. Oh, let me go ahead and forge these up for right now. I always try to keep my forges going. If they're just sitting around in my backpack. I don't know how they're doing something. I got some scrap in there too. If you stand in the way of the auto arms, sometimes they put them on your backpack. That's actually a little annoying. I'd like to be able to turn that off. Okay, so more power. Over here. Now, I really only need to see one of these. But since I have so many of these here, I'm going to do it. Now, that's way too many of those, by the way. That's way too many of those to be used. I probably only need about 4. Because it's more than enough. Plus, I have one over here. But since I have those, I'm going to put them on there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a lot of power on that, like these medium wind turbines. So let's get those going. Again, our big goal today, how are we doing on time? Oh, we're running out of time. Our big goal today is to get our big ship going. We better switch priorities here. Titanium alloy and ceramic. So let me go ahead and go to that. We need another chemistry lab. We need some tungsten. Hope we didn't use it all up. Could be. I think we did. We might have used it up. No problem. Now, I could go to that planet and I go get some more tungsten, or we can say, wait a minute. Right there. Now, wolframite is tungsten, but I always double check it. I have like a Kismet settlement overseer spreadsheet, which I'll throw in the chat. You can see all the different stuff. I don't look stuff up online. I just write it down in a spreadsheet as I play through a game. I find that way more fun. Is to discover it as you go as opposed to just insta-know. I hate to insta-know, but I do like to have a reference to it. Yeah, wolframite is tungsten. There we go. All right, so there we go. So we got that set to wolframite. All I need is just a little bit of wolframite, so go get me some. And we got one more table to go. Now, if we need more of those tables, we can always make them. But they don't do us any good just sitting around in the back of the base sucking up frames per second. That doesn't do us any good. This needs to be grinded up too, because we're no longer going to be using those. Okay, and again, we need to do our thing over here. We need some tungsten. We're waiting for that to come back. Yoo-hoo! All right, well, we'll go forge some stuff up while we're waiting. Oh. Just landed. Right when we walked away, it landed over there. Alright, more titanium. Get that ammonium off me too. We'll automate this even more. We'll also automate our extraction. We'll get into all of that. And you're welcome to come in and join us on the server. It's going to be running 24/7. Welcome to come in and build some fun mega builds and whatnot as we go along. Build some stuff up as we do. Okie dokie. Another chemistry lab. Hey, there's some more iron. Find my iron out there. Brought back some iron. Awesome. Awesome. We're going to run it over this side. I had some iron on the thing. I could have just put it in there, but I was going to put it in a canister. We have it over here. There we go. All right. Run the iron out. Run this out. And now this is just going to produce steel as best it can. Now, here's the thing. One of the problems with just letting that run out is it's going to fill up to a point in which it can't run anymore. You don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that at all. And it's just going to keep running. I'll walk away from it. Yeah, it's cranking that out. We'll do a battle here in just a second. We want to finish this up. Then we're going to switch over. Titanium alloy. That's what we're trying to do. All right, back over here we go. All right, what do we need for titanium alloy? Let's go take a look. Now, for titanium alloy, we need a thing called graphene and titanium and nitrogen. Now, nitrogen we've got. That's pretty easy. That's right over here. Throw that over there. And we'll have to work on more power next time. But there's some nitrogen there, and then we need titanium and graphene. We just did a bunch of titanium over here. So we go run back, grab that titanium, kind of consolidate it down, grab that. Over there. All right. Now what we need is we need the graphene thing. Well, the thing about the graphene is actually it's made in the in here, right? So you got to have graphite and hydrazine. Now you know why I was making hydrazine over here. So we got to put some hydrazine over here, and then also we're going to need some graphite. And I can't remember if we have any extra graphite. I seriously doubt it. Oh, there's one right there. How nice is that? We'll run some more out. Oh, we're out of dirt? Really? Oh, no, it's right there. I couldn't believe we were out of dirt. There we go. All right, run some graphite. We don't need that much, just a little bit to get it fired up. So we're going to go ahead and put our graphite in here, and then from our graphite, we're going to go ahead and make the graphene. Now, how many do we need? We need 2 titanium alloys and 2 ceramics. Ceramics we got. All we have to do is make 2 titanium alloys. And the only other thing that we need right here for that titanium alloy is first to make 2 graphenes, like so. And then we'll make another one. Now, eventually, of course, it'll go from hydrazine to graphene to titanium, and from titanium and iron or steel, that will then go on to nanocarbon alloy. That's what I'm setting up right here in this line. And it eventually will feed all of itself along the way. It'll collect the gases. It'll put the gases in there automatically. It'll feed all the titanium and all that other stuff in there. And then we'll start also feeding it from the very large containers. And then it will just be outputting tons and tons and tons of those very, very large items. Now, there we go. Graphene's done. And then over here, we need our titanium alloy. And I'm going to go ahead and tell it to go for it. And we're really only one step away from being the highest end of the game. The highest end of the game, which is nanocarbon alloy. Now, the cool thing about getting nanocarbon alloy is the second you get nanocarbon alloy, you make an RTG, and that gives you unlimited power. And when you have unlimited power, well, really it has a limit to the amount of power it produces, but it never runs out of power, right? It always consistently giving you power as you go. And so once you have that, you're never worried about your power going on and off anymore. Now, of course, once we have batteries, sometimes we don't worry about it, depending on if we have enough power being generated during the day and during the the wind's up, then we don't worry about it. But like right now, look at this. Look how much power is over here. That's a good amount. That's a good amount of power. And that'll fill up eventually because we're actually producing during the day more power than what we're using, which is pretty cool. Eventually, we'll get to the point where it actually makes more. We could run everything at the same time, and it makes more power than that, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. All right. Oh, where'd that ceramic go? Give me that ceramic. Whatever, bro. Whatever. Go. All right, we have just enough time to make ourselves a large shuttle. Oh, I should have grind up the thing. Grind up the grind thing, like an Inception thing. We got a bunch of steel right there. Now, again, if I wanted to make more titanium alloy to make a second one, I could be doing that as well. What do I need? Titanium and graphene. So more graphite from over here. It's really important to understand, you know, the precursors at this stage. This is the highest end stage. Where you understand the precursors. You need ammonium over here to make more hydrazine. And I just make as much hydrazine as you possibly can. And then you need the graphite to convert it. Now, we need another one of these chemistry labs to really make it efficient. But I'm not going to bother right now because I'm right at the end here. We're going to switch over here in a minute. And we're going to make some graphene. We're going to make a couple more graphene, so we make 2 of the large ships. So I'm going to grab one and put mine over there, and then I'm going to start another one for him so he can keep on playing. Of course, you can always use my ship too, but such is the way it goes. Or if I'm not on, then you guys can use the ship. Doesn't matter. Or even if I am on, you guys are welcome to use it. I can always make another one. That's the thing about everything that we do here. We can always make another one of that thing or whatnot. And I like to block this middle pattern here sometimes in the playthrough. Alright, so there's nothing else in there. I don't see anything in this one. Alright, we'll pull that one out too. We'll just park these in the back. Now here's the thing. If all of a sudden we had more people on, we had 4 or 5 people on, we'd have some extra medium shovels they could do. While we're still working on unlocking our large shuttles. Okay, so how are we doing over here? We got 1 graphene down. Need more graphite. Made some over here. Eventually we want to get rid of all that little smaller power. Oh, we need our hydrazine. Over there. Okay, then titanium alloy. And make as many of those as you can. Go. I'll make those while I'm over here waiting for the big ship to finish. Yeah, nice. All right, big ship. Put it on the landing pad. We did it, everybody. We did it with 7 minutes to spare. Nice. All right. Then we're going to make another one. Yay, yay. Whoop, 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 whoop. I think he was, I don't know why he was jumping, but I just assumed he was in celebration. All right, and let's go ahead and make another one. What are we missing? More graphene. More nitrogen. What are we missing? Graphene. I thought I made 2 graphenes. Did I not made 2? Apparently not. I'll make another one. Thought I made 2. Sometimes, by the way, they get glitched underneath this stuff, too. Always be eyeballing it to see if it got underneath there somehow. Oh, right there. Oh, it already made the titanium alloy. That's why. Alright, we'll leave that as is. They can fool around with that some more. Let's go make them a ship, too. You know what? We'll double down on this baby. Booyah! Ha ha! There's your ship. There you go, Break! You making silicon anywhere? No, I'm actually not making silicon yet. If you want to go ahead and make an area for silicon, you go right ahead. I've got some extra tables over here. You're welcome to make some things. Put that silicon on there. Silicon's one of those things I kind of make at the end. I rarely ever make silicon early on, though it is really important because you need it for your diamonds and things like that later on. But, hey, whatever you feel like doing, bro, you go ahead and make it. Go ahead. I'm making one quick so I can flip a bunch of methane on Novas. Yeah, I would use the ones that I just put up over here, like the hydrazine. And like this one's a good one to flip right here because I've been using it for graphite and for titanium alloy. You can use that one to flip. You can use any of these on the side. Those ones over there are set. The ones over on this side, they're all set for a very specific resource, and they're also part of a chain, so I wouldn't use these ones over here. In fact, I would make some more chemistry stations and finish out that titanium nanocarbon alloy line I'm creating over there. I'd make another one for silicon. I'd make another one for graphene, and then switch this one to titanium alloy, or make another one, make that titanium alloy, whatever. And then keep going down, and then at the very end over here, this is where I'm going to put the nanocarbon alloy, and then I'll have it feeding all of those resources down. If you want to work on that, more power to you, bro. And then make a ton of RTGs. Because the next time I'm going to be playing Astroneer is next Monday. So I might do another bonus stream. Whoa, he's out. He's like, I'm out. I might do another bonus stream on Sunday. We'll see. I don't know. This is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. We'll see. That doesn't always work out. Now, the other thing we want to work on, too, since we have a few more seconds here, is our hydrazine thruster, our tungsten, and our steel. Now, we know we have the ability to make steel, and we actually have some steel right over here. I was going to make him a hydrazine thruster, but he already left. I'm going to make him I'll make him one anyway, so when he comes back, he can use it. So we're making tons of hydrazine over here now. We want to keep this going, too. And now, see, what we want now is we want to get a bunch of ammonium, so we can make a ton of hydrazine. That's out now. That's out. Okay, so what's so great about the hydrazine thruster? Well, first, you only need to make one. You don't need to make a whole bunch of them. You need to make one per ship. So let's get in here and get our hydrazine thrusters fired up. We need tungsten, of course. Classic. Classic tungsten. Over this way. See if we got any more scrap to bring us in some... You're always out of that one resource, everybody. Look, that's what we're waiting on. Tungsten. We have no more scrap. All right, let's just throw this thing in here and see what happens. Oh, you can! You can grind up the smaller shredder in the larger shredder. How cool is that? That's neat. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, what else we got laying around we can grind up? You know, a little tungsten action here. Got literally 3 minutes to make it happen. Or I can just leave it for you guys to do. It's no big deal. It's really unnecessary to keep this stuff. Oh, I gotta grind that up too. It's really unnecessary to keep this extra stuff. If you keep the extra stuff, what's going to happen is it's just going to clutter up your base. You can always make it again. If you want it again, you can make it again. Now, again, we're going to wait on this battle here, everybody. We're going to do the battle here in a minute. Oh, you're welcome, bro. You're welcome. I was actually making another one, and I was making hydrazine thrusters. That was actually mine that you took, but it's not really mine because everything is owned by the group. I'll just put another one there in that spot. There you go. I made 2 of them. I don't just make one for myself. That's not cool, bro. I actually always make it for people first, so it's okay if you take it. No big deal. Because I make it for the crew first. The people who are going to be coming and going are the people who should have priority on that. That thing's still going? That thing is still going. I think it takes a long time to grind that up. That's the longest I've ever seen anything shred. I got 1 minute. Go, go, go. Oh, what happened to my sound? God, don't put it in my backpack. Alright. Oh, well, I can't put any more in there anyway. Go get it. Go get that tungsten. We need that tungsten so we can make these hydrazine thrusters. Come on. That's not it. Right here. So we need steel and tungsten. So I need 2 more tungsten. A little, that's all I'm waiting on now. Everything else running like a champ. Yeah, my sound totally cut off. Very strange. Very strange. All right, well, we're waiting for that. Let's go ahead and do this battle. Let's go. I'm making one quick so I can fill up a bunch of methane on those. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it. Really gonna need some tungsten, too. Gonna need a good amount of tungsten. We'll get all this auto-extracting. We'll get this really on a whole nother level going on. I just need 2 tungsten. In fact, I'm gonna take this off so it doesn't even go on there. I want to go onto the thing. I'm firing up that tungsten right now while you guys are doing this battle. Alright, there we go. Open the capture chest, grant some rewards. Let's see, Subi, Serendipitous, the Red Hustle, and Kellamal getting some love. Subi coming in MVP. Whoa, look at this, 21 kills. Nice, Subi. Nice, crushing it. Alright, we're going to keep these battles going all day long, everybody. All day long. Alright, see how nice that, how convenient that is? You don't have to run away from, you don't have to get in your ship and fly over there and fly back and do all that. You can just scrap some stuff up. Get those few extra things that you need. Right over here. Which in this case is some tungsten. Like that. We'll go ahead and run out. No. Actually, we'll run 2 of them out at the same time. Let's do it. Hydrazine thruster there. Where'd the other tungsten go? Oh, I didn't put it over there. There we go. And by the time I got it all set up, it was already done. Okay, hydrazine thruster. What's so cool about hydrazine thrusters? Again, you only have to make 1 of them. They're not throwaway anymore. And so you take your cool hydrazine thruster and you put them right up in there, and then you make some hydrazine. And then you put your hydrazine right in the thruster. And then now you can come and go and 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 go and come back again and go there again and come back again. I don't know if it's that many times, but it's a lot. It's a lot of times you can go back and forth without constantly have to worry about it breaking every time you do it. Because when you go there and come back, it breaks, right, on your regular thrusters. But on these, you can go back, I'm going back and forth. Now, before you ever leave, you should always look at your thing anyway, because it'll get low, and you'll have trouble. Oh, I can't see it. Hold on, my bad. You can't see it. That's all I did, everybody, as I put the hydrazine thruster on there, and I put the thing. So you always want to look at your thing to see if there's hydrazine thruster. I'll give it 1,000 kiss caps for that as well. To see if there's actually hydrazine in your hydrazine thruster. Now, I made another one over here as well while you guys were watching that battle. We'll go ahead and bring this back. And we'll set that right over here so whoever comes in. And swap out that for their hydrazine thruster. All right, now we have the large ships. We've unlocked all the largest stuff in the game. We still got 36,000 research that we can do. What would I do next? I would probably do the paver. And that's when I would get into silicone, is to do the paver. So we'll unlock that for next time. And really, we could also work on our research. But really, I think we would do paver. We would do nanocarbon alloy. So we would make more of our chemistry labs and try to get it all automated so it's making hydrazine. So we're going to need a lot more ammonium. Then we're going to need a lot more graphite. And then we're going to need a lot more iron. And then we're going to need a lot more titanium. And then we're going to need a lot of argon and eventually methane when we get to the titanium alloy at the very end. Or nanocarbon alloy at the very end. Like, we'll go over here and we'll take a look at that. Right over here. The nanocarbon alloy requires helium. Silicone requires methane. So you're going to need some helium as well, and helium is only on Aatrox. So I would do the same thing I did before, where I just took any extra random power, put that down, put a atmosphere condenser, put it on loop, and just have it grabbing a bunch of helium right on the surface level of Aatrox, and then come back and grab it. Now, the only really other great thing on Aatrox is actually the research. Other than that, there's no real resources that I would gather from that particular planet that I can't get on any other planet other than helium, right? So that's the only 2 things I typically do on Aatrox. I get helium, and I go and I grab a bunch of research underground, because you can go dig down, and on that first level, when you're driving around, even if you're using your tractor, you'll find these research, and they're worth 5,000 each. Now, if you go ahead and unlock the ones that are on Aatrox that are in the little research modules that land, that are already landed on the planet, you find them all over the place and underground as well. Those ones actually are up to 7,500, but those take time. You got to have the right resource and the right thing, or you got to power them up or whatever. These other ones are just laying around. You just drive around, pick them all up. They're like 5,000 each. Now, here's the coolest thing to do. You go in there with your big truck, and I've done this before. You go in there with your big truck, and then you got all your trailers behind. You got all of your silos, or you got a combination of those silos, and then you got a combination of that silo over there, which we'll do all that next time too. And you got all that in there, and then what you have is you have packagers on there, right? The whole thing is full of packagers. And you drive through there, and you package all of that research, and you come back, and you literally have 500,000 research. More than you need to unlock every single thing in the game. That much you could do. It's really up to you what you want to do. Now, we're going to go ahead and call it right there, everybody. We're going to go ahead and move on and have some fun here. We're going to play some Blood of Steel, a cool little sponsored event here on the stream. Does help me a lot if you guys hang around. Let me go to my office real quick, and we'll get that fired up. Let's go. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.